What does it feel like to have your hair cut off by the person you love? It must be disappointing and painful. Yvonne is about to step into a royal family when she is noticed by the second Prince of Albrecht. But her taste in husbands is quite unique, as she falls in love with the first prince, a notorious murderer in the palace, upon their first encounter. Theodore, the one Yvonne chooses, is also moved by her doll-like beauty, determined to embark on the path to seize the throne. However, from that moment on, Yvonne's tragedy officially begins, as her family is quickly annihilated, and Theodore loses the beautiful memories between them due to an accident. Will Theodore remember that Yvonne is the one he loves after all the storms, or will he continue to torment her like a lifelong enemy? Please join us in following the story. Yvonne is the youngest swordsman in Albrecht. The youngest daughter of the Cernicia family, known as a family that produces the best swordsmen from generation to generation in the empire. But this matter only embellishes her childhood. At this moment, she is traveling in a carriage. Along with her bored thoughts, she has to go to the palace to meet Ernest. Ernest is the second prince of the Albrecht Empire. He is Yvonne's close friend, and their families have promised a future for them. She doesn't know exactly what that future means, but she has to visit the palace occasionally at the request of her elders. Then Yvonne secretly remembers that when she came to the palace, her sister said this with certainty. Listen carefully, Yvonne. When you get to the palace, be careful not to run into Prince Theodore. She has also heard rumors about the first Prince Theodore. It is said that in the first prince's palace, bodies are cleaned up every day, there is not a day without the smell of blood and screams. He uses living people as entertainment and even takes the blood of mascots to bathe. Even though she doesn't want to think about those terrifying things, Yvonne is always most concerned about that matter. Black hair, a color that brings bad luck, and the first prince is the one who possesses that red hair. In the Albrecht Empire, black represents unhappiness. It is said that in the past, magical beasts escaped and threatened people's lives, so people used black to represent that dark age. Of course, nowadays it is just a legend in an empire like Albrecht. A prince with black hair appears. Then Yvonne keeps reassuring herself. Anyway, he has no reason to meet me. She just got out of the carriage when she saw the second prince rushing from afar to hug her. I miss you so much, Yvonne. She quickly reminded him, I can't breathe. Ernest held Yvonne's hand adoringly, while excitedly announcing, Yvonne, let's go to the Queen Mother's garden to play today. She ran after him, shouting, wait, I have to greet Her Majesty the Queen first. But Ernest still held her hand tightly. It's okay, Her Majesty is busy receiving guests right now. Hearing the admiring words of the two maids, so cute, Yvonne felt extremely uncomfortable. Clearly, he's the same age as me, but at times like this, he's like a younger brother. Under that harsh sunlight, Yvonne was panting and feeling extremely uncomfortable, feeling like she was melting. But Ernest was still full of energy with a proposal. Here, Yvonne, let's play house. I'll be the dad, and Yvonne will be the mom. She didn't cooperate much with this idea because she thought it's too hot to play house on a sunny day, and suggested another game, let's play hide and seek, how about that? Ernest quickly wanted to confirm, hide and seek? Then he saw her nodding eagerly, yeah, I want to play hide and seek. After a moment of silent thought, Ernest happily agreed, okay, let's play hide and seek then. After the game started, Yvonne quickly climbed up a high branch. Ernest hadn't noticed yet and excitedly started counting right below. Seeing his searching appearance, Yvonne, where are you? She felt very relieved, he probably won't find me hiding up here, right? The sunlight was starting to cool down significantly, making Yvonne quickly close her eyes to relax. I'm alive again. Maybe because I'm too comfortable, I'm feeling sleepy. She fell asleep without realizing it, without knowing that someone was nearby. The forest was quiet. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound that startled Yvonne awake. Her eyes were slowly opening. She noticed a boy about her age standing right in front of her. He even made caring gestures as he approached Yvonne, startling her in panic. So surprised that she couldn't say a word. Who is that? It's the first time I've ever seen him. He looked at her with affectionate eyes, then smiled gently and adorably, and took the initiative to say, hello. After regaining her composure, Yvonne politely replied, hello. She felt extremely excited in her heart. His voice is so nice, and his face is handsome too. But a second later, she questioned him with a fierce attitude, why are you smiling? Making him stammer an explanation, because I think you're cute. Your face is so red. Yvonne hurriedly explained upon hearing this, it's because it's hot. It's summer. Then she paused for a moment. When she saw the delicate action of her new acquaintance, really? Is this more comfortable? She nodded in confirmation, yeah. Then he continued to inquire, but what are you doing up here? Yvonne politely explained, I'm playing hide-and-seek with a friend. What about you? Unexpectedly, he gave the answer, treasure hunting. Making Yvonne excitedly continue, I know how to play that too. I've played it before, but you don't need to find treasure. You can stay here with me. The two sat and talked together until sunset. Yvonne screamed in a panic, oh no, I forgot the time. I have to go now. She was starting to feel worried in her heart, what should I do? I didn't think I'd hide for so long. But her new friend took her hand regretfully. Then can I ask? If we can meet again later? Yvonne immediately affirmed, of course. Then I promise. We will meet again. His eyes didn't leave her. Until Yvonne waved goodbye, okay, see you later. He also reflexively returned the greeting with a hasty wave. Secretly acknowledging in his heart, she's really pretty. Unexpectedly, a moment later, the young man smiled wickedly. What do you think? Is he cute? It turned out that the person Yvonne had just met was the first prince. He continued to carry out his barbaric actions. After killing a spy, the image of Yvonne always appeared in his head. Her beauty is no different from a doll. It's the first time I've seen it. Her promise before leaving, let's meet again next time, made the first prince constantly look forward to it. At the same time, his subordinate appeared to report, Your Highness, as you said, your subordinate has found the secret agents who infiltrated your palace. Your subordinate believes they were sent by the queen's side, making the first prince feel even more resentful and order, send them and these people to the queen's palace for me. But his subordinate hurriedly reported, the thing is, the queen is a bit chaotic right now. Because she can't find the prince's guest. The first prince unconsciously smiled gently. Then suddenly announced, Lyndon. It seems like I've fallen in love. Meanwhile, at the queen's palace, Ernest was sobbing, Yvonne, where did you run off to? Suddenly I couldn't find you anywhere. I thought I did something wrong to you. She quickly reassured the second prince, sorry, I fell asleep in the tree. She nodded in agreement in her heart, Ernest is just like a child. But the young man she just met was quite mature. The regret is that she still doesn't know his name. Her absent-minded expression while enjoying dinner made the other family members constantly pay attention. They started whispering, what's wrong with Yvonne? It's strange. She went to the palace and came back with her soul flying away. A moment later, she suddenly announced, I'm done eating. I'll go first. Yvonne went straight towards the front door, making the adults in the house feel very confused. She took a few steps and stopped, with the thought, my head is full of memories of that day. The golden pupils, shining under the sunlight. The gentle voice kept echoing in her ears. Then she looked towards the window frame, where an old tree was looming. A feeling of agitation appeared in Yvonne's mind. What's wrong with me? Just thinking about him makes my heart beat out of rhythm. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled her, Yvonne. She hurriedly replied, Aunt. Yvonne's stepmother, Grancy, probed, going to practice swords again? When she received her confirmation, yes, she explained, practicing swords is just a waste of time. It would be better to focus on dressing and domestic skills. It's useless for a daughter to learn swords. It's better to go find the second prince. Yvonne asked, what do you mean by useless? Cernicia has always been proud of being a family of swordsmanship, the sharp blade of the Albrecht Empire. As a descendant of the Cernicia family, everyone has the right to swordplay, regardless of gender. As a member of the Cernicia family, no one can stop me from progressing on the path of swordsmanship. Grancy sighed helplessly. Then she turned her back and complained, it's impossible to talk to the Cernicia family. But looking at your decisive answer, I guess nothing serious happened, right? That sentence made Yvonne stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Grancy and couldn't help but think, oh, she's worried about me, so she deliberately followed me. Although she's not bad-tempered, she's always nagging. She didn't know that she was still struggling with the thought, saying that, but as a lady, if you want to become a princess. Then Grancy emphasized again, in short. In my opinion, something happened while you were visiting the palace, right? Could it be something related to the second prince? That sentence startled Yvonne even more, what? No, nothing happened. Just that I was resting and stuff. She smiled meaningfully upon hearing that. Then she deliberately teased, so nothing happened? making Yvonne speechless because she didn't know how to answer. The next day, Yvonne went to the palace as usual. She tried to hold her hands tightly to restrain her anger. I've been tricked. Yvonne remembered Grancy's words, how about you stay in the palace to relax? You can also be close to the second prince. She couldn't help but feel resentful. As expected, she's not happy about me learning swordsmanship. But what did she say that made the servants so excited? I'm so worried. And thinking about it, how can I meet him again? Then she took the initiative to speak, right, Ernest? Have you ever seen a boy about this tall, with golden pupils and chestnut brown hair? He also started to concentrate and ponder, let me think. But then Ernest remained silent, causing Yvonne to reassure herself, that's right, how can he remember if a servant works in the palace? At the same time, the servant came to announce, Prince. It's time for your class. Ernest was disappointed upon hearing the announcement, what? I have to go to school already? Yvonne saw his hesitation and tried to urge him, go to school. I'll take a walk around here. But Ernest seemed very worried, what if you disappear like last time? It's not safe to walk alone at all. She confidently affirmed at this time, how can it be dangerous inside the palace? To be more at ease, Ernest hurriedly made a suggestion, then promise me. Never go near the first prince's palace. Yvonne immediately nodded in agreement, I know. But she forgot that this place is the palace. Actually, the prince is also in this place. Under the hot weather of summer. With Ernest's instructions, the 3 servants of his were always closely following Yvonne, making her feel very difficult. It's just a walk, is it necessary to do this? It's so uncomfortable, I want to go back to the mansion quickly. I don't think I can meet him again. At the same time, a scream suddenly rang out, Miss. She rushed straight towards the sound. Then shouted in panic, hey! Wake up! The young man opened his eyes and looked at her hopefully. Then quickly took Yvonne's hand, making her feel very surprised. Then he quickly hugged Yvonne, hello, we meet again. She was stunned for a long time. Then she kept struggling because she felt extremely embarrassed. What's wrong with me? My heart is fluttering. Then she took the initiative to respond with an apologetic attitude, sorry, does it hurt a lot? He replied to her with a gentle smile, it's okay, I'm just feeling sick. Are you still well? Yvonne started to regain her confidence with an eager saying, what's with the greetings at this time, it's not important. She looked around and secretly realized, his complexion is too bad. Paying close attention, I can see that he's shivering all over. Is it because he's not well that he fainted? While he was trying to explain, I'm okay. Yvonne took the hand of the guy she just met for the second time. Along with a surprised suggestion, come to the Queen's palace with me. In her heart, she kept hoping, if I ask Ernest to call a doctor, he can be cured. Unexpectedly, he refused, I don't want to. I don't like going to the Queen's palace. Yvonne realized that he was trembling. Then he surprisingly suggested, let's go to the first prince's palace. Making Yvonne's face turn pale upon hearing that. Then she quickly remembered the reminders of her loved ones, understand, Yvonne, when you go to the palace, remember to be careful not to run into Prince Theodore. Plus Ernest's worried words, promise me. Never go near the first prince's palace. But seeing the pleading eyes of her new friend, can't I? Yvonne hurriedly nodded in agreement, yes. If going there makes you comfortable, then let's go. At the same time, his eyes suddenly changed color. When he heard the call of the servants, Miss Yvonne. They recognized the person standing next to her, and their faces turned pale. A mumbling voice was unclear, Miss, this one. But Yvonne innocently suggested, everyone came at the right time. I want to take this boy to the first prince's palace, and tell Ernest for me, so he won't worry about not seeing me. The maids were about to advise, but they received Theodore's glare. The cruel look at that time had made the maid tremble in fear. After arriving at the Grand Duke's palace, Yvonne kept asking, are you all right? Where is your room? She glanced around, wondering, that's strange. From the outside, it looks no different from other palaces, but why is there not a single person in this vast palace? Out of curiosity, she asked, you're working at the Grand Duke's palace? Have you ever seen the Grand Duke? Faced with Theodore's inquiry, why do you ask that? She quickly explained, oh, it's nothing, I was just curious. Because the Grand Duke is a dangerous person, everyone says to be careful. Everyone fears that black hair will bring bad luck. If the rumors are true, and you have to work here, I will secretly ask some people to transfer you to another palace. You fainted, was it because the Grand Duke ordered you to? Theodore tried to get the truth, no, your highness isn't as bad as you think. That action made Anova widen her eyes in surprise. Really? Then that's a relief. Indeed, the rumors are just rumors. Maybe the Grand Duke isn't as bad as I thought. Right, can you tell me your name? We still don't know each other's names. Theodore was still hesitant to answer. I quickly saw Ernest's appearance. He panicked and called out, Yvonne. She innocently approached and asked, Ernest, why are you here? Ernest's attitude was still very tense. Give Yvonne back to me, please. Brother Theodore, hearing that name, she was stunned for a moment. Then quickly looked towards the Grand Duke, wanting to confirm once more. What? Are you really His Highness the Grand Duke? Theodore replied with a disappointed tone, is that so important? Making Anova confused and speechless. After a long silence, Theodore nodded in confirmation, yes. I am Theodore, Theodore Leone Albrecht. Yvonne quickly confirmed, hair as black as the night sky. He really is the Grand Duke? Theodore then called out, Yvonne, causing her to be stunned for a moment. He stared intently at her. Then asked with a disappointed tone, are you afraid of me too? Theodore's hand tried to reach towards her, while continuing to call out, Yvonne. Ernest didn't let them talk any further and rushed in between to stop them, no. Then quickly grabbed her hand, intending to pull her away. But Anova struggled nonstop. Wait, Ernest. Her eyes were still fixed on the back, where Theodore was standing blankly, watching her. At this moment, he was still immersed in remorse. That's why I wanted to hide it. That brat is too troublesome. After returning to her palace, Ernest kept asking, are you sure nothing happened? Making Yvonne hurriedly explain, really, I've said it so many times, I only helped because the Grand Duke wasn't feeling well. Even so, he still expressed doubt. Really? Could Brother Theodore have secretly threatened you? Feeling too tired of these questions, she replied with a grumpy attitude, no. I said no. Look at me. Do you see any injuries on me? I said, nothing happened, understand? Ernest could only reluctantly reply, I understand. The conversation between the two was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. It was the butler coming to inform, Your Highness, it's late. It's not appropriate to be in a lady's room at this hour. Please return to your room. Ernest had no choice but to quickly say goodbye. Good night, Yvonne. She replied with a urging, then leave, go quickly. The red candle was also taken away by the butler. Before leaving, he politely said, Lady Yvonne, I'm glad you returned safely. Then have a good dream. After being left alone, Yvonne wondered, what's wrong with everyone? Acting like I was kidnapped by a demon. Nothing happened to me. She looked at the night sky, continuing to observe. Why does everyone think so badly of the Grand Duke? From what I saw and felt, he has a warm smile. The image of Theodore standing alone, watching, made her feel extremely uneasy. Then she blurted out, I want to meet him again, not knowing that at this moment, Theodore was also looking at the moon with a thoughtful expression. He sadly called out her name, Yvonne. A few days later, she read a book and took the initiative to speak. Hey Ernest. What have you been doing all this time? He wore a strange expression and deliberately acted mysterious. I'm on a mission that I can't reveal. This made her even more curious and asked, a new game mission? That question made Ernest feel uncomfortable and grumpy. What game? Then patiently explained, you don't know when or where my brother will appear, so I'm protecting you. Unexpectedly, that offer was directly rejected by her. No need. Isn't now the time for studying? Is it okay for you to play like this? Ernest quickly announced, it's okay, we can rest today. Outwardly, Yvonne agreed, okay, but in her heart, she thought, you lazy bum. I don't know, you're on your own. Seeing her anxious appearance, Ernest hurriedly asked, but what have you been looking for? He immediately received an answer from her, do you know about the book about the history of the royal palace? About 10 years ago? He looked around for a while and was able to give an answer, the closest one is in this corner. Making Yvonne unable to avoid feeling happy, found it. But he continued to wonder, why are you suddenly trusting this book? Not knowing that in her heart, she really wanted to know, is it written in here? As the Grand Duke, there must be a reason why he's forbidden from being around the royal palace. Then she gave a perfunctory answer, I'm just curious. Hearing these words, Ernest smiled contentedly. Because in his heart, the thought appeared, no need to say anything more. Surely at that time Yvonne fell in love with me. She suddenly wants to learn about the history of the royal palace. She must be preparing for the position of crown princess. Then Ernest grabbed her hand with reassurance. Yvonne, don't worry. I will become a good emperor, no, a good husband to you. That bold declaration made her widen her eyes in surprise, and deliberately emphasized, husband? Whose husband? What the hell are you talking about? You said you and I are getting married? I haven't heard about this. While Ernest was looking surprised, why are you? Yvonne? Then she interrupted him, why what? You only marry someone you love, right? Then she deliberately left, ignoring Ernest's pleas, that, Yvonne. Yvonne, wait. After trying to chase after her. He looked around, feeling confused, where did she go? Not knowing that she was hiding outside a large tree, hearing Theodore's voice, it's me, Yvonne. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist, so I came here to see you. Ernest was still trying to find her in the library. With a very worried and panicked attitude. He kept shouting, Yvonne, come out, I give up. Where did you go again? At the same time, a mysterious voice appeared in the room, Your Highness. Making Ernest immediately turn around. Seeing his teacher smiling, so you're here. I've been looking for you, Your Highness. Come on, we have a lot to learn today. Since you're learning late, you have to focus. Ernest was dragged away with a desperate cry, Yvonne, help me. At this moment, Theodore breathed a sigh of relief, they're gone, right? Then quickly received an answer from her, I think so. The turn almost made their lips touch. Causing them to quickly separate out of embarrassment, sorry, no, I should be the one apologizing. Then Yvonne softly added, I'm sorry. Do you feel uncomfortable being around me now? Theodore also expressed his regret, I'm sorry, I didn't intentionally hide it from you. You know, wherever you go, you hear about the unlucky black hair. If my identity is revealed, everyone will leave me. I couldn't say it because I was afraid you would leave me too. After a long silence. Her body suddenly had strange reactions, causing Theodore to anxiously ask, Yvonne? Then she hurriedly reminded, I'm sorry, but let's not use honorifics with each other. Making him nod in confirmation as soon as he heard it, okay. Yvonne's next words made him even more surprised, I don't believe in such rumors. The Grand Duke that I see is nothing like the rumors. Even so, but to be honest, I'm a little uncomfortable. Because I'm talking bad about the person standing in front of me. I'm sorry. So, can we make up? After a moment of silence due to being touched, Theodore boldly spoke up, okay. Because for him, from the moment he was born until now, he had never felt this happy. Yvonne, the first time I met you, my world changed. After returning to Ernest's palace. Her mood had also improved a lot. And put on a new outfit with the words, how does it look? Ernest unhesitatingly confirmed, it looks great. Seeing her nervous appearance, as expected, the jewelry from earlier goes better with this outfit. Ernest deliberately wondered, where have you been going that you dress up so nicely every day? You always miss my learning time. Although she felt a little guilty, she calmly gave a reason, I'm just bored being alone in the royal palace. Oh, it's time. Then I'll take a walk. Study hard, Ernest. After that day. She promised Theodore. From now on, every afternoon at 2 o'clock, let's meet here. At this moment, Theodore was clinging to a tree branch. After confirming it was safe, he reached out and called, come here, Yvonne. She looked at him intently, expressing surprise, why are you here earlier than me today? I thought I would be here first. Theodore quickly gave an answer, no, I just arrived. You look very beautiful today too. Among the people I've met, you are the most beautiful. During the times in the royal palace, Yvonne felt very bored. But every day at the time to meet and talk with Theodore, she felt very happy and felt that time passed faster than usual. After a while of talking, she curiously asked, thinking about it, how did you change your hair color? Then suddenly received an answer from the other side, I used magic. My father didn't like it, so I asked Ferdinand to use magic. This information made Yvonne feel surprised in her heart, there are many things I want to ask, but, when I see that calm and lonely expression, I can't ask. Then she boldly gave her opinion, but I like it. It's like the night sky. Unexpectedly, Theodore deliberately repeated, but before, you said it was bad luck. Causing Yvonne to be confused for a long time, that's what I thought before I saw it. Now that I see it, I have a different thought. Theodore attentively observed her gestures, quickly realizing, Yvonne, your hand. Causing her to hurriedly explain, they look different from the ladies of noble families. Because I practice swordsmanship a lot, my hands have a lot of calluses, they look very ugly, right? Seeing him silent and not answering, she held her breath and waited. Unexpectedly, Theodore placed a gentle kiss on that ugly hand. Isn't that proof of your efforts for your family? How can it be ugly? But then he secretly realized, this scar is a sign of someone who possesses a powerful sword aura, but only knights from the Cernisha family have this ability. Theodore's thoughts were interrupted by Yvonne's question, is it okay with you? Do you want to listen? She was silent for a moment. Then began to tell about her past. Yvonne tells the story of her life. In the past, not so long ago, there was a noble man who missed his late wife. Every day, he wallowed in alcohol, gnawing at the memories of his wife. So he mistook a peasant woman for his wife and spent a night with her. That moment of mistake gave birth to a life. And that child was me. When I was little, my family was very poor. Every day, Yvonne's mother wiped her face with tears. Are you okay, Mom? Drink slowly. My sick mother, my only family, cried almost every day. I felt very sad when my mother was sick, but I didn't know what else to do. Then, one day, gangsters came to collect money. When are you going to pay the money? I'm sorry, when I get better, I will. They shouted, if you can't pay, hand over your daughter. Yvonne was very scared. Mom. The female lead grabbed the fork on the table. Charged towards the leader, you can't hurt my mother. The fork flew like lightning, cutting a line on his face and sticking deep into the wall. His face was drained of blood, mumbling, is this, sword aura? The younger gangsters tucked their tails and ran away from there. The mother was also very surprised by her daughter's strength. Eve, you. Yvonne also looked at her hands in shock. Mom. The mother seized the opportunity, bringing her daughter to the Cernisha palace. Meeting the emperor and explaining, she is really Oswald's child. I witnessed her using sword aura with my own eyes. Oswald didn't accept the truth and shouted, what the hell are you talking about? At that time, Mr. Gunther was also present, so he confirmed. He walked towards his granddaughter. Observing carefully. Then confirmed, that's right. She is a member of the Cernisha family. The mother didn't care about that. Now she only cared about the reward. So, where's the money? Mr. Gunther had prepared it in the next room. With that money, she would soon be comfortable for a while. So Yvonne's mother left without saying goodbye. Hugging the money, leaving Yvonne behind alone. Mr. Gunther gently comforted the female lead, from now on, we are your new family. Yvonne Cernisha. Later, this would be my child's name. I am your grandfather, just call me Grandpa Gunther, okay? That's how I went from being Eve at the end of the alley, to becoming Yvonne Cernisha. My life was like turning a new page. Suddenly I had a big family. As a member of the Cernisha family, I learned swordsmanship. And etiquette. More importantly, I felt the warmth of family. However, every day that passed, my body received more and more wounds. On the days my father thought about his deceased wife, he always wanted to deny my existence. And you know what, they say that scars caused by sword energy can only be healed with holy water. Seeing Theodore not react, Yvonne's expression became a little stiff. Is the story too gloomy? But don't worry, thankfully Grandpa Gunther immediately realized what was happening. He scolded his stupid son, not only do you not care for the vulnerable, but you also use violence against your own child, you are a disgrace to Cernisha. Get out of my sight, first go and chase your father away, that's what he said. Yvonne told her story as if to comfort Theodore, so. You don't need to be sad for me anymore. Yvonne reached out towards Theodore. Then hugged him tightly, like an idiot. She smiled and pretended that her situation was nothing, while acting as if her story caused him more pain. The black-haired prince with the not-so-good rumors, but behind it all was just a child abandoned in the palace. After his birth mother, Queen Hermelinda, passed away. Is it because we are similar? Theodore also hugged Yvonne tightly. Thinking about Theodore, finding myself became even more painful. So the female lead didn't want her friend to be sad forever. Theodore, would you like to come play in Cernisha? Although everyone there is a bit noisy, Grandpa Gunther, Grandma Grancy, and my siblings are all kind people. I want to introduce you to everyone. Theodore happily agreed to this invitation. All right. You must invite me, Yvonne. While the two children were talking, there was someone watching on a higher branch. He disappeared in a flash. Yvonne, after talking with Theodore, was hurriedly running back. I'm late again today. Being with Theodore makes me lose track of time. At this moment, the girl noticed someone in front. It was Her Majesty the Queen. She was standing in front of the door waiting for the female lead. Yvonne was embarrassed. I should have greeted you first. Margarita smiled kindly. She is Ernest's mother and the current queen. Yvonne wondered, why are you here? She put on a worried look. Oh dear, I heard Ernest say that Miss comes home late every day. I'm very worried about you coming home so late. Please pay attention. Yvonne gave a forced smile. Yes, I'm sorry, but the girl was very annoyed at that blonde kid, that tattletale. At this time, Margarita added. Miss should remember her position. Yvonne was confused, not understanding what she was referring to. Excuse me? But Margarita had already turned her back. All right then, I'm leaving. See you later, Miss Yvonne Cernisha. After that reprimand, Margarita walked along the corridor. She was still obsessed with the throne. Even though she is a Cernisha, she is just an illegitimate child. You can deceive anyone but you can't fool me. If Cernisha stands on the side of that annoying Grand Prince. At that moment, Margarita opened the door to the room and saw corpses scattered on the ground. Theodore had just finished taking down another one, his face still calm. You're finally showing up. Margarita began to tremble with fear. Grand Prince, what's happening? He stepped on the corpse, saying loudly, this. I just saw an annoying little rat. It turned out that Theodore had also seen the guy secretly following him. His eyes at that moment looked like he wanted to kill him on the spot. Margarita still acted clueless. What are you talking about, Your Highness? Stop it. Theodore couldn't stand her fake face. Stop acting like that. No matter how many assassins you send, it's useless. Even an adult like Margarita was afraid of Theodore. What are you planning to do? Theodore casually sat down on a chair, replying to her, simple, this is a declaration of war. I have found what I want. Outside the corridor, Yvonne was chasing Ernest, who was running for his life. Can't you keep a secret, you tattletale? Ernest could only run in vain. I really didn't. Margarita was worried about her son's safety, so she didn't dare to resist Theodore. He still sat there, but his face was more cruel, informing her, the throne is mine. Ernest was alone when he was attacked by assassins. The walls were full of scratch marks from sword slashes. Ernest could only cry. The assassin from earlier was lying on the ground. Next to him was a broken tree. It turned out that Yvonne had saved Ernest's life. The girl was scared but still protected her friend. Why are these people appearing in the palace? When everything was over, the guards finally ran over. Prince, are you all right? Ernest quickly ran into the arms of the butler. He asked Yvonne, Miss Yvonne, are you hurt anywhere? Fortunately, the female lead was also fine. The butler, seeing that there was no danger, wanted to take Yvonne to another place. Come on, miss, let's go this way. I'll take you to a safe place. Yvonne suddenly felt hesitant. The girl was worried about her black-haired friend. Is he still safe? I want to go see him. Yvonne remembered Margarita's reminder. Miss should remember her position. But then Theodore's bright face appeared in her mind. Okay, you must send me an invitation, Yvonne. So, the female lead made a decision. She said to the butler, sorry. I have something I need to check. The butler and Ernest wanted to stop her, but the female lead ran quickly. Ernest, in the butler's arms, was very worried about his close friend's safety. Yvonne ran while anxiously fearing, Theodore, you must be safe, please. Yvonne was so disoriented that she closed her eyes tightly. At this moment, behind the girl, another assassin appeared. He had raised his weapon, preparing to strike. Yvonne also sensed the danger, turning back. But the assassin didn't have time to strike. Behind him, a figure appeared. Theodore had appeared just in time to save the girl. Seeing her friend, Yvonne finally felt relieved. Theodore coldly looked at the assassin. Yvonne hurriedly ran to Theodore's side, asking, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? There are many strange people appearing in the palace right now. But then the female lead suddenly noticed. Theodore's hands were covered in blood. The blood was even on her hands. Theodore then replied, I'm fine, it's not my blood. Looking at the blood on his hands, Yvonne recalled the rumors. At the Grand Prince's palace, bodies are cleaned up every day. There is never a day without the smell of blood and screams. Using living people as entertainment, and taking the blood of sacred beasts to bathe. Thinking of that, Yvonne felt confused. Why am I thinking of these rumors now? Seeing the female lead motionless, Theodore spoke. Yvonne. Being called by her name startled Yvonne. Theodore clenched his fist, not wanting the blood to scare Yvonne. Are you scared? Yvonne hesitated. But then she smiled gently. No, I'm not. Theodore's facial muscles relaxed because of that. The boy moved closer to the female lead. Then suddenly hugged Yvonne. I'm sorry, Yvonne, I'm afraid I can't visit your mansion for a while. But I promise, one day I will definitely come to pick you up. Wait for me. That sentence seemed to plant a hope in the female lead's heart. Theodore took the female lead's hand. Then gently placed a kiss on it. Time gradually passed. It had been a few months since the incident at the palace. The matter had been resolved and Yvonne had returned to the mansion, and it was currently winter. The female lead didn't remember that day very well. But the day Yvonne met Theodore, she had fallen asleep without realizing it. When she woke up, the female lead had already returned to the Cernisha mansion. She sent a letter to Theodore asking about what had happened but, in the end, still didn't receive any reply from him. After that, the atmosphere in the mansion became heavy. Yvonne saw that Grandpa Gunther seemed to be facing something very difficult. Damn it, our family, why in the end? Cernisha Castle suddenly burst into flames on a fateful night. In the deadly flames, Yvonne's voice cried out, "Brother Richard! Let me down, I will also fight." The blood on Richard's body flowed like a shower. Even though his body was pierced by several arrows, he still used his body to shield Yvonne. The female lead was powerless, crying in her brother's arms, "Please." Richard then shouted loudly to shake the girl's spirit, "Yvonne Cernisha." The female lead was startled by her brother's loud voice. Richard couldn't hold on any longer, his legs had no strength left. Richard knelt on one knee, telling Yvonne, "Run. Brother, grandfather, and the others can't anymore. Even if you have to go to the ends of the earth, you must run. And then, when the time comes, clear the Cernisha family of its false accusations. You are the only hope of the family. Please, Yvonne." Richard's figure faded in the flames. "Brother Richard," Yvonne's desperate shout broke the quiet atmosphere. The young miss from that day had grown up, her long platinum hair had also been cut short. Yvonne's room was also not intact, the window had been cracked. Yvonne sat up to calm herself. The dream from earlier haunted Yvonne every day to the point that she had to curse under her breath, "Damn it. 10 years ago, the person who saved me from the sea of fire that engulfed Cernisha was none other than the second Prince Ernest. On the night of the fire, Ernest was standing outside the door waiting for the female lead, but the ruthlessness of the fire caused Yvonne to push Ernest away. The guard spoke up to calm the female lead. "Please calm down, Miss Yvonne." Ernest knew Yvonne had suffered a great shock. Yvonne hung her head, crying silently, "Brother Richard, he's dead, grandfather and the sisters too. Everyone." Ernest didn't know how to comfort her, only hugged his friend and kept apologizing. "I promised my mother to only save you. From now on, I will protect you." That's how Yvonne was handed over to the Ernest's mother's family, the Ferdinands. The first person to meet Yvonne was Rudolph, Ernest's mother's brother. He spoke to Yvonne in a not-so-friendly tone. "You're the girl that Mari mentioned? The youngest swordsman of Albrecht and the only survivor of the Cernisha family. Abandon the name Cernisha. From now on, you are a commoner orphan who caught my eye and became a knight apprentice. You should remember who your life belongs to." When Rudolph grabbed Yvonne's hand and pulled her, he felt something, the holy power of Liabranti. He didn't believe it. "No, it can't be. Since the death of the previous head of the Liabranti family, no one has been able to use holy power anymore. I will cast a dark curse on you. Anyone who recognizes you, calls your real name, that person will meet a tragic death." From that day on, Yvonne's days of living in hell began, and she has lived until now with a fake name, Eve Rowlin. Katarina's piercing scream echoed in the hallway. She wanted to cause trouble with Yvonne again. Her style is so arrogant, and she speaks so rudely. "Are you pretending to be deaf?" Yvonne was timid. "No, I really didn't hear." Katarina pointed at the female lead's face. "Now you're making up excuses." Katarina Ferdinand is the daughter of a subsidiary family of the great Ferdinand family. Adopted by the Ferdinand family to arrange a marriage with the future emperor. Going back to the time when Ferdinand just accepted Yvonne as a swordmaster apprentice, Katarina asked Rudolph, "Patriarch, you said you would give me a gift to celebrate my becoming a Ferdinand. Right?" "That's right. Is there something you like?" "Yes, I want that child." Katarina pointed towards Yvonne standing in the crowd. "The woman who made my life even more miserable." Back to reality, Katarina slapped the female lead straight in the face. "I don't like you at all. That kind of behavior that shows off that you are a noble, and the eyes that despise me as an inferior from a subsidiary family. But you are just a slave with the title of knight apprentice. Well, I should have dealt with you immediately to feel better. But as the future queen, I should also show compassion, so that someone knows her place." From beginning to end, Yvonne didn't say anything, only silently endured. At this time, a loud voice called out, "Katarina Ferdinand." Benjamin walked over from afar, his face full of anger. "What are you doing, miss?" Benjamin is the current head of Ferdinand, Rudolph's son. She didn't know she was wrong and said casually, "I'm just teaching her a lesson." Benjamin coldly asked, What authority do you have, miss? Katarina confidently folded her arms and replied, Patriarch Rudolph gave Eve to me as a gift. What I do with her has nothing to do with you, right? If you pay the promised price, I won't touch Eve. The ambiguous conversation between the two made Yvonne confused. Benjamin then also lowered his voice, announcing, according to the visit schedule, Emperor Theodore will arrive early today. How long has it been since Yvonne heard that name? The female lead muttered the name in silence. Katarina was happier when she heard this. Everything is clear now. I will also try my best so that you can pay the price for today. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. After Katarina left, Benjamin looked at Yvonne with heartache. Eve, the wound on your face. Let me see. Benjamin reached out. But Yvonne's expression caught his attention. Her cheeks were inexplicably flushed. Yvonne was lost in her own thoughts. One day I will definitely come to pick you up. Theodore, he's coming. Benjamin took Yvonne back to her room to help her treat the wound. Okay. Fortunately, it didn't leave a scar. I'll bring you medicine, remember to apply it regularly. Yvonne didn't care about the wound. What the female lead wanted to know was the story from earlier. Benjamin. What did you trade with Katarina? Benjamin hesitated at the sudden question. Yvonne continued, if you did that for me. Then I'm grateful enough now. So, Yvonne said, her hands trembling. Benjamin excitedly held her shoulders. Eve. Yvonne looked very pitiful, making Benjamin unable to restrain himself from hugging the female lead. Just rest assured and don't worry about anything, just be patient, I will save you from Katarina. Yvonne didn't say anything when she heard that. Benjamin looked at the person in his arms with heartache. At that time, tell me your real name, Eve. Benjamin met Yvonne 10 years ago, on a cold winter day. While strolling, Benjamin noticed something. He searched for the source of the bloody smell. Then found someone sitting huddled in a corner. Benjamin wondered if the blood smell came from this child. Yvonne's cloak slipped off, revealing her white hair, the child with snow-white hair like the first snow, in contrast to the strong bloody scent. A fateful meeting, Benjamin walked towards the girl and started a conversation. This place is not for kids like you. Go home quickly. Hearing home, Yvonne's tears began to flow nonstop. The female lead burst into tears. Grandfather, brother. Benjamin was confused, he didn't know how to act. I didn't mean to make you cry. Benjamin lightly touched Yvonne. My name is Benjamin, what's yours? Yvonne hesitated, the name uttered with a choked, labored tone, Eve Rowland. Even though Benjamin knew it was a lie, his heart fluttered even more. I learned the truth about her one night not long after. Benjamin overheard Ernest's mother and his father talking to each other, almost breaking the teacup. Thankfully, the teacup was saved thanks to early detection, and it put the emperor in such a state, which is good for us. Furthermore, we need to get the illegitimate child of Cernicia. If we use that child as a sacrifice. Benjamin eavesdropped outside, wondering, isn't Cernicia the family that was burned down not long ago? Losing their home and family, an orphan with nowhere to turn. For the first time, I acted for someone. Preparing food for her, applying medicine to her wounds. Singing lullabies to prevent nightmares, and holding her hand, it must be love. I found and punished the apprentice knights who had tormented Eve. Killed Queen Margarita, who saw her as a sacrifice. And finally, murdered my father. I succeeded to the Ferdinand family. Although Theodore becoming emperor was not in the plan, it doesn't matter. Everything is for my Eve. Benjamin loved Yvonne so much that he became a devil, resorting to any means to avenge the female lead. As Katarina was being led outside by a servant, Benjamin arrived. He roared, everyone out. Katarina wasn't scared at all. What are you doing here? Benjamin said coldly, you heard Eve. She smiled lightly while fixing her hair, no need to thank me. Thanks to me, you have an excuse to heal Eve. The head of the Ferdinand family wants Eve, right? I'll offer her to you if I become empress. Isn't that our promise? Benjamin was speechless at Katarina's words. On the other side, the female lead aimlessly walked to a special place. I'm back here again. On days when my mind is troubled, I unconsciously find myself here. Yvonne remembered Theodore. Come here, Yvonne. As if hearing that echoing cry, the female lead also climbed up high. Sitting in the place where she used to sit with Theodore. The wind gently blew, fluttering Yvonne's hair. She suddenly felt a pang. Does Theodore still remember me? Even if he does, there's nothing I can do. If anyone finds out my identity and calls my real name, they will suffer an unjust death. As long as this curse exists, I can't reveal my name myself, nor can I reveal my identity. I don't want to see anyone die again. But even so, when I see you, greed arises in my heart. At this moment, another person appeared below. Looking at that black hair, it was easy to recognize Theodore. He unconsciously smiled when he saw the female lead. It's destiny, the branch Yvonne was sitting on broke. The female lead's entire body fell. But then Yvonne was caught in Theodore's arms. Yvonne looked up, stunned. When she saw that person. Will you call my real name? While Theodore was with the beauty, the guards were splitting up to look for him. Your Majesty, where are you? Lyndon was extremely worried about his master. Where did he go? Theodore, Your Majesty. In another corner, Yvonne was nestled in Theodore's arms. The female lead stared at him blankly, unblinking. Theodore. Theodore responded to Yvonne's gaze with his handsome face. The female lead's face turned from white to red like a tomato. She confirmed firmly, definitely, this is the Theodore I know. With that thought, Yvonne unconsciously reached out and touched his cheek. Theodore was mesmerized, preparing to say Yvonne's real name. Yvonne was startled, she remembered the deadly curse. No. The female lead covered his mouth with her hand. Yvonne's quick reaction caused a shock. She fell, lying on top of Theodore, but that didn't matter now. To activate Rudolph's spell, 2 conditions must be met. Yvonne's face was extremely tense at this moment. 1. The other person must recognize me as Yvonne Cernisha. 2. The other person must shout my real name, Yvonne Cernisha. Even if they recognize me, if they don't call my name, the spell won't activate. Taking advantage of this moment, strike and escape. Theodore was still before Yvonne's actions. Then suddenly he grabbed both of her hands. Turning over, he shifted and lay on top of the female lead, truly a brave knight. I'm very impressed with you, what's your name? Yvonne was a little disappointed when she heard the question, don't you remember me? Theodore released Yvonne's hands. She also sat up on her own, comforting herself. In Theo's eyes, I'm currently a man, how could he recognize me? Yvonne knelt on one knee on the ground, posing like a swordsman. Please forgive me. My name is Yves Rowland. The female lead's expression was a little stiff. Luckily he didn't recognize me. I have to continue. Theodore propped his chin, smiling lightly as he looked at the person in front of him. Yves, huh? Yvonne continued, Your Majesty, I apologize for not recognizing Your Majesty and for my rude behavior. Theodore still calmly looked at the person in front of him. How did you know I am Emperor Theodore? How could Yvonne not recognize him? But she made up another reason. I saw the royal crest on your brooch and knew right away. And, according to rumors, Emperor Theodore has incredibly beautiful jet black hair. Theodore was pleased by her praise. That's right. Well then, I have a favor to ask of Yves. I want to see the places you've been to. Can you take me? Yvonne was stunned by the offer. Why, the places I've been to? Theodore maintained that cheerful attitude, pressing her. If you take me, I'll overlook the fact that you attacked the emperor. What he was talking about was when Yvonne wanted to cover his mouth and pushed him to the ground. Yvonne was speechless at this ridiculous reason. What's the answer? Theodore waited for the beauty's reply. Yvonne had no other choice but to compromise. I understand, Your Majesty. Yvonne took the emperor to visit. This is the training area. Strange, everyone should be training at this time. The empty field made the female lead confused. Why isn't anyone here? The answer is they're all going to welcome the emperor. Yvonne turned to Theodore and said, Well then, shall I take you to their living quarters next? After turning her back, Yvonne secretly glanced at Theodore again, but Theodore is getting more and more handsome. Seeing her looking at him, Theodore asked, What's wrong? Yvonne immediately straightened up. Oh no, I was just curious why you're doing this. Theodore bragged again. Patrolling is also an important task for the emperor, although not quite. He just wanted to know how the female lead lived. Yvonne remained clueless. Emperors have to do this kind of work too? She wasn't so sure. Theodore has become a good emperor, and Yvonne is just a knight trainee on the frontier. Being able to stand beside Theodore is already a miracle. We're here. Yvonne opened the door and stepped inside. This is where Eve is staying? Theodore looked around. Cramped, damp, how pathetic. Is this how Ferdinand treats you? Yvonne replied, For a knight trainee like me, this is already too preferential. Theodore was even more surprised to hear that, a knight trainee? That was also Benjamin's suggestion, and Yvonne didn't want to attract attention, so she didn't accept the knight title. I can't believe it, Theodore seemed angry. He pulled her hand. Removing Yvonne's white gloves, her hands were calloused inside. It seems that the knights of Ferdinand are blind to talent. Theodore kissed those fair hands, causing Yvonne to panic. Your Majesty. He maintained his posture, looking at the female lead with affectionate eyes. Yvonne was stunned by this action. Why suddenly? But she's pretending to be a man, but her heart is beating too fast. After that action, Theodore suddenly sighed. Thank goodness, nothing has changed. Yvonne didn't understand what Theodore meant. What did you just say? The question had barely been uttered when Yvonne fell asleep. Theodore quickly supported the female lead. As expected, she's still alive. Anger caused Theodore's hands to tremble. Holding his dream girl caused Theodore to shed hot tears uncontrollably. It's okay now, Yvonne. Those damned Ferdinands, I'll deal with them all. In the small room, rays of light streamed through the cracks in the door. Theodore worriedly carried Yvonne into the room and laid her down on the bed. Gently brushing Yvonne's hair and saying, I miss you, Yvonne. He kissed Yvonne's forehead and whispered, my treasure. Not a day has passed in the last 10 years that I haven't thought of you. When I heard that Cernicia had burned down and you disappeared, my heart almost stopped. He held Yvonne's hand tightly. 10 years is a long time. But I'm so happy to see you again. At this time Lyndon came to find Theodore, Your Majesty. So you're here. Everyone was very panicked when you suddenly disappeared. Theodore turned to look with murderous eyes and reminded Lyndon, lower your voice. Causing him to be frightened. And immediately apologized, I'm sorry. Seeing someone lying on the bed, Lyndon wondered, who is this boy? Judging by the outfit, he seems to be a knight trainee. Lyndon then informed Theodore of the main issue, Your Majesty, Miss Katarina is waiting for you. If you continue to delay, Theodore interrupted, no need. I've seen Yvonne. Yes, so this person is Cernicia. Theodore immediately reminded, be careful. The deadly curse is still there. The moment the truth is spoken, there will be no peace. Lyndon hesitated, so, the fall of Cernicia is related to Ferdinand. Theodore continued, but strangely. It was Queen Margarita and Rudolf Ferdinand who masterminded the downfall of Cernicia. Theodore began to analyze, then. Who exactly killed them? Moreover, the curse should have disappeared with Rudolf's death, but it still exists and hides Yvonne. He sighed and turned to look at Lyndon. Lyndon, this is an order. Lyndon replied, I hear, Your Majesty. Investigative Rowland, a knight trainee of Ferdinand. While unconscious, Theodore called Yvonne, but Yvonne, half awake and half dreaming, thought her loved ones were calling her. Eyes half closed, she sat up, it was a dream. A beautiful dream, and held Theodore tightly. Theodore called her again, Yvonne. Her eyes widened as she looked up at Theodore. Theodore leaned down and said sweet words, I've always wanted to see you again. At this moment, she panicked, startled awake. What kind of dream was that? This is my room, when did I fall asleep? No, more importantly. What was a dream and what was real? Yvonne pondered, could it be? Meeting Theo again was also a dream? She remembered the figure she saw earlier was Theodore. No, it was clearly Theo. Yvonne ran everywhere to find Theodore. Where did he go? Where are you, Theo? While looking for Theodore, she accidentally bumped into Benjamin, she exclaimed, ah. She squinted and saw Benjamin in front of her. Benjamin asked Yvonne, where have you been? I've been looking for you. Sorry, but I have urgent business. Benjamin stopped Yvonne, now is not the time to talk about that, Eve. Come with me, you better hide for a while. Yvonne didn't understand what Benjamin was saying, what are you suddenly talking about? Benjamin pulled Yvonne's hand, listen to me, Eve. She pushed Benjamin's hand away, just for a moment, Benjamin, I'll go check and come back right away. With that, Yvonne ran straight ahead. Suddenly, she stopped. Seeing in front of her everyone kneeling at Theodore's feet. Benjamin tried to chase after her to stop her, but it was too late. Yvonne stared at Theodore, the young tyrant of Albrecht. That I had heard rumors about for so long. And of course, I still thought it was just nonsense like always, but... Theodore turned and smiled, it's you, Eve. Hearing Theodore call her, she was confused. Theodore approached Yvonne, just in time. Rowland, do you want to come with me? I want to recruit you into the Royal Knight Squad. Yvonne hesitated, yes, are you talking to me? I have a good eye for talent, I believe you will become a good sword to protect me. Yvonne thought for a moment and said. But I am Ferdinand's person. Benjamin stepped forward and spoke, I'm sorry. But I'm afraid that won't be easy. Benjamin's words infuriated Theodore. Yvonne grabbed Benjamin's shirt from behind and whispered, Benjamin. Theodore laughed, regaining his composure. And said, I didn't expect it. Aren't you the new owner of Ferdinand? Hearing that, Benjamin clenched his fist and knelt down. Benjamin Ferdinand requests an audience with the great Albrecht. Glory to Albrecht. Your Majesty, Eve Rowland is a knight of Ferdinand, so even if you are His Majesty, you cannot take Eve away. Theodore asked Benjamin, wasn't he not knighted yet? Then, what's the problem? And I've already asked Rowland for permission. Benjamin turned to ask Yvonne, is that true, Eve? Yvonne denied it. You're joking too much, Your Majesty. Then let me issue a royal decree. Your Majesty, even with a royal decree, I cannot allow it as the owner of Ferdinand. So, all it takes is paying a worthy price, right? Suddenly Katarina appeared and said, if it's about that matter, then perhaps you should talk to me. Katarina of Ferdinand requests an audience with His Majesty the Great Albrecht, glory to Albrecht. Theodore coldly said, this is not a place for someone like you. Katarina replied, no, Your Majesty. Forgive me, but Eve is a gift that Lord Rudolph gave to me. So, as Eve's owner, you must pay the price to me. Theodore chuckled, I understand. Then do as you please. Katarina, getting ahead of herself, excitedly said, then. Grant me the position of queen. She had barely finished speaking when Theodore's sword slashed across her neck. Yvonne was terrified and trembled witnessing this scene. Blood splattered onto the floor. Katarina cried out and collapsed. She painfully clutched her wound. Theodore growled, the price of Eve is your life. Of course, with just your life, I'm afraid. It's far too cheap. This man, is he really going to do it, really wants to kill me? Katarina took out the paper and admitted her wrongdoings, begging for mercy. I will offer you Eve Rowland's master-servant contract. So please. Seeing the contract, Yvonne realized it was her master-servant contract. She has always carried it with her? What will become of me now? Will I become Theodore's slave? Yvonne was aghast when she saw it. Theodore tore the contract to shreds. Small pieces of paper fell. Yvonne was stunned. The shackles that always bound her. Now everything hindering her has disappeared. Theodore approached and said to Yvonne, I have no intention of taking you as a slave. I'll ask you again. Rowland, do you want to come with me? Yvonne smiled and called his name. And she took his hand, yes, I want to. Behind her, Benjamin tried to keep Yvonne from leaving. She turned to look at Benjamin. Benjamin tightly gripped Yvonne's wrist, don't go, Eve. I beg you. Yvonne shook off Benjamin's hand, I'm truly sorry, Benjamin. I want to go with His Majesty. Thank you for everything. During those hellish days, you were the only light, my only friend. A selfish night of parting. After walking a short distance, Theodore spoke, startling Yvonne, I'm glad that you chose me. Otherwise, I would have arrested you for treason against the royal family. Yvonne flusteredly explained, it was just an accident, I didn't expect His Majesty to be alone like that. I absolutely had no intention of harming Your Majesty. Suddenly, Theodore embraced Yvonne tightly. From the first time I met you, I was moved by you. So, may I call you by your name? 10 years have passed. Meeting you again with a different name, a different identity. Your arms and physique are more robust, making me feel unfamiliar, but the scent on your body hasn't changed at all. Yvonne was moved to tears, yes. In that moment, I felt like I was back in that day. After Yvonne left, Benjamin recalled the moment he held Yvonne back. Eve, don't go, Eve. But only received the heartbreaking reply, I'm truly sorry, Benjamin. I want to go with His Majesty. Thank you for everything. Regarding Katarina, a maid rushed to help her up, oh my, Lady Katarina, please wake up, quickly call a doctor. A servant reported to Benjamin, Master, Lady Katarina. At this moment, Benjamin's face was filled with murderous intent, frightening him. Must tear Leo Brandt to pieces. Walking on the road. Theodore moved closer, gently put his arm around Yvonne, and said, Eve, are you feeling uncomfortable? No, Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. Theodore smiled, just relax, you don't need to be so tense. Yvonne thought to herself, how can I? He's the one who must be inconvenienced the most. I haven't even been granted a title yet, am I allowed to ride in the carriage with His Majesty like this? Not seeing Yvonne say anything, Theodore asked, or are you afraid of me? Yvonne hurriedly replied, yes. There's no other way, I think that's the only way to get you out of that place. Yvonne recalled the scene of Theodore slitting Katarina's throat. Does he think I'm scared because of that? No, I'm not scared. On the contrary, I feel relieved. Thinking of the frustrations and oppression I had to endure in that place. Theodore gently placed his hand on Yvonne's cheek. Slowly peeled off the bandage on Yvonne's cheek. The wound has healed now. Don't worry, from now on I will protect you. Yvonne shyly said, "It is my duty to protect your majesty." Theodore looked at Yvonne with gentle eyes. "Is that so? Then, aren't you going to comfort me?" Yvonne hurriedly avoided his gaze. Your majesty." She felt Theodore's hand trembling. She looked down at Theodore's trembling hand. Theodore rested his head on her shoulder. How ridiculous, an emperor is afraid of blood. So, he was just pretending to be violent for my sake. Suddenly, something made Theodore stop trembling. Yvonne took Theodore's hand and said, if you don't mind." Theodore interrupted, "Having you by my side is a blessing." A few days later, upon arriving at the palace, everything proceeded quickly. Theodore announced to everyone, "I appoint Eve Rowland as my close knight." Because there were many things happening in the palace, the inauguration ceremony was slightly delayed. Yvonne officially became Theo's royal guard and joined his elite knight squad. It's been a long time since Yvonne held a sword. The atmosphere in the cavalry that Yvonne was worried about. Suddenly, 3 masked people appeared, making Yvonne a little scared. "Are you Eve Rowland?" All 3 said in unison, "Welcome our savior, not as bad as I thought." Yvonne also knew that some people were not very happy that a new recruit like her was chosen as a close guard. The terrifying 10 years before are gradually forgotten, every day passes peacefully, only one thing. "Standing like that all the time, aren't your legs tired, Eve?" Yvonne replied, "I'm fine, your majesty. I'm preoccupied with something." Theodore pulled Yvonne's hand. "That won't do. Sit down and have some dessert." Theodore took a piece of cake and fed it to Yvonne. Yvonne politely refused, "But I still have to protect your majesty." Yvonne smiled, "It's okay. It's not like escorting means standing all the time. The guards who escorted me before were all comfortable. Right?" Seeing Theodore looking at him, the guard hurriedly replied, "Yes, your majesty." Yvonne thought in her head, "Oh, I guess I can sit while escorting. But it's strange. Why am I the only one being treated so well? Why is everyone so afraid of Theodore?" Suddenly Theodore laughed loudly. "The vision of the finance department is truly extraordinary. I want to personally reward you. You have worked hard all this time, now enjoy a long rest, right? Of course, the deacons too. This dessert, did you make it? The skill is rare to find. I will feed you myself, open your mouth." The chef thought he had done something wrong. So he didn't dare to open his mouth and just apologized to Theodore. "I'm sorry, truly sorry." He is also always kind to the servants in the palace, even worried about the welfare of the knights. "From now on, I don't need any other guards besides Eve. You can all go home when your shift is over. Don't worry about anything, I have a very excellent knight here already." Seeing Theodore's words and actions quite unusual, Yvonne wondered, is the position of the throne weighing heavily on his shoulders? Even though he has become emperor, Theo is still Theo. Yvonne was startled when Theodore touched her mouth. "Eve. You have something on your mouth." Yvonne's face flushed red. Seeing this scene, all the guards ran to other places. "I'll be excused for a moment." Yvonne muttered, "Scared me to death." Theodore sighed, "Finally it's quiet." And rested his head on Yvonne's lap. She was flustered, "Your majesty." Theodore closed his eyes, "I need to rest a bit. The amount of work makes me tired. Lately, I have something on my mind, play with me, Eve." Yvonne's mind became a mess. What to do when the emperor is being clingy? It was already late afternoon. Yvonne hesitantly said, "Your majesty. Isn't it time you should wake up?" Theodore whined and still didn't want to get up, just a little longer. Yvonne looked over at the pile of documents. The work that needs to be done is still piled up. Yvonne thought, what would a guard normally do in this case? Let him sleep longer or wake him up? Theodore took Yvonne's hand and gently placed it on his forehead. "Play a little longer, Eve." "Has Theo always been clingy like this?" To avoid having to wonder, Yvonne asked Theodore. "Does your majesty usually act like this with everyone?" Theodore sat up. "Am I bothering you?" Yvonne stammered, "No, that's not what I meant. Only Eve can stand me." Theodore gently stroked Yvonne's hair. "Everyone is afraid of and shuns me, but sometimes I also want to be comforted." His hand is trembling again. Yvonne took Theodore's hand and placed it on her cheek. "Don't worry, your majesty. I will always be by your side." Theodore silently looked at Yvonne for a long time. Theodore's face got closer to Yvonne. Slowly pushed Yvonne down. Yvonne didn't understand what was happening and shouted, "Your majesty." Theodore's hand tightly gripped Yvonne's hand. Theodore's passionate eyes looked at Yvonne incessantly. "What are you thinking now?" "I'm not thinking anything." Theodore whispered in Yvonne's ear, "What a pity. I just wish Eve here would always think of me. Oh, this is a big problem, because my mind is full of your image. Theodore paused to look at Yvonne for a moment and continued. You are the most beautiful person among those I have ever met. Hearing the sweet words from Theodore, Yvonne's heart felt like it was about to explode. Yvonne hurriedly pushed Theodore away. What are you saying? The word beautiful is not suitable for me, I'm a man. Theodore took Yvonne's hand and placed it on his chest. That doesn't matter. This is the first time I know that. Men can also be beautiful. Theodore gently raised Yvonne's chin. Eve, I. Then brought his lips close to Yvonne's lips. Yvonne shook off his hand and stood up abruptly. Forgive me. I'll be excused for a moment. Before Theodore could hold Yvonne back, Yvonne had already run away. Outside the door, Yvonne took a long breath. What should I do? My heart is beating so fast. Could it be Theo? Two guards passed by and saw that Yvonne's expression was a bit strange, so they asked. Sir Eve, are you all right? Did something happen inside? Your face is all red. No, nothing happened. The two guards continued, could it be that you offended His Majesty? You can tell us the truth. That unpleasant guy, oh no, His Majesty's arrogant behavior is commonplace anyway. Yvonne reacted sharply, His Majesty is not like that, don't talk nonsense. I'm going to relax my mind a bit and then come back. On that night, Yvonne walked in the garden. Returning to the palace after 10 years, it's still the same summer day as before. Just being by Theo's side brings back childhood memories. I thought that these mixed feelings were because of it. Even though I tried to deny it, this feeling of excitement is definitely because I have fallen in love with Theo. No, Yvonne, wake up. Now is not the time to think about this. I still have many things to do and find out the whereabouts of my family. And clear the injustice for the clan. But, if I let my emotions take over like this, I won't be able to do anything. Suddenly, there was a strange noise in the garden. Yvonne hurriedly wiped away her tears and looked towards that side. She shouted, who's there? When that person appeared, Yvonne's eyes widened. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. He found Yvonne familiar. And asked Yvonne, you are? Yvonne was aghast. Ernest. At this moment, Ernest still didn't recognize Yvonne. You are. Looking closely at Yvonne's face, Ernest's memories of the past came flooding back. From now on, I will protect you. You promised to come pick me up, promised to protect me, and I was so stupid to believe that promise. Just as Ernest called Yvonne's name, Yvonne drew her sword. And put it to his neck. Yvonne reminded Ernest, be careful. Call my name, you will die. Ernest felt guilty towards Yvonne, he shed tears, apologized, very sorry, really sorry Yvonne. I have not kept my promise. Sincerely sorry, Yvonne said to Ernest, whether it's before or now, you're still such a crybaby. Yvonne withdrew her sword. But the Yvonne you're looking for no longer exists. Yvonne hurriedly turned away, Eve Rowland. That is my current name. After that, Ernest burst into tears and kept apologizing to Yvonne, until Yvonne managed to calm Ernest down, she could hear his story. He had tried to meet Yvonne many times, but was blocked by Queen Margarita and Rudolf Ferdinand. They promised to let Ernest meet Yvonne on the condition that he get engaged to Katarina. Ernest poured out his heart to Yvonne, I have always been thinking of you. But suddenly, my mother and Uncle Rudolph passed away at the same time, the engagement also fell apart, everything turned into bankruptcy. Everything after that, goes without saying, while Ernest lost his support. Theodore became the crown prince, and then the emperor. Even though Ernest had no desire for the throne, but just with his existence alone, every move was monitored. Ernest apologized to Yvonne again, I'm sorry, Eve, Yvonne replied, it's all in the past. Luckily you still recognized me, my appearance has changed so much. Ernest immediately said, of course. How could I not recognize you? Yvonne was sad, yet Theodore didn't recognize me at all. Suddenly, Theodore spoke up, just a little absence made me worried to death. Too lazy, Eve. You're chatting with men outside during working hours. Your Majesty, it's Yvonne didn't have time to explain, Theodore took her hand and left, follow me. Ernest stopped him, brother, that's not how it is. But Theodore ignored him, and just dragged Yvonne away with him. Ernest chased after her but was too late. Inside the palace, Yvonne called out loudly, Your Majesty. Theodore's hand tightened around her wrist, making her uncomfortable and in a lot of pain. Theodore coldly asked, what were you and Ernest doing in such a dark place? Seems pretty intimate. Not being beaten, nor having hot water splashed on me, so, why does it hurt so much? I apologize for leaving while on duty. But what's the reason for your anger? Yvonne's sad expression was clear. You don't even remember me. Are you really asking because you don't know? If the person you love is with another man, of course you'll be angry. Yvonne shed tears. Why? Looking at Yvonne's tears, Theodore became silent. Yvonne thought, Theodore can't recognize who she is, but he says he loves her, so she feels both sad and angry. Theodore approached Yvonne, and gently said, Don't cry, Eve. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry. Theodore kissed her hair. She felt so gentle, a gentle and warm Theodore. Yvonne hugged Theodore and tightly grasped his clothes. So I really loved Theo. The eyes of the two lovers looked at each other affectionately. Eve, do you love me? At this moment, Yvonne didn't know how to answer. She stammered, I. Tell me, Eve. Yvonne mustered her courage, I do. And clearly said the three words, I love you. Theodore's face slowly got closer to Yvonne. Then he kissed her lips. In the small room. The two are passionate. Then Yvonne blurted out, Wait a minute. Your Majesty, I'm not actually a man. Don't worry, I know. I know you're a woman. And you are also Yvonne in my distant memories. Yvonne immediately said, No, don't call that name. Theodore smiled, I love you. Yvonne hurriedly stopped Theodore. But it was too late, he had called her name, Yvonne Cernicia. Yvonne remembered when that person called her Eve. Even though time passed, there were still memories that could not be erased. That woman told her to come over. Then gave Yvonne a bag of sweets as a gift. Yvonne cheered happily at that time. She patted her head and comforted her, Sorry for always making you work hard. That was also the first day her mother gave her sweets. There was a time when Yvonne curled up in fear. At that time, her father and mother came to find her. It was also the day her beloved family dispelled her insecurity. And everything fell apart. All were bad memories when Yvonne was dreaming. But she woke up when she heard someone calling her name. In front of her was Theodore's figure. He gently held Yvonne's hand and said, I told you, from now on, I will protect you. Ferdinand's soul has completely disappeared, Theodore reassured her. And asked, So now I can love you, right? Yvonne was also very happy, thinking she would never forget this day. The next morning. Sunlight streamed in on Yvonne, who was sleeping peacefully. She opened her eyes and woke up. Yvonne sleepily sat up. She wondered where this was. The room was really beautiful. But this isn't her room. Then she suddenly looked down at her clothes. Immediately, 10,000 screams echoed in Yvonne's heart. Theodore was standing at the door, concerned, asking if Yvonne was awake. He said, This is my room, are you still sleepy? Yvonne was completely confused. Why am I in His Majesty's room? Theodore again asked her with concern, Is your body okay? I was a bit too much yesterday. These words made Yvonne's face even redder than a tomato. She asked Theodore in surprise, What did you just say? Only to see him smile softly and tell her not to worry, nothing happened. Suddenly Theodore called Yvonne. At this moment, she remembered, yesterday he called her real name. Why is Theo still okay? Theodore also saw Yvonne's attitude and said, You seem very curious. I'll tell you everything, as he said, he put a cloak on Yvonne. Including how much I've missed you in the past 10 years, Theodore took Yvonne's hand. She asked in surprise, When did you know that I was Yvonne? Theodore calmly replied, Of course from the first moment I saw you. I'm not stupid enough not to recognize the woman I love. Yvonne's face turned red with embarrassment hearing Theodore express his feelings. She wondered why he pretended not to know. Theodore said at that time he was afraid she would run away. Remembering that time, Yvonne worriedly covered Theodore's mouth. That face was etched in his mind. He said, Actually I wanted to approach you more slowly. But the look in your eyes was so passionate that I couldn't restrain myself. Yvonne didn't expect herself to be so obvious. She wondered about the curse. Theodore then said it was due to divine power. That power made Yvonne confused. Suddenly the teacup Theodore was holding shattered. It startled Yvonne. Theodore also spoke up to explain, the holy power of Leo Brandt can heal everything. Disease, wounds, even curses. Yvonne, look, the scar on my hand has been healed. At this moment, she was surprised to realize that it had completely disappeared. Theodore revealed that, since hearing the news that you were still alive, I have been training non-stop so that I can heal you when we meet again. I never believed that you were dead. She felt guilty when their reunion was not accidental. Theodore said, Even though I thought you were dead 10 years ago, I never stopped looking for you. Yvonne didn't know what to do because she was so happy, she only knew how to thank Theodore. I'm really grateful to your Majesty, Yvonne expressed. Right at this moment, Theodore suddenly asked, How long are you going to address me so respectfully? She said I'm used to calling you that. I'm afraid I'll slip up in front of others. But Theodore came closer and told her to call his name. Theo, he said as he gently touched Yvonne's face. Knowing that, she was still very shy. Before she could think, Theodore placed a kiss on her lips. At least when it's just the two of us, okay Yvonne? If love wants it, Yvonne can only nod in agreement. I know, Theo. While the two were sharing passionate kisses, on the other side, someone was watching everything and went crazy smashing the orb. Benjamin sadly shed tears and said to himself, no Eve. As dusk falls, Armin walks through the palace. He is holding documents in his hand and feeling emotional. So peaceful. On the contrary, recently the palace has been bustling with rumors about a romantic relationship between His Majesty and a Knight of the Guard. The servants gossip that this knight has an unclear origin, and has not even been ennobled, yet he is favored by His Majesty to the point of being brought into the ranks of the close guard. There are even rumors that they were caught together in the bedroom. Honestly, Armin doesn't care who His Majesty is dating. He just thinks, more importantly, now I don't have to worry about my head being chopped off at any moment. Armin comes to knock on the door of the room, asking for permission to be impolite and enter. As long as I can work safely, let the Knight of the Guard enjoy, long live love and peace makes Armin very happy and speak up, Your Majesty, I have brought the documents you requested. Armin is struck by the sight of Theodore hugging Yvonne. Armin is so shocked that he turns to stone on the spot. Inside the study, Yvonne blushing said to Theodore, no way. What will the Minister of Internal Affairs think? Theodore doesn't care why, that guy wants to live, so he should shut his mouth. Armin in the distance suddenly feels a cold shiver down his spine. Theodore said, you know it too. Rumors about His Majesty's secret affair are spreading throughout the palace. And the main character in that rumor is none other than you. How could Yvonne not know? The entire Knight squad is also in turmoil because of this. And they were even more surprised to learn that Yvonne is a woman. She had to train so hard to be able to. Theodore also remembered that the curse had been lifted, so the magic that concealed her gender had also disappeared, right? Luckily he had prepared in advance. It's ridiculous who would covet what doesn't belong to them. Theodore's attitude confused Yvonne. She asked again, what did you just say? On the contrary, Theodore only replied, nothing. Suddenly he reached out and hugged Yvonne's waist. He said, I just realized that I've been a bit jealous lately. Yvonne didn't complain, instead she smiled gently at him. Suddenly she noticed the pile of documents on the table. Are you very busy? Are you tired? Yvonne asked with concern. Although Theodore said it was okay, she knew he was lying. Because when she woke up in the middle of the night, she didn't see him. Then she realized that Theodore was sitting checking the documents. So busy that you can't sleep, Yvonne sadly hugged Theodore's neck. He said again, sleeping is a waste of time. For the past 10 years I haven't been able to see you, so I want to keep your image in my eyes for as long as possible. These words made Yvonne embarrassed. After finishing the sentence, Theodore approached and kissed her. Only to see a silver thread when the two separated. Theodore looked at Yvonne affectionately. He suddenly spoke up and said, I have something I want to give you. It was a hairpin with a magnificent blue stone. Yvonne was a little curious. Then Theodore explained, this is the relic of my deceased mother, the hairpin my mother used when she got married. You also know, Eve, currently I am preparing for the reinstatement of Cernicia. It may take a little time. Until then, will you agree to be my wife? Theodore affectionately kissed Yvonne's hand. More precisely, on her ring finger. Yvonne didn't expect him to propose to her. She excitedly jumped into Theodore's arms. He also asked her, and can you try to grow your hair long again? But whether you grow it as long as before or not, you will always be beautiful in my eyes. At this moment Yvonne only felt happy to cry. So happy that she couldn't express it in words, and it also made her scared. Because misfortune always comes after happiness, like the straw that breaks the camel's back. Some time later, someone spoke up and called Eve. She immediately turned around. It was Ernest who had just arrived. From that day on, Ernest and Yvonne continued to meet. Suddenly he fumbled looking for Theodore. Yvonne reassured him, don't worry, he's busy with some work. Of course she had to secretly follow him to meet him. On the way Ernest mentioned that there were rumors about the reinstatement of Cernicia. Yvonne also replied, now Theo His Majesty is doing his best. Exonerating Cernicia is not as easy as imagined, although it is clearly slander, there is no evidence, and the charge is treason, so the opposition is very strong. Theodore could only exhaustively apologize to Yvonne. However, who could bear to blame him? Because she deliberately didn't show worry in front of him, she could only silently wait by his side. That said, Yvonne's expression was tinged with sadness, which Ernest noticed. He pursed his lips. Then suddenly spoke to Yvonne. There's something I definitely have to tell you. Because I wasn't sure, I hesitated about whether to say it or not. But I think you should know. There might still be another survivor from Cernicia. The news Ernest just delivered truly surprised Yvonne. She was curious who that survivor was, Grandpa Gunther or Uncle Richard, whoever it was. She wanted to go find them right now. Yvonne immediately sank into her own thoughts. Just then, Theodore appeared, calling her back to reality. He anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Your face is pale." Unexpectedly, she had unconsciously walked over to Theodore without realizing it. She hurriedly replied that she was fine, because the issue of restoring Cernicia was already troublesome enough. She couldn't let him have any more burdens. But Theodore wasn't so easily fooled. He gave the two knights behind her a dangerous glance. The two immediately made excuses to leave. Having said that, they scurried away like they'd seen a ghost. Theodore then spoke, "My eyes mean nothing to you anymore. Tell me, what's wrong? Don't make me worry." Seeing Theodore's determination made Yvonne hesitate. She haltingly told the truth. "There are survivors in Cernicia." After saying that, she pursed her lips, waiting for Theodore's reaction. On the contrary, he seemed relieved of a burden. And stroked Yvonne's head soothingly. "Don't worry, I'll find them." Yvonne then excitedly called out, "Your Majesty." Theodore quickly corrected her, "You promised you'd call me by my name when we're alone." "Thank you, Theo," Yvonne smiled in response. This caused him to freeze. Suddenly, he lowered his head. Then he embraced Yvonne completely, making her wonder. Theodore said that the Ferdinand curse has been lifted, and the way other men look at you has changed. However, Yvonne didn't feel anything, but in Theodore's eyes, it was completely different, so he reminded her to be more careful. More careful? I was just thinking a little earlier, it didn't affect the mission at all. Theodore was speechless when Yvonne misunderstood him. He thought, anyway, there's this guy and that guy. You're so beautiful. Theodore was lost in his own thoughts, forgetting that Yvonne was explaining things in his ear. Theodore felt so uncomfortable, daring to covet his Eve. The person he was referring to was Benjamin. There was a letter that had been sent. It read, "To the great Sir Albrecht, I have confirmed that the traces of the dark and deep Ferdinand Wraith have been eradicated. There is an important matter related to this that requires reporting. Please allow me to enter the palace." The sender Benjamin Ferdinand. Remembering this made Theodore even more annoyed. Loosening his collar, he had to make sure that no one could have Yvonne. She was his. Therefore, he violently bit Yvonne's shoulder, as if to mark his ownership on her neck. It made Yvonne cry out in pain. When he let go, there was a red mark and teeth marks. Yvonne was bewildered and didn't understand. Theodore, on the other hand, was very pleased. Immediately afterwards, he moved closer to Yvonne. He gave her a passionate kiss, thinking that he couldn't give his woman to anyone. The next morning, Yvonne sneezed as soon as she woke up. Theodore came over worriedly and asked how she was feeling. She replied that she was a little better. But he felt her body temperature was still high. Yvonne wondered, why is only Theo normal? Perhaps because someone was constantly hugging her so she didn't get cold. Theodore casually teased her. Having said that, he still said, "I'm sorry, I'm reflecting on myself. Until it gets warmer, I'll be more careful when doing things outside." The more he said, the more he messed up. Yvonne immediately felt uncomfortable and politely asked Theodore to leave. "You can go now, there's a schedule to follow." He lingered without leaving and asked her if she was really okay alone. Yvonne reassured him that she was fine and not to worry. "He must be tired from staying up all night taking care of me," Yvonne thought to herself. Theodore instructed, "Remember to take your medicine if you get a higher fever later. I'll tell the guards to stand outside the door, just call if you need anything." Yvonne vaguely replied to Theodore. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed the corner of his coat. Theodore also stopped. She quickly waved her hand in apology, only to see Theodore gently smile at Yvonne. Then he kissed her forehead and said, "I'll be back soon, you rest, I love you, Yvonne." After he finished, he left the room. Theodore always expresses his love through actions and gentle words, making Yvonne think that. I'm flustered about that, so I never dare to say it. On Theodore's side, his subordinate reported that there was going to be a big snowfall, or should we rest for a while? But Theodore refused because he wanted to act now. Unexpectedly, someone was manipulating things from behind. Theodore's every move was in his grasp. At this moment, he was controlling a horse. Then suddenly, there was an accident. As for Yvonne, in her room, she had just confessed her love to Theodore, and she suddenly noticed that it was snowing. And thought, when Theo comes back, this time I'll be the one to say it first. Unfortunately, Theodore's side just encountered an accident. He fell off his horse in the snow, and it was also the moment when Yvonne was embracing the thought of wanting to confess that she loved him more than anyone else. In the dark night, Yvonne hurriedly ran. She exerted all her strength, wanting to run to where the knights were gathered. One of them spotted her. He immediately called out to her. Then Yvonne tremblingly asked, "I heard His Majesty had an accident." They then reassured her, "Please calm down, His Majesty is fine, but it's best not to meet him at this time. Your complexion doesn't look good, you should go rest." Before they could finish, Yvonne impatiently shouted, "Get out of my way." She just wanted to see Theodore. Therefore, she rushed into the room. At this moment, Theodore was in pain because of his injuries. He quickly realized that someone had just entered. Yvonne was overjoyed, feeling fortunate that Theodore was okay, when suddenly something was thrown across her face. It was Theodore who did it. He threw a broken vase at Yvonne. It unfortunately cut her face. "Shut up, my head is buzzing," Theodore said through gritted teeth. "Don't scream so loudly and get out of my sight," he angrily shouted. "What's with that look? Haven't you ever seen anyone get hurt before?" "What's going on?" Yvonne couldn't understand, but Theodore told them to kick that little thing out. Armin had no choice but to advise Yvonne to leave first. But Yvonne couldn't believe that was Theodore. Impossible, she believed Theodore wasn't someone who would say such rude words. On the contrary, in reality, he was yelling at her to get out. Inside, the doctor asked, "How do you feel, Your Majesty?" Theodore said, "My head hurts too much, bring me some painkillers." Then he irritably asked, "Why are you cowering?" The doctor immediately begged for forgiveness and fear. "It's just been a long time since I heard you yell, so I was a little startled." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Theodore wondered. Suddenly, he realized something strange. Why is it snowing in the middle of summer? It turned out that Theodore had lost his memory. Armin said that, precisely from the summer you visited Sir Ferdinand, the time is roughly half a year. Yvonne couldn't believe it. Why the memory after meeting her? Armin didn't know what to say seeing the situation like this. At that time, when Theodore knew he had fallen off his horse, he was shocked and held his head, muttering, "No, it can't be like this. Clearly, someone fell from above and lunged at me." "That's right, among the dazzling rays of sunlight. It seems I saw the face that I have longed for so long." Yvonne heard everything from Armin. "Please don't be too sad." Armin could only comfort Yvonne that His Majesty has just returned to his original personality. She wondered confused, original personality? Suddenly Armin said, "Eve, I have a request. Please don't leave His Majesty. You are the only one who can endure being a guard for so long until now. I have never seen His Majesty so gentle since he met you. Actually, I don't know why, but His Majesty ordered the search for a new guard. So please be careful. If His Majesty intends to expel you, then he will definitely use the most cruel methods to torture you." And Yvonne was suspicious. "Theo, have you really forgotten me?" The gentle face that once called her name. Saying "I love you, Yvonne." She dropped her hand and made a decision. "I can't let things be like this." The next morning, Yvonne was in front of Theodore's room. She took a deep breath, then quickly calmed down. As soon as she entered, she spoke, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I, Eve Rowland, have completed my recovery leave and am ready to return to service." Theodore's hand holding the pen suddenly stopped. He coldly said, "I told you to change the guard yesterday." Armin covered up that it was a bit difficult to find a guard in a short time. "Then find one quickly," Theodore ordered. Yvonne also knew that he really didn't recognize her. "But it's okay. If you have forgotten, I will remind you, the woman you love is me. And I will let you know." Yvonne finally came before Theodore. "How much do you love me?" On the contrary, Theodore's attitude was not friendly at all. Armin was a little worried and called out, "Your Majesty." Suddenly Theodore stood up right in front of Yvonne. She remembered what Armin said yesterday. Yvonne was very worried. And Theodore's hand was raised, making Yvonne close her eyes tightly in fear. Unexpectedly, he put his hand on her hair and said, "It's ridiculous, you dare to loiter around my place?" Immediately afterwards, Theodore grabbed Yvonne's collar, bluntly throwing her out of the room and warning her, "Leave here immediately and never come back. If you do it again, you won't be okay with me." Leaving Yvonne alone outside. Of course, this hurt her. But she still thought, even if the words are rude, he is still the gentle Theo that I know. It's okay, I can still endure it. 2 days later, Yvonne asked in surprise, "Has a new guard been appointed? How is that possible?" Yvonne was very disappointed, and Armin next to her was also worried about her. But Yvonne started to tremble, so what will happen to me now? Armin told her not to worry too much, and to consider it a bonus day off for her. These words made Yvonne confused. On another side, the brown-haired guard was terrified when the sword was stabbed between his legs. This person hurriedly apologized while Theodore was gnashing his teeth in anger. Armin sighed inwardly. A day? Not even half a day. Theodore helplessly said, quickly drag that rolling piece of trash out of here. Armin hesitantly asked, is it necessary for you to appoint a new guard for yourself? What did you say? Theodore glared at Armin with a terrifying look. He quickly corrected himself, what I mean is, we can't find anyone better than Eve, young, hardworking and responsible. More importantly, isn't she someone you personally brought back, Your Majesty? Theodore wondered, I brought that woman back? Yes, half a year ago, when you visited Ferdinand, you brought her back. Theodore asked with some suspicion, where is Lyndon now? Armin reported that, a few weeks ago, Your Majesty secretly assigned him a task and sent him away. The content of the task is top secret, so I don't know much about it. Theodore only remembered that Ferdinand was the last place where Yvonne's footprints were recorded. Under the guise of a marriage proposal from them, I definitely went with Lyndon to find Yvonne there, but after that, I don't remember anything. Thinking this, Theodore said, I will write a letter. Add a message to Ferdinand, requesting him to come to the palace as soon as possible. A week has passed since Theodore lost his memory. After recovering his physical condition, Yvonne safely returned to being a night guard. In fact, during that time, countless new night guards were appointed, but they all ran away in less than half a day because they couldn't bear it. Yvonne also understood the reason why they were like that. Just hearing a light breath was enough to frown and scold. All were harsh insults, offending and demeaning one's personality at every turn, and treating Yvonne as an invisible person. But she still endured it. Even though it was just an image from the past, it also proved how much he loved her. Yvonne pondered, is there really no way out? If there's any clue to revive our memories. Yvonne suddenly remembered that day. A thought flashed in her mind, that's right, there might still be hope. Yvonne suddenly spoke up, Your Majesty, I have something to say to you in private. Could you spare me some time? Even if I can't recover his memory after half a year, I just want him to remember that I'm Yvonne. Not as she expected, Theodore avoided the question and asked where the dog was barking. She was flustered and wanted to hold on to Theodore, even though he wanted to leave quickly. Yvonne said this was important. Theodore found this woman strange. Even though he deliberately treated her badly, she persevered. It would be easy to just flick this small hand away, but why, Eve Rowland, why can't I do it with this woman? Then he asked the other guards to leave temporarily. Theodore told Yvonne that if she continued to speak nonsense, she would have to give up her position as a night attendant, Rowland. Yvonne heard this. She thought she had managed to keep it. But will he believe me? What if I said that the person you've been looking for is me? Will you become the gentle Theo of the past? However, Yvonne was too scared and gradually let go. Theodore suddenly grabbed her wrist. Speak, I command you. Do you know Yvonne Cernisha? She opened her mouth. She immediately admitted, I am Yvonne. Theodore was still immersed in thought, is it really Yvonne? I understand why I felt strange when I looked at this woman. Of course, I initially mistook her for Yvonne. Because the two of you are so alike. But I can't feel the power that I planted in that person, it's just a mistake. He suddenly knelt on the floor, causing Yvonne to panic and shout, Theo. Theo, what's wrong? His mind was still urging him, this woman is an imposter. Don't be fooled by appearances. He couldn't remember when. Deadly images appeared before his eyes, causing Theodore to constantly feel a threat to his life. He didn't know when the power of Lenrante gradually became stronger within him. Grandmother will definitely be furious when she finds out, but even so, nothing will change. Theodore's mother was originally the child of a concubine who was brought into the palace to become queen as a political tool. His mother, and her son, of course. No one was by his side. A monotonous life. And only able to kill. The maids competed to mock Theodore, isn't black hair too scary? Causing him to unhesitatingly kill them, unforgiving, even if they cowed out and begged for mercy, please spare my life. Such days were repeated. Until one day. He met Yvonne. Her beauty. For the first time in his life, he felt greed, I want to have this girl, I want to cherish and treasure her for life. They had fun moments together. Yvonne made his life meaningful. His mother stepped in and saw that horrific scene. She kept asking, what is this? Then she immediately received the answer, I must seize the throne. But a major accident happened, causing Theodore to sink into deep regret. Too careless, how dare you touch Cernisha, damn it. Ivan, only Ivan. Because of his ambition, she was hurt. Knowing it was cruel, he only wanted her to live. After trying to find Theodore, Ivan was finally found. Along with a sigh of relief, it's okay, you're alive, alive. The mark he left on her wrist was the only hope. As long as she's alive, they will definitely meet again. Then Theodore began to implement the plan, so. We must eliminate everything that hinders us, so as not to repeat the mistake. More careful, more certain. I came all the way here just for you. Unexpectedly, another challenge appeared, and yet. Who exactly are you? That thought caused Theodore to scream in pain, my head hurts so much. His subordinates then made an announcement, Your Majesty, we have found the footprints of Ivan Cernisha. Currently known as Ivralin. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Theodore was still constantly thinking about the tearful eyes of his loved one. Heartbroken to know she was in danger. Theodore's heart felt like it was about to break, along with the thought, who exactly are you? Ivan was always close to Theodore, along with a frantic call, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, are you all right? Seeing Ivan made his heart flutter. Theodore always asked himself, is it really just because of that face? Ivan was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, thank goodness, you're awake. I was so worried. Theodore raised his hand to caress her hair, while constantly wondering. Why that look? A face exactly like Ivan's, don't make me waver. Even so, reason could not overcome his heart, causing him to quickly plant a deep kiss on her lips. But if you really are Ivan. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Theodore pushed her away. Causing Ivan to panic and call out, Yo, Your Majesty. But Theodore also secretly noticed, where's the scar on her wrist? As expected, this woman is not Ivan. This filthy thing dares to impersonate Ivan. Then Theodore pushed her further away. Along with a warning, don't touch me, I won't forgive you. You filthy thing, the crime of deceiving me will not be light, Ivralin. Early the next morning. Theodore was enjoying a cup of tea in a very relaxed mood, today's tea is really fragrant. Is it because I'm enjoying it with a beautiful woman? She smiled when she heard these words, it's an honor for me to spend time with Your Majesty. And Ivan was observing from afar. Her eyes showed disappointment and sadness to the extreme. Yesterday's words hurt her when she remembered, don't touch me. You filthy thing. In her mind, she kept asking, why? Why don't you recognize that I am Ivan? If you said you loved me, how wonderful it would be. That image appeared in her mind again. Theodore held his head and shouted, no, you. Who exactly are you? Ivan stared blankly for a long time in fear. At the same time, his servant immediately appeared, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please wake up. After Theodore fell asleep. His servant kept questioning Ivan, did you accidentally touch Your Majesty's memory? To which she awkwardly replied, touched his memory? I just. He then explained, I don't know the reason, but whenever Your Majesty tries to recall the lost memories, he complains of a headache. More seriously, he falls into convulsions. This made Ivan feel guilty, Your Majesty is in pain because of me? Theodore's servant then calmly stated, it's a bit difficult to understand medically, because I've never heard of or seen a case where memory is only lost for half a year. And coincidentally, Eve is the person Your Majesty met in those 6 months, so he has a strong reaction to Eve. In other words, if you don't touch the lost part of Your Majesty's memory, there won't be any problem. This explanation made Ivan understand the root of everything. She remembered Theodore's words, I'm not stupid enough not to recognize the woman I love. And felt extremely resentful, you liar. On a hot afternoon. Ivan saw tiny droplets of water on her hands while turning off the tap. She quickly wiped it clean. Then sighed in frustration, I never thought I'd have to witness the man I love flirting with another woman. Theodore praised the woman while talking to her, her eyes are as sparkling as a beautiful lake, making me unintentionally attracted, she quickly responded with a shy smile. Your Majesty is exaggerating, which made Ivan unable to bear it anymore and hurriedly ran away. After she kept reminding herself, if this goes on, I'll be kicked out of the close night squad. From that day on, Theodore often invited young ladies to the palace. Causing Ivan to suddenly feel a little disappointed, remembering before when he approached her, he also had special gestures. Praising her beauty, saying he loved her, words that had never made her shy before. While she was immersed in that chaotic feeling, she heard Ernest's inquiry, Eve, why are you crying? She turned around and panicked, Ernest. But he quickly signaled her to be quiet, it would be a big deal if we were discovered sneaking out at night. Sorry, the atmosphere in the palace has been mysterious lately. It feels like everything is back to before I came. Unexpectedly, she ran away upon hearing those words, to Ernest's surprise. Eve. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Is there something sad? Yvonne then covered her face and sobbed, causing Ernest to quickly come over to comfort her. Eve, if you want to cry, just cry out loud. I will always be by your side. Because we're friends. His words made her feel even more wronged and she cried even louder. Ernest was saddened to realize after hearing the whole story, so that's it, Theo has. To be honest, I feel a little lucky. If the normal Theo saw this scene, what would happen to me? Yvonne smiled happily at the thought, even though she felt very confused, she didn't understand why she laughed. Then she nodded in agreement, that's right. Yvonne remembered asking Theodore, why were you so angry then? You got angry when I was with Ernest, he didn't mind admitting that. Because I don't like it when it's just you and him. This made Yvonne even more curious. What, Ernest is his younger brother? Could it be that he suspects me and Ernest have something going on? Theodore then explained, not suspicion, but jealousy. I'm very jealous, so you have to be careful, Eve. The more she remembered the past, the more she secretly wondered, when he remembers, will he regret what he did to me? I will never easily forgive you, no matter how much you beg. But because you are the man I love. So maybe I will forgive you in a special way, so please quickly regain your memory, Theo. She didn't know that Theodore was also standing and observing from above. And witnessed all the intimate gestures between Yvonne and Ernest. Jealousy made him punch the glass door hard. Making the young lady behind him exclaim in panic, Yo, Your Majesty, I beg to take my leave. Theodore still didn't pay much attention to the greeting, but continued to stare out the window. His eyes were always focused on Anova. Along with a sentence full of anger, damn it. Since losing his memory, Theodore realized he was always being watched by a woman he didn't know. She has a face exactly like Yvonne, but with the name Eve. Damn it, why that look? That woman is not Yvonne. Right, impossible. Theodore threw all the documents on the table in anger. Making everyone, including Yvonne, startled. She quickly came to pick up those documents. Causing Theodore to see that appearance and constantly wonder. I can't decisively chase her away. Wake up, this flutter is not for an imposter. That's right, the reason I'm like this. It's all because of her, daring to love me without knowing clearly. Unforgivable. I will definitely expose her face. A silent atmosphere suddenly enveloped the entire room. Theodore's different gestures surprised Yvonne, he was ignoring me a few days ago. Today, he's suddenly looking at me with eyes that want to devour someone alive. I thought I understood Theodore well, but now I realize I don't know anything about him. At the same time, the announcement rang out again, Your Majesty, the guests have arrived. Should I take them to the living room? This information made Yvonne even more curious. Guests, could it be another woman? Theodore quickly looked at her expression. Then quickly turned and left. Along with the urging, let's go. This made Yvonne ask a big question, why is it like this? Oh right, I have to go too. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she saw a man bowing. Benjamin Ferdinand asks to see Your Majesty Albrecht. He also turned to look at Yvonne and gave a polite smile, making her also curious about the boy in front of her. Following behind, the woman in the flowing dress also proactively spoke, Long time no see, Your Majesty. Katarina Ferdinand requests an audience with His Majesty Albrecht. Her sudden appearance made Yvonne even more secretly surprised. Even Katarina came. Why come to the palace? Seeing Theodore silent and unresponsive, she took the initiative to speak. Your Majesty, I have a request to make. There is something important I need to discuss privately with Your Majesty, please have the others dismissed. Katarina's request was immediately strongly opposed by Yvonne. No, as a night guard, I cannot leave Your Majesty alone. Theodore then placed his hand on her shoulder. Along with the order, just go outside. Katarina was overjoyed at this moment. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the doors of the drawing room were closed, the knights outside all felt anxious. What should we do now? Leave a few in the hallway, and assign the rest to guard duty. So, who will stay? Yvonne, who was standing guard outside, also felt extremely worried. What on earth does she want to say? Then Benjamin suddenly appeared behind her. Eve, are you listening? She turned around to look and widened her eyes. Ah, Benjamin. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. It's been a while since we've seen each other, hasn't it? The distance is a little too close, isn't it? He also happily replied to her, it's okay. Suddenly becoming a guard, are you having a hard time? Your hair is much longer now. This made Yvonne feel very embarrassed. Does it look funny? She immediately received a frank comment from Benjamin, not very suitable. Yvonne couldn't hide her disappointment and replied, thank you. In her heart, the thought appeared, is it because it's been a long time since we met? So it's a little awkward. Benjamin has become more distant. Then he continued the conversation with an announcement, okay, Eve, I have something to tell you. His eyes suddenly became confused when he saw Yvonne still looking towards the drawing room, looking very worried, causing Benjamin to end the conversation here with the words, but not yet. A few beautiful refreshments were quickly brought up. Katarina quickly took the initiative to ask, I heard that you were in an accident, are you okay? But she was immediately urged by Theodore, skip the empty greetings and get straight to the point, causing her to reply awkwardly, I understand. Recently, I heard rumors that your majesty is summoning young ladies, that you are looking for a woman to become empress? This information surprised him a little. I was just teasing her, but there are already rumors? Then Theodore didn't hesitate to ask directly, is that so? Could it be that you don't desire that empress position? Katarina then gave an explanation, how could I not? Although I am ambitious, I have recently realized that I need to know what is appropriate. So this time, I want to negotiate another matter with your majesty. I want to have Ferdinand, and I want you to help me consolidate my position. While Theodore was responding with an indifferent attitude, sounds grandiose. Katarina hurriedly mentioned the main thing, Yvonne Cernisha, right? If you help me, I will find the girl who disappeared 10 years ago for you. There was still no movement inside the drawing room, causing Yvonne to lose patience while waiting. She even took the initiative to ask, hey, Benjamin, do you know what Katarina is going to say? He quickly guessed, let's see, I was the only one who applied to enter the palace, I don't understand why she suddenly insisted on coming along. This information surprised Yvonne. Katarina volunteered to enter the palace? After that incident, I thought she was scared and trying to escape. No, if it's the Katarina I know. Arrogant and greedy, but never makes the same mistake twice, because she is a smart woman. There must be some reason why she came here. Perhaps it's to atone for her past mistakes. Having been raised to become an empress since birth, Katarina must have gone through many years of rigorous training to achieve her goal. She can't give up so easily. After being stunned by Katarina's words, Theodore hurriedly questioned, how do you know that name? She confidently replied immediately afterward, although I really want to say it's a secret. But because I want your majesty to trust me, I will honestly reveal, I accidentally saw it. In the master's room. On top of the Ferdinand Mansion's tower. After checking through it, I accidentally found a document containing information about her. To put it bluntly, now I shouldn't trust Ferdinand. There must be something mysterious, being hidden about Yvonne Cernisha. In her heart, Katarina was secretly thinking, could a woman from a declining lineage have something hidden? And no trace of Yvonne can be found anywhere. Theodore watched her while secretly calculating. Her reaction seems to indicate that this information has high exploitable value. Then he immediately asked, is it possible to steal that document? She hurriedly added, the place where the document is stored was originally tightly sealed by Ferdinand's magic. I myself could only enter that room once. Even so, Theodore bluntly refused, okay, but I can't help you deal with the current master of the Ferdinand mansion. Katarina then expressed her agreement, I don't want that either. If your majesty provides a little support, I will handle it myself. Then he suddenly asked, what about this matter? Do you know anything about a woman named Eve Rowland? She quickly gave an answer, about Eve, I know her better than anyone else. You once said you would appoint Eve as a night guard, right? Theodore didn't hesitate to nod in confirmation, that's right. In his heart, the thought appeared, before losing my memory, I don't understand why I made such a choice. Katarina then deliberately emphasized, it's strange, don't you think that such a mediocre female knight trainee is not worthy of becoming a guard? Facing his questioning, what do you want to say? She suddenly asked a question, I wonder if you have ever felt a flutter in your heart while being with Eve. Theodore was silent for a long time. Then stammered, that matter. He quickly remembered the images of being with her. And that unexpected kiss. Then Katarina gave a suggestion, is it because Benjamin used dark magic? I suspect that she was suddenly brought to you because she was originally a person specially loved by Benjamin. This made Theodore secretly question, Benjamin Ferdinand used dark magic to send Eve Rowland to me? Katarina was still constantly attacking, many rumors are spreading throughout Ferdinand. Everyone is gossiping about the woman, a woman with a mysterious background, next to you. Information that Eve is a bribe for upcoming agreements. You can freely investigate. If what I say is a lie, you can take my life at any time. But if it's the truth, then your majesty must repay my trust with actions. Theodore then coldly replied, no need for much talk. After pushing her hand away, he also nodded in acceptance, I accept that proposal. Causing Katarina to secretly rejoice, I finally got back what belonged to me, I won't let him go again, Eve. The door to the drawing room was immediately open to Yvonne's anticipation. She was even planning to rush straight towards him, but stopped abruptly with an extremely disappointed look when she saw Theodore and Katarina holding hands. Moreover, Theodore didn't pay much attention to Yvonne's anxiety. Benjamin excitedly asked, it seems like the conversation ended well, but can someone explain this situation to me? Theodore glanced at the two of them, then remembered Katarina's words, take advantage of me. To prevent dirty bugs from invading, you just need to act. After flashing a sinister smile, Theodore also decided to make an announcement, I will hold a wedding with Ferdinand. This information left Yvonne standing as if struck by lightning, while the other knights asked in confusion, what did you say? With Miss Katarina Ferdinand? Causing Theodore to quickly reaffirm, from now on, treat Katarina Ferdinand well. Katarina was now showing off an extremely smug appearance. A loud scream immediately occurred after that. Yvonne was trying to reach for what she had just dropped, while bursting into tears of humiliation when she saw the ring between herself and Theodore, along with his proposal, will you become my wife? She hugged it to her chest, while painfully asking herself, Theodore, what am I supposed to do now? At this time, the carriage quickly left the palace, taking Katarina back to her house. Benjamin, who was traveling with the carriage, was overjoyed, so it's good news. She quickly replied, is that so? I just want to get back what originally belonged to me. But Benjamin gave a warning, things aren't that simple, don't be complacent. If you don't want to see any more blood. Katarina felt extremely disappointed in her heart, no one supports me. Why does everyone speak badly about me? It's clear that Eve stole what I worked so hard to get. Then she politely replied, I know. In her heart, she secretly told herself, this time, I won't make a mistake, I won't let anyone steal anything from me again. Then she pretended to be kind and gave a reminder, Sir Benjamin should also be careful. She remembered the scene when Theodore made the announcement, I will hold a wedding with Ferdinand. From now on, treat Katarina Ferdinand well. Yvonne, feeling humiliated, turned and ran away, causing Benjamin to feel anxious and always look towards her. In that moment, Katarina secretly recognized his true feelings. Then Katarina bluntly made an assessment, revealing your true nature, aren't you? Benjamin tried to remain calm with a casual statement, is that so? She kept saying that she was the winner, I will be very busy in the near future. From tomorrow, I have to go to the palace often to prepare for the wedding. That tone made Benjamin disgusted and gave a sarcastic remark, yeah, it must be very busy. Standing in front of the luxurious items prepared neatly, Katarina couldn't hide her happiness and exclaimed, what else is this? Theodore deliberately replied, just say what you want, I will grant everything. For you, I am willing to dedicate all of Albrecht. Those cheesy words made the knights shake their heads in dismay. Katarina then hugged Theodore tightly, I'm so happy. Thank you for preparing all these things for me. But actually, just being by your majesty's side like this, I already feel like I own the whole world. Do I deserve to receive all these things? Her whiny words made everyone present feel uncomfortable. But Theodore instead gently replied, of course, you completely deserve the best things. Then go and choose the most gorgeous dress to match this position. Katarina obediently complied, yes, I'll go for a bit and come back right away. After she left, Armin probed, Your Majesty, do you really intend to marry Miss Katarina? He happily replied immediately afterward, why wouldn't I? In Armin's heart, the thought quickly appeared, she is the granddaughter of the former empress who was said to be recommended by the emperor, the woman who once broke off an engagement. There are too many reasons why. But he tried to restrain himself from saying discouraging words. As long as your majesty is satisfied, everything is fine. Theodore then nodded in confirmation, okay. In his heart, he was trying to comfort himself, I have always lived like this. Yvonne, just to see you again, I am willing to wear a mask, pretend to be happy, and smile and swing my sword. At the same time Yvonne suddenly appeared, causing Armin to quickly glance. Even Theodore immediately looked towards her. Then reminded himself, yes, as long as it's not that woman. Unexpectedly, Yvonne boldly spoke, Your Majesty, I have something to say. He startled when he saw the hairpin, you. Where did you get this? Old memories reappeared in her mind when she always remembered Theodore's probing words, "You're not wearing it?" At that time, she also explained, "My hairstyle is short, so it doesn't suit me." Even so, Theodore still tried to persuade, "It's still beautiful, why is that?" Yvonne immediately gave an answer, "Because it's really precious, so I only want to wear it on special occasions." Then she boldly questioned him, "Don't you remember, this is a gift that your Majesty personally gave to me?" Theodore's headache suddenly recurred, causing him to helplessly sigh. "Again, my heart is about to beat wildly and my head is about to explode. Is this all caused by dark magic?" But Yvonne continued to make a suggestion, "Even if I say something now, you won't listen. In this letter, I have written the memories of the past 6 months that your Majesty has lost. If you want to know who I am, please read it, no matter how uncomfortable it is." Confused thoughts kept appearing in Theodore's head. Who exactly is she? Why has she stirred my mind? I really want to know. Then he deliberately reached for the letter, but heard Katarina's urgent call, "Theodore." She also quickly noticed Yvonne's presence. This caused Katarina to hurriedly approach the two of them. "Oh, Eve is here too? Are you all gathered to talk? I hope I'm not disturbing you. What a beautiful hairpin. Theo, I want that hairpin too, get it for me." Unexpectedly, he made a suggestion, "Eve, give the hairpin back to Katarina." She had another chance to put on airs and urge, "Hey, are you listening? Give it to me quickly." But received Yvonne's cold refusal, "I won't give it." "Who do you think you are?" Causing Katarina to quickly whine by calling Theodore's name, "Your Majesty." He suddenly grabbed Yvonne's sword, then ruthlessly slashed at Yvonne's hair, causing the hairpin to lose its grip and fall down before Yvonne's stunned expression. Then Theodore delivered another blow, "Now you don't need it anymore, because you don't have any hair left. No more wavering." After receiving the slap from Theodore, Eve was absolutely silent. As soon as the sword was stuck into the floor, he abandoned Eve, absolutely not looking back and vowing that he would not return to the past, the weak thing that had not protected Yvonne. As such, Eve was still shivering, hugging her pained face, while the treacherous woman Katarina was happily squealing each word because she had Theodore. Theodore raised an eyebrow toward Eve for the last time. He thought to himself that, the path that he had to go, there was only one, if anyone dared to obstruct. No matter who it was, he would not forgive them. The other dukes ran to Eve's side to comfort her. But now she was like a lost soul. That morning in Eve's memory, in her garden, both she and Theodore were together enjoying the cool air under the tree. Eve unexpectedly caressed Theodore's head and said that she had to go inside. Inadvertently, the guy had begged Eve to stay by his side a little longer. Both of them intertwined their hands. "But, these past few days, you've been making all sorts of excuses to run away. The work is piling up. Even if I'm not here," Eve can still hear Armand's voice complaining about the amount of work. Yet, Theodore put on a pitiful and endearing face in an attempt to seduce Eve. She was pierced straight through the heart by the arrow of love because of his beauty. So Eve had to accept his request. She shyly replied, "Just for today, okay? Because you look tired, I'll let you rest a little more." Eve was still worried about how she would explain it to Armand later. But what Theodore noticed was the sweat on her neck. Perhaps the air was too stuffy even though they were in a cool space. Theodore wished that winter could come sooner. "Why do you want that? Is it because it's too hot?" Eve asked him. "Eve, you hate summer, don't you?" "It's true that it's very hot. It's hard to breathe even when standing still, let alone exercising. But, I really like summer." As soon as she finished speaking, Eve put her lips on Theodore's in a loving manner. The suddenness made him unable to control his emotions. Eve said that the main reason was because she could meet Theodore in the summer. The more it went on, the more he was immersed in Eve's aura. "Do you think so? That's so touching." "Okay, if I absolutely have to say whether I like it or not, then I hate winter. Winter is cold, and it's the season that takes away the most precious things from me." Theodore reached out and gently touched Eve's cheek. "I will make everything better. So that autumn, winter, and even spring will be wonderful. I will always be by your side." The sweet memories of the past began to ignite. All of it was sunk by Eve in the incinerator. She bitterly watched those moments turn to ashes without changing her expression. "The man was born as if only for me, appearing like a dream in the sweltering summer. Now, no one can teach me about passionate love like a flame anymore." At this moment, Theodore and that damn Katarina are enjoying the newly budding snowflakes. Theodore looked up at the sky as if he wanted to pour out all his feelings. Then, he closed his eyes and accepted giving up. In front of Eve, the two were affectionate again like young lovebirds. Perhaps this is one of the worst reasons why Eve hates winter so much. Scene change, the lovebirds have returned to their mansion. As soon as they entered the room, the servants were kicked out by Theodore, leaving only him and Katarina. As usual, Katarina clung to Theodore, not leaving him for even half a step. But as soon as the door closed, he forcefully pushed her away from him. Then, he left with a completely different mood. She sneered, "As soon as you're out of sight, you become cold, don't you, my fiancé? Wasn't that the agreement from the beginning? Don't tell me you expect feelings from me," Theodore retorted harshly. The coldness in his words made Katarina want to bury her head in the sand. Theodore took off his royal robe. However, she noticed something that fell out of Theodore's clothes. "This hairpin, you're really not going to give it to me? People will find it strange. You even ordered your close aides to draw their swords for your fiancé. If they see that I'm not wearing it, what will they think?" A murderous aura quickly flashed towards Katarina. Theodore, with an angry face, pressed her against the wall. His voice became extremely resentful. "Are you crazy? Until you achieve the position you want, all this help is only under the guise of a fake engagement. If you dare to consider yourself my real fiancé, then watch out for your head." The wall was smashed by Theodore, but she stubbornly mentioned the name Eve in front of him. And boldly said that even while kissing his fiancé, he still can't stop caring about Eve. "Do you think I don't know?" Theodore paused for a few seconds in shock. The murderous aura was withdrawn by him. He felt a little uncomfortable in his body. Perhaps what Katarina said just now wasn't wrong. Theodore had special feelings for Eve. He couldn't forget his childhood love. Katarina added, "Your Majesty, please don't forget the purpose of this agreement. I am trying to find traces of Yvonne's Cernisha. Eve is a cunning woman planted by Benjamin." Theodore replied, "We still haven't found any evidence that they are using dark magic." She didn't think that Theodore still held such prejudices in his head, so she said that when Eve was by his side, he wavered. She knew that the two of them couldn't be together because it would affect the plan. After flirting with Theodore, Katarina made a proposal. She wanted Theodore to give Eve to her for full control. The next morning, Eve was summoned to Theodore's place. Here, she received a special request from him. Theodore wanted Eve to become Katarina's special escort. Eve refused because her position was to protect Theodore, not just anyone else. This made Theodore extremely angry. He even slammed the pile of documents on the table crudely, making Eve turn pale. "Do I have to hold a sword before you listen to me, Knight Eve?" In front of her, Theodore emphasized that this was an order. Remembering last night, when Katarina asked Theodore to give Eve to her, she promised to find evidence to prove that someone was using dark magic. Very quickly Eve moved to Katarina's place. As soon as the door opened, she saw her waiting in the room. The atmosphere gradually became stifling. Katarina approached Eve, not only praising her for having beautiful hair but also acknowledging that it suited her style very well. For a knight, having long hair is a bit of a luxury. "Isn't it, Knight Eve?" Eve couldn't say a word. She could only endure listening to her insult herself. Next, the maids cleaned up and prepared a place for the two of them to exchange work. Katarina invited Eve to sit down. She wanted to have a chance to talk privately with her. Eve clenched her fist. She was afraid that this sinister woman would play tricks on her. Inevitably, she couldn't resist the order. Eve sat down with Katarina with a heavy heart. Why did she suddenly choose her to be her personal knight? She began to speak. "It seems that you still have many questions, and I also have something I want to ask you. Please honestly share your thoughts." Eve questioned Katarina. "Why did you choose me to be your personal knight?" "Of course, it's because I want Eve's help. As you know, I've just arrived at the palace for the first time. In this unfamiliar place, I also need someone to rely on." When I asked His Majesty, he immediately agreed. Eve was a little dissatisfied. Inevitably, there was nothing she could do. Katarina then mentioned a more important issue. She recounted that after leaving Ferdinand, Eve had changed a lot, from a trainee knight to His Majesty's bodyguard. "What tricks did you use to achieve that position?" "What tricks?" Katarina said that everyone was curious. Eve's sudden revelation that she was a woman also made many people suspicious. "Could it be that you used your female body to seduce His Majesty?" "That's it." The eyes of the two maids became even more terrifying. Eve felt insulted, directly jumped up and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" The teacup also fell off the table because of that. Then poured all over Katarina. The maids quickly came forward, constantly asking and comforting. Only Eve was stunned because she felt lost. She hugged the slight burn and questioned Eve. "What is this? What will you do if I get hurt?" Eve didn't bother to respond because it was just a red mark on her skin, but this woman was making such a fuss that it was deafening. It seems that you still don't understand the situation. Theodore has given all authority over you to me. From now on, I am your master." Eve demanded that Katarina not use her dirty mouth to mention Theodore's name. However, she didn't flinch at all. Are you out of your mind? Being by Theodore's side, do you think you've become something? But what can you do? Theodore doesn't care about people like you at all. Theodore is so gentle. Even though he's busy, he still takes the time to meet me. He whispers sweet words in my ear every day. Do you understand? That's the difference between me and you now. As soon as she finished speaking, she signaled to the two maids. They immediately approached and tied both of Eve's hands tightly. Even though she struggled hard, their movements were too fast. If you want to complain, then complain to Theodore, who said that it doesn't matter how, as long as you find clues about black magic. Whether you fly or crawl, your body will still remember, right? Eve was a little scared when Katarina lifted the steaming hot teapot. The wisps of smoke that passed over her made Eve even more afraid. It's training time, Eve. I will correct your dirty mouth one more time. The door was locked. Inside echoed the tragic sounds of despair. Somewhere in the palace, two guards on patrol were joking with each other about the tense situation in the palace. They didn't notice that Ernest was right behind them to monitor the situation. According to the two guards, they said, recently he was like a different person, suddenly he's back to being a tyrant. I don't know who to follow. I heard that his fiancée isn't easy to deal with. Either. You mean the young lady from Ferdinand? Every time I pass by her room, I hear screaming. What are they doing in the room? What will become of this empire? Ernest was disillusioned because he didn't know what had happened. But one thing he knew was that Katarina and Theodore were engaged. What exactly is happening in the palace? After hesitating, Ernest decided that he couldn't let this go. Therefore, before the two guards checked this place, he hid on the roof tiles waiting for them. Then he slipped through the back successfully. Ernest's top priority was to prevent Katarina from becoming empress. Therefore, the first step in his plan was to find Eve to find out the details of the matter. Just then, Ernest saw Eve's familiar back flash past. It turned out that she was also in the process of doing her duty. Ernest hurried over. Luckily, I was just about to look for you. But when he pulled Eve's hand, Ernest was stunned because he saw something. Eve's face was covered with wounds. Her swollen cheeks were only bandaged temporarily. Ernest immediately questioned, What happened? Who did this? Your whole body is full of injuries. Eve struggled to answer. It's useless, no matter what I say, even if I let him know that I'm Yvonne. Theodore won't come back. As she spoke, Eve couldn't control her emotions and cracked each word. Ernest immediately became angry. He shouted Eve's name. Then he asked her to leave the palace together. I can't let you stay here any longer. At least try to escape. To become like this, why do you just endure it? Eve wondered where she could go. On his dark bed. Theodore was experiencing a terrible nightmare. In his dream, he saw Yvonne's figure engulfed in flames. She kept calling Theodore's name because the flames burned and scorched her skin. Save me, Theodore, save me. The young man immediately plunged into the sea of fire. Unfortunately, Yvonne was submerged and disappeared by that red thing. No matter what happens, I will save you. Just as the two were about to touch each other, Yvonne had completely disappeared. It's too late, Theodore. It's all your fault. Why did you provoke Empress Margarita to cause this disaster? It's all because of you. I will not forgive you. Because of you, my whole family died. Cannot forgive. Theodore woke up from the nightmare. Tears and sweat were all over the pillow. The young man quickly got up and thought about that dream. Damn it, it's a dream again? Perhaps Theodore needed a little sobriety. He drank a full glass of water next to him. Then he took a long breath. Anyway, this is a dream that I haven't had for a long time. Don't worry about it. Theodore believed that Yvonne was still alive, so a strange energy emanated from his body. Until Theodore realized that something was wrong. His whole body was covered in a purple aura. His hands were constantly shaking as if something was about to appear. Suddenly Armand's voice came out. Your Majesty, are you okay? At this moment Theodore was truly awake. It turned out that he had experienced a dream piled upon nightmare. Thank you for working hard, but I'm afraid you're about to collapse. You haven't been able to sleep at night lately? Theodore didn't want to answer that question, so he turned to another matter. He asked Armand about the tragedy of the past. It is known that Armand still couldn't find any clues. The only survivor was the concubine, Mrs. Grancy. She is currently staying in her hometown of Leo Brandt to mourn her husband, but she herself is also seriously ill, so she can't talk clearly. Armand added that the fourth child, Brian, has not been found, and the whereabouts of the fifth child, Yvonne, are still unknown. Theodore paid special attention to Yvonne. Last night, despite searching many times, he still couldn't feel the traces left on Yvonne. Theodore was very confused because not long ago he was able to feel it, but now there was nothing at all. As soon as he concentrated his thoughts, Eve's figure appeared again. It's that woman again? Whenever I think of Yvonne, the image of that woman always appears at the end, a mysterious woman who looks so much like Yvonne that it's unbelievable. Theodore tried to push Eve out of his mind and the headache eased a little. But the young man couldn't restrain his curiosity, so he asked Armin about Eve's situation. Unfortunately, Armin hasn't heard any news from Eve since she became Katarina's escort. Hearing this, Theodore also felt a bit strange, because before, she had stubbornly demanded control of Eve and promised to find evidence of dark magic, but it had been a long time and there had been no movement from her. To find out the answer, Theodore decided to go to Katarina himself to ask for clarification. Armin asked him if he wanted to send a letter. Theodore refused because he wanted to surprise his fake fiancé from time to time. Katarina's room was always busy with maids, some cleaning, some wiping. She leisurely sat there sipping tea. Finally, I'm satisfied. This gemstone, this beautiful dress, and the Empress throne all belong to me accurately. Eve was a happy woman before, I just need to let her know that she will never be able to rise again. Daring to covet other people's things will pay a heavy price. At this time, the maid next to Katarina spoke, Miss, is there really no problem? After all, she used to be His Majesty's bodyguard, if she's discovered then. She reassured the maid that there was no need to worry about that. She knew that Eve wouldn't dare to say anything to anyone because she herself already knew. That night, in the Ferdinand family's room, Katarina found documents related to magic. She seemed panicked because she didn't know why this thing was in the Ferdinand mansion. Moreover, Katarina also saw Eve and Theodore's signatures on that document. Although she hadn't deciphered everything, it was clear that the content inside was evidence that Eve and Benjamin had cooperated to use black magic on Theodore. Thinking of this, Katarina chuckled, daring to use black magic to seduce the Emperor. Even though I've tortured her like this, she still hasn't revealed information about black magic. It's really unexpected. But having His Majesty's trust, everything is fine, Katarina said to the maid. It doesn't matter if Theodore knows about this, he won't care about what happens to Eve. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly outside her room, what's going on? In front of Katarina, Theodore and Armin appeared, causing her to be stunned. Theodore sternly asked Katarina to explain to him everything that was happening here. That afternoon, Theodore came to Eve's room abruptly. She was still drowsy because of the wounds all over her body. Theodore moved closer to the bed. He didn't intend to say anything, he just quietly observed. Suddenly Ernest appeared. He told Theodore not to wake Eve because she had only fallen asleep for a while. What are you doing here, Ernest? The question from the Emperor didn't bother Ernest, on the contrary, he glared directly at Theodore as a challenge. Ernest gave a fairly convincing reason, that he saw that Eve seemed to be in danger, so he brought her to this place. However, what Theodore noticed was Ernest's way of calling her. He wondered when he started calling the Emperor's bodyguard so disrespectfully by her name. Ernest wasn't afraid of anyone, he replied, so you're the Emperor, but you don't know what's happening to your bodyguard? Her whole body has no intact place, from small bruises to countless burns. Do you know what she has endured? How would I know if you don't tell me? Theodore shouted. He thought Eve's innocent endurance was a choice, which made Ernest sick of listening. Did he really think that? If the future queen uses the Emperor's name to punish her, who can help her? Wasn't he the one who made her endure blindly? Theodore froze, his eyes showing clear shock. Then they drooped heavily. Ernest added, I'm sorry for saying irrelevant things. But please, don't do anything else you'll regret, he said, and left the room. This is my last request. The hallway became increasingly empty. Only Ernest's lonely footsteps remained. He only wanted Eve to escape this dark dungeon with him. Ernest had said the same to Eve before. But she refused for the absurd reason that Theodore had waited 10 years for her. So she would try a little harder. Ernest was always worried about what Eve was going through. In a moment of silence, he shed tears. He sobbed because Eve's endurance was beyond the limit of a royal guard. Eve was so foolish. It was getting dark. Theodore was still watching over Eve's bed, perhaps blaming himself for his wrong decision. How did things become like this? Theodore gently held her hands, covered in wounds. His eyes were full of thoughts. Before coming here, Theodore had to listen to Katarina's fabrications. She falsely accused Eve of attacking her first. She kept saying Eve intentionally splashed hot tea on her body, mocking and slandering her as if seeking Theodore's trust. He was half believing, half doubting that Eve was the one who acted first, then he denied it. No way, she has courage and daring, but not to the point of doing something stupid. Katarina gritted her teeth. Are you saying you trust a lowly guard more than your own fiancé? You should have told me earlier when you were treated unfairly. Ignoring the rules of the palace right in the palace is reprehensible. Katarina no longer kept up appearances, immediately shedding the victim role and accusing Theodore of being the one who allowed her to do everything to find evidence. What? She burst out. Palace rules? Is your Majesty talking about rules? Wasn't it by breaking the rules that your Majesty was able to ascend the throne? Isn't that so? And I am willing to do anything to protect you. Anything. The shards on the floor acted as a catalyst, making Theodore understand everything. So the bandages on Eve were from that. He muttered, I told you to get out of here. Even though I threatened to send you away if you kept interfering in my affairs, you still lingered around here. Why did you do that? With that, Theodore kissed Eve's hand lightly. He wondered if these lingering emotions were also due to black magic. Eve, after touching her cheek. Theodore did something unexpected. He filled the empty room with a sweet kiss with Eve. The strange movement quickly woke Eve. She drowsily woke up in a daze. When she got some light, she unconsciously saw a familiar face. Until she was fully awake, Eve realized that Theodore was passionately kissing her. Eve had no way to resist. Because the wounds were too many, she didn't have the strength to push him away. Theodore also realized that Eve had woken up, but instead of stopping his actions, he gently lifted her head. They were both sinking deeper into their love. However, Eve remembered Katarina's words from before, that she had enchanted Theodore. She suddenly woke up. Wait, Eve pushed Theodore away from her. A distance began to grow between them. Eve muttered, what's going on? Has he remembered? Theodore clung to the bed frame instead of getting angry. Why are you rejecting me? Isn't this what you wanted? You even wanted to become queen, and would do anything to be with me. Next, Theodore grabbed Eve's hand roughly. He pinned Eve to the bed, therefore, I will fulfill all your wishes. Theodore kept forcibly kissing Eve, even though she repeatedly refused. Don't leave. You were the one who pursued me first. Or did you mistake me for someone else? Eve pursed her lips tightly. She suddenly sat up and grabbed Theodore's collar. I'm not mistaken. Never. For me, there is only you. After that, they exchanged a real kiss. When the door was completely open, Katarina witnessed everything, including their sweet conversation. She felt suffocated because she no longer had a place in Theodore's heart. After that, Theodore returned to his frantic work schedule. While he was busy, Armin became overjoyed that Eve had returned. He quickly ran to Eve, long time no see. You must have suffered a lot lately. Ah, yes. Is your body still okay? Eve glanced at Theodore, feeling a little emotional. He knows everything about Katarina torturing me. Theodore also secretly glanced at Eve, causing them to meet eyes. Out of embarrassment, he ignored it as if nothing had happened. That fateful night. Eve confided after they had gone too far, for some reason, he suddenly desired me. And I, because it had been so long since I felt his warmth, couldn't resist. Even a daze called Theodore's name very sweetly. Don't call my name so carelessly. Although Theodore still can't remember, when he hugs me, he blames himself. Throughout these days, we only know how to hurt each other. I feel like it's almost time to put an end to everything. Armin was still rambling on about the wedding between Theodore and Katarina, and the time for Eve to recover was more relaxed. But what Eve was worried about was not the time for the wounds to heal. She only had a short week to make a choice. Either continue to be with Theodore, even though they both have to suffer, or it's time to let go. At this time, Theodore gave her a stack of requests. Eve, go to Ferdinand immediately. Theodore said that Katarina had something to say to her. Eve was a little unwilling, but she decided that she would not run away anymore. After a long day of traveling, the carriage escorting Eve stopped in front of the Ferdinand family. We've arrived, miss. As soon as she got out of the car, Eve felt nauseous, making the steward worried that he was driving too roughly. Eve actually said it was just because she hadn't been feeling well lately. It was snowing heavily outside. Eve stood in front of the huge gate with a familiar feeling. I have to come here again. After knocking on the door, the Ferdinand steward welcomed Eve. I'm here to see Miss Katarina. Please wait a moment. The steward went back inside, leaving Eve alone in the harsh weather. She felt so empty. Even after 30 minutes, Eve was still not allowed to enter. She bitterly resented Katarina because she was the one who called her, but treated her like a vagrant. Still the same feeling as before. That fateful night Eve saw. the hem of Katarina's skirt and the crack of the door. Suddenly she could no longer feel the snow falling, someone was using an umbrella to shield Eve. It turned out to be Benjamin. He said, "Your lips are pale, your face is freezing. I'm fine, if you need anything, feel free to use the Ferdinand house. Whatever your choice is, I will always support you." With that, Benjamin gave her a strange liquid. This made Eve feel warm. Was this Ferdinand's magic? Benjamin observed and saw Eve's hands bleeding again. "You've endured enough. This time, choose for yourself." Just as they were talking, the steward returned and invited Eve in. "Please come in, Miss Eve. Miss Katarina is waiting for you." It was time to say goodbye to Benjamin. Eve promised to come back here and thank him. "Don't thank me, Eve. For you, I can do anything." "Yes, anything." Deep in his words, a black magic was accumulating. Back to Eve, Katarina was very excited as soon as she saw her. "You've arrived, Eve? Or should I call you Yvonne Cernisha? How do you know that name?" "It's not surprising, I only found out recently. Who would have thought that the son of a traitor would dare to pretend to be a government official? Have you achieved what you wanted? I heard he's going to restore Cernisha." Eve was very confused by Katarina's ambiguous words. "What are you talking about?" She smirked. "How shameless, the restoration has caused a stir in the palace. Come on, no matter what your past is, I don't care what relationship you have with Theodore. So let's talk nicely, and get out of here. Or do you really want to lose both your honor and your self-respect? I believe you know how irresponsible your actions are." Katarina immediately emphasized, "Theodore's fiancé is me. And I will be the one to help Theodore achieve what he wants." Eve pursed her lips. "I know." Contrary to Katarina's dignity, Eve could not reveal her true identity, nor could she publicly say that she loved Theodore. Eve gently lifted her sword. Despite Katarina constantly mocking that Eve's appearance only brought trouble to Theodore, she was startled when she heard Eve draw her sword. "What are you doing?" Eve's eyes hardened. Now was the time for her to choose. This time, choose for yourself. Yvonne drew out her sword, startling Katarina. She stammered, "You. Are you crazy? Put that sword away right now." The female lead stared at her, moving closer and closer. Katarina was normally outspoken, but facing Yvonne's sword, her tongue tied up. "If you don't, I'll tell Theodore." Hearing the man's name uttered from that filthy mouth made Yvonne even more determined. The female lead took a running start. Along with Katarina's piercing scream, the sword pierced just past her hair. She didn't dare to make a sound, trembling in fear. Yvonne, emboldened, pressed her advantage. "What's with the panic? Don't you know who I am? You've got ears, so you must have heard, right? This Yvonne Cernisha has been practicing swordsmanship since she was 3. Katarina was pale as a sheet, but she still had to challenge her to feel better. "What do you think you're doing? If you harm me, you won't get away with it either." Hearing her say that, Yvonne gripped the sword hilt tightly. "Is that so? Let's see, shall we?" The female lead raised her sword and stabbed it down hard. After that incident, the palace gates opened. The driver was still waiting for Yvonne there. "I've been waiting for you, my lady. It's cold, please get in the carriage quickly." He noticed that there were a few streaks of blood on the female lead's clothes. Yvonne walked past him and got directly into the carriage. "Please take me to the palace, as quickly as possible." Sitting in the carriage, Yvonne's mood was complex. She clasped her hands together and sighed. "I finally did it. But I don't regret it." Katarina's severed hair was scattered on the ground. "I have to avenge what I've suffered all this time. How could I kill someone? But injuring the emperor's fiancé is sure to cause a stir. Being rumored to be inhumane, I don't care." Then Yvonne laughed out loud at her own fate. She laughed, but for some reason, tears flowed. "If I'm such an inhuman person, then I can't scold Theodore anymore. Theodore, you always put on an innocent face in front of me. A gentle Theodore. Now I know that those images were all fake. But, if within that deceptive facade, there were moments when you truly loved me. How can I give you up, Theodore?" Suddenly, the female lead felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Yvonne clutched her stomach. "What's this? Is it because it's been a while since I held a sword? It will take a little time to get to the palace. I should take a nap." In Ferdinand, Katarina's sobbing echoed. She covered her face in humiliation. Benjamin entered and mocked her. "How pathetic, Katarina." Katarina, her face full of tears, complained, "You witnessed everything and didn't help me." Benjamin slowly approached her. "Why should I? You've tormented me all this time. Eve has also suffered a lot. Do you really need to pant like that? She looked at him with cold eyes. Benjamin Ferdinand. Benjamin looked at her with contempt. Am I wrong? After Yvonne left, Katarina fell into despair. This very man came to my side. She screamed like a madwoman. Benjamin came and opened up another path for her. How long are you going to keep making a scene? Our deal is still ongoing. Katarina didn't know what to do. The master-servant contract has been burned. Eve has also left. What else is there? There is one way. Benjamin reached into his pocket and took out something. When Katarina saw it, she turned pale. It's dark magic. Benjamin will use it to erase Emperor Theodore's memories, from the moment he changed. He will tell Katarina the method later. Katarina was still hesitant. But, if we're discovered using dark magic on the royal family? Benjamin persuaded her, are you okay with losing your position as empress? Hearing that, Katarina agreed, I'll do it. After all, I have nothing to lose anymore. She took the magic orb. Benjamin asked Katarina, have you completed the task I instructed you on? She handed him the orb. This is the crystal containing Eve's sword energy. Just take it to Theodore and falsely accuse Eve of using dark magic. Benjamin agreed with this approach. With such clear evidence, that foolish emperor will surely waver. He dared to use that petty affection to seduce my Eve. I will never forgive him. You should also quickly go to the imperial palace. Katarina was surprised to hear that. Now? But Eve has already left. Benjamin had arranged for Eve's carriage to have a problem, so Katarina would arrive first. He would arrive after her to disrupt Theodore's psychology. Katarina listened to Benjamin and immediately set off. On another side, Ernest was riding his horse at full speed, extremely worried. Damn it, that Theodore really, knowing how Katarina tormented Eve, he still had the heart to send someone to take her to Ferdinand. I have to hurry. At that moment, he noticed. In front of him was the palace carriage, and the driver was fidgeting. Ernest immediately asked about the situation. What's wrong? The driver reported, the carriage suddenly had a problem, so I asked permission to open the door to explain to her. Ernest looked closely inside the door. Yvonne seemed to be losing consciousness because her abdomen was hurting so badly. In the female lead's mind at that moment, she only wanted Theodore to come and save her. Katarina indeed arrived earlier, she also brought the crystal ball to Theodore, look at this. This crystal is the evidence that Eve uses dark magic. Theodore looked at the crystal ball with a slight daze. Did Eve Rowland really use dark magic on me? Katarina urged him, it's time to admit it. Eve used dark magic to seduce His Majesty, which is tantamount to contempt and deception of the royal family. Theodore hesitated for some reason, he didn't think there was a reason to do so. Katarina even provoked, surely it's because of your lover. Theodore was stunned to hear that. Katarina seemed to have achieved her goal, she laughed secretly, didn't I say it before? Eve is the woman Benjamin loves especially. During the visit to Ferdinand under His Majesty's order, as soon as she arrived, she hurriedly went to find Benjamin. I really didn't expect her to be such a person, Katarina put on a sympathetic face for Theodore. Willing to exploit anyone for their own benefit, only hoping to receive sympathy from men. She sighed to herself, I am the same, aren't I? Lying smoothly, Katarina pretended to ask about Yvonne, why hasn't she returned to the palace yet? She obviously set off earlier than me. It should be, she doesn't know what remorse is, all thanks to you, Theodore. Katarina was secretly happy. If Eve receives a word of comfort from you, even the smallest, the whole kingdom will shake. While Theodore was feeling lost, Katarina added, or is she having a good time with Benjamin? Theodore was annoyed, called the guard to ask questions. He reported, I heard that she is staying in a town near Ferdinand. For some reason, Ernest and Benjamin are also there. Katarina standing nearby also heard about this, adding fuel to the fire. Did I say right? And still with Ernest, Theodore has indeed sent someone. Theodore. She pretended to be confused, what are the three of them plotting? Do they intend to overthrow His Majesty and put Ernest on the throne? What a worrying situation. Therefore, I have a proposal to present. Can His Majesty allow me? Katarina's face looked extremely dangerous. On the female lead's side, Yvonne was informed of an important news, pregnant, what do you mean? Ernest was even more excited than his best friend, how can it be, surely it's not another disease. The doctor also had to be dizzy with these people, it is indeed pregnant. It's still in the early stages and the body has no abnormal signs, but this is the first time I've seen a patient cry so painfully. Yvonne hugged her stomach, still feeling like she was on cloud 9, could it be? The female lead guessed that using swordsmanship sometimes has side effects. Mr. Gunther also told Yvonne, for example, when pregnant, the baby in the mother's womb may be startled and defend themselves with negative reactions, at which time the body will feel uncomfortable. But if there is a new member in the family, it will be very happy. Yvonne still couldn't believe it. Really, Theodore and I have a baby? Ernest was worried when he saw the female lead silent. Eve, are you okay? Yvonne was so happy that tears rolled down her face. I'm not crying because I'm sad, but because I'm scared and confused. I can't believe I'm going to have a family. I'm even overjoyed about it. At this time another person also came in. Benjamin, why are you here? Benjamin said in a natural tone. I heard that your carriage had an accident, so I rushed over. Sorry for hearing everything, maybe I chose the wrong time, Yvonne replied politely. It's okay, it's nothing. Benjamin congratulated Yvonne on having a baby with a smile that was not known to be sincere or fake. But the female lead was still happy about it. Thank you, Benjamin. But Eve, actually I came here to tell you something important, Benjamin said to the female lead. Listen carefully, don't be too surprised. At Theodore's castle, empty wine bottles were scattered on the ground. Theodore sat leaning against the window, gulping down one bottle after another. He was already tipsy. Theodore spoke to Yvonne in a tone without a trace of human affection. So you're willing to come back, if you like to wander around as you please. Then just quit your job as a night guard, Eve Rowland. Looking at the pile of bottles on the ground, Yvonne sarcastically said, I didn't expect you to like drinking. Theodore turned his face away, coldly replying, what does that have to do with you? You didn't care in the first place, stop that crazy act. Yvonne was heartbroken when she heard those words. Your Majesty, is that all you want to say? Theodore couldn't understand the heart of the person in front of him, and the things Katarina said this afternoon made him even colder. Then what do you want me to say? Want me to complain about you? Then it's no different from me loving you and being hurt. Yvonne suddenly burst into tears. The sadness in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Is the rumor that Katarina is pregnant with your child true? Theodore was suddenly silent. Then he affirmed, yes, why do you have that expression? It's all just acting. You also pretend to love me. Don't you also have something to hide from me? I am the same. Don't be hurt, it's all pretending. This is just a temporary strategy to resolve the situation. Katarina presented a proposal this afternoon. She asked Theodore to pretend that she was pregnant. In this way, as a royal family pregnant with an heir, Katarina can take leadership, and Theodore can consolidate the throne. Theodore approached the female lead, talking to himself internally. She will exploit me, then she will abandon me. Yvonne was still crying. She sobbed. Then, I resign from this night guard. Anyway, my presence here only makes everyone uncomfortable. Katarina is also the same and so are you. But at this time Theodore had a strange action. He reached out, holding the female lead and begging, no, don't go. He couldn't let go of her. Theodore hugged Yvonne tightly and gently begged, don't go. Please don't. Yvonne couldn't understand this person, tightening and loosening, she always had to follow. Yvonne asked him again, if I don't go, what will change? You can't suddenly remember everything, and you can't break off the engagement with Katarina because she's pregnant. How much longer do I have to endure in this place? Katarina, Theodore was silent. Aren't you coveting her position? Yvonne was surprised by his thoughts. That's why you went to Benjamin Ferdinand, right? Theodore turned the female lead around, facing him. Yvonne immediately interrupted, wait, Your Majesty, you are drunk so you are not sober. Theodore still continued, if you really want me to be by your side, just kill her. If you love me, prove it by killing her. Yvonne was shocked to see that inhuman face and voice. Tell me to kill someone else? Theodore replied, yes, that's true love. He didn't know what to do. To prove love to the one he loves. All Theodore could do was to show his determination to sacrifice everything for that person. He pressed his lips towards the female lead. Yvonne couldn't accept. She refused. You're crazy. Your Majesty is crazy. But life has taught Theodore to live cruelly. It was thanks to Yvonne that he brought light to him. Now the memories have also been forgotten. Theodore only said what he thought was right. Yes, maybe so. Then he gradually fell down. The two of them knelt down together. Yvonne used her knees to support Theodore's head. Her hands trembled wanting to touch the person she loved to death. But reason didn't allow the female lead to do that. Theodore, Yvonne decisively sat up straight. Maybe the female lead had given herself a last chance to act. That night, the female lead summoned the people she trusted the most. Benjamin, Ernest, I have something to ask. Please help me. The day of the wedding of the century has arrived. Early in the morning the drums rang loud. In the Ferdinand Palace, the servants ran wildly, "Bring more flowers here, decorate as splendidly as possible." Flags of all colors hung everywhere. Theodore sat in his palace. His face didn't have much joy. Armin could clearly see that. "Your Majesty, today is a happy day, why does your face look so gloomy?" "Anyway, it's an engagement ceremony, you must show a happy image." Theodore didn't need those advice, he turned away abruptly, always saying empty words. "How about that matter?" Armin was startled when asked. "You mean Eve?" "All the resignations submitted have been cancelled by order of your Majesty." Armin felt sorry for the female lead. "I heard that she is preparing to depart from Ferdinand." Theodore pondered for a moment. "Everything is ready, I don't know what she will choose, I'm really looking forward to it." So he was waiting for Yvonne's action from the night before. Yvonne on this side was assigned the task of welcoming the bride. Miss Katarina Ferdinand appeared. She wore a gorgeous outfit, studded with many shiny diamonds. Yvonne found it dazzling to look at. "Are you okay? Why do you wear so much makeup if you're not sick?" Katarina smiled sarcastically. "Just say it straight out if you're jealous." "What, are you jealous because I have something you don't have?" The female lead didn't want to argue with this evil woman. She turned to say to the guards, "Everything is prepared for the bride, let's go." Katarina pouted, pondered, her face didn't change at all. Surely she's not plotting something? A caravan of people and horses crossed the forest road. The road was rough, full of dirt and rocks. So the wheels tripped, causing the carriage to be shocked. Katarina leaned out to scold. "Hey, is it right to go in this direction?" That guard replied awkwardly, "Sorry, due to being busy preparing for the wedding, we haven't had time to repair the roads." She threatened fiercely, "Be careful, I'm about to become a royal family, or are you intentionally leading me into a dangerous path to harm me?" "Is that right, Eve?" Yvonne rode the horse leading the team. She observed, evaluated, "About here is good." Katarina found it difficult to understand. "What are you mumbling?" Suddenly there was a loud shout, "We're being attacked." Katarina immediately panicked. A group of people with their whole bodies in black clothes, their faces also covered, each of them holding weapons. The guards reminded each other, "Focus on protecting Miss Katarina." An assassin had reached the carriage she was sitting in. At the royal palace, the guards also informed Theodore, "Your Majesty, big trouble." He was initially calm. If anything happened, he would report it. The thing is. After hearing the report, Theodore's face changed. Armin was also so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. Yvonne left a handwritten letter on the table. "I apologize for having to say goodbye, Your Majesty. Thanks to you, the past months have been full of emotions. Sometimes laughing heartily, sometimes sobbing. Although I once swore that I was ready to sacrifice everything for love, as a knight holding a divine sword, I cannot violate the respectable teachings of my family. Please forgive this helplessness, this is an engagement gift for you, I am just a foolish woman who has troubled you." An assassin is targeting Katarina. She was so scared that her legs couldn't run. As the sword was about to strike, Yvonne appeared. She blocked a sword for Theodore's bride. Katarina was frozen in fear. Blood began to flow nonstop. The sword pierced straight into Yvonne's heart, where Theodore's image always resided. "Please allow me to say goodbye, until we meet again, it was an honor to meet you. May you always be healthy, goodbye." Back when the guard reported the shocking news to Theodore, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." "What is it?" "The thing is. While on duty, Eve has sacrificed herself." The news struck Theodore like a thunderbolt. "What?" Armin was also extremely confused. "Eve is dead." The guard wiped the sweat from his forehead and reported in more detail. "I heard that she was attacked by an assassin on the way here, so she sacrificed herself while protecting Miss Katarina." Theodore walked towards him, grabbed his shirt and pulled him up high. "Is what you're saying true? If you dare to lie to me, I'll gouge out your eyes and cut out your tongue, and throw you to the livestock to eat." The scared guard immediately confirmed, "Yes, it's true, she sacrificed herself while protecting Miss Katarina." Theodore changed his expression, he had some intention. The guard was released and fell to the ground. Theodore turned and walked away. Armin anxiously asked loudly, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" The engagement ceremony is about to begin, but Theodore coldly said only 2 words, "Cancel it. Order the knights to capture all the assassins at the scene alive and not to touch Eve's body. I will also go to the scene immediately. I can only believe it when I see it with my own eyes." Ernest was also restless with worry for Yvonne. At this time, the butler came in to report, "Sir Ernest, Emperor Theodore is on his way to the scene." Hearing this, Ernest sighed, "Okay, I guessed my brother would." His eyes were full of worry, something seemed to have happened. "Eve, is this okay?" At the scene, all the assassins had been captured alive. The swordsman also suffered some injuries. Yvonne's body was placed on a white cloth. The swordsmen were all saddened by the scene. She lay there, with her eyes closed as if she was just sleeping. Theodore. If, only if, one day you recover. I hope you won't be sad when you see me like this. The one I love so dearly, don't be heartbroken because of my repeated deaths. Saying I don't resent you for not recognizing me is a lie, but thank you for not forgetting and constantly searching for me. I am truly satisfied. A white cloth was placed over Yvonne's face. The last tears quietly flowed on her face. Katarina sat huddled in a corner after the terrorist attack. Her face was brighter when she saw Theodore. He had ridden his horse as fast as he could. Of course, not for Katarina but for that girl. Theodore rushed past, casually pushing her aside. Katarina sat on the ground. And resented, a crack suddenly appeared on her face. She hugged her face in confusion. Why did my face suddenly crack? Could it be that the dark curse has been broken? No, if I regain my memories. Theodore's face was covered in sweat from exhaustion and tension. Seeing Yvonne lying there with a white silk cloth covering her face, he couldn't believe his eyes. It can't be. Open your eyes, please, Eve. Finally, Theodore cried, no, Eve. At this moment, the memories of her introducing herself as Yvonne flashed in his mind. I am Yvonne. Don't touch my dirty things. If you really want to be with me, just kill that woman. The chessboard has been set. Which move are you going to choose? Holding Yvonne's pale face, Theodore regretted, it's my fault. It was I who gave the order, it was I who hurt her with harsh words. I'm not stupid enough not to recognize the woman I love. I love you, Eve. What's the point of remembering everything now? Theodore laughed at his fate. The swordsman stood in a corner. No one dared to speak. Theodore laughed and cried. It's me who killed you. Yvonne, the one I love, the one who came back again. It's me who killed you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Eve, please come back. In the inner city, people stood around to watch the excitement. Lyndon was also there. Seeing everyone talking, he asked, what's going on? She also told Lyndon, it's all in turmoil. I heard that the Emperor's personal knight has passed away. Something must have happened on the engagement day. He was shocked after hearing this. What? Sir Brian, I will go to the scene immediately. It won't take long. Please wait a moment. Brian agreed upon hearing this. Before leaving, Lyndon instructed, in the meantime, you must not run away. Brian looked at his face and guessed that something big must have happened. Then Brian looked into the edge of the forest, discovering something. It seemed that someone had just passed by. In the thick bushes. Yvonne wore a cloak, standing with Benjamin. This way we can hide our identities and reach the border. Just try a little longer, Eve. So she's not dead. At a large villa. Yvonne pressed her hand against the glass, talking to herself. Once we cross the mountains, we'll be at the border. The weather is also warm. It was right to listen to Benjamin and go south. As long as we find a chance to sneak into another country, we can escape safely. The female lead leisurely enjoyed tea. I wonder if my death has reached Theodore's ears. Back to Yvonne's plan. When she met Ernest and Benjamin, she expressed this crazy idea. Ernest was initially extremely confused. What? Create a fake Eve corpse? That's right, with Benjamin's magic, that's possible, right? Benjamin also pondered, if it's a puppet similar to the original, it's possible. Combined with some exciting details, the Emperor will definitely panic and won't be able to distinguish between real and fake. Then aiming for the wedding day, I will take on the role of Katarina's guard. The scenario is that I sacrifice myself to protect Katarina. The plan sounds really cruel to Theodore. Ernest worried about his brother but also worried about Yvonne. Does it really have to be this way, Eve? The female lead also thought for a long time before making this decision. His obsession is not ordinary. Theodore has spent 10 years searching for Yvonne without giving up. If he knows I'm still alive, even if that place is the end of the world, no matter how long it takes, he will never give up. For me, and for Theodore, I believe this is the best way. Ernest tapped her head lightly. Don't frown like that. For the child in your belly, now focus on making yourself happy. I will stay here to stop Theodore. Yvonne was surprised by Ernest's words. What? Why? To be honest, I'm not very confident, but I want to do anything I can to help my brother and the troubled empire. The promise to run away together. I'm sorry for not being able to keep my word. Yvonne couldn't utter anything. She silently looked at Ernest. Ernest turned to Benjamin and said, so. Please take good care of Eve. The handshake was like entrusting all faith to Benjamin. Ernest has finally grown up. Yvonne felt very sad to be in this situation. He shouldn't overdo it either. After everything was decided, Yvonne continued to drink tea, but she noticed that Benjamin's expression was a bit strange. Something terrible has happened, Eve. What is it? What's wrong? She also stood up involuntarily. I heard that Emperor Theodore has brought your fake body into the palace. This information made Yvonne worried. Her hands trembled. What should we do? What if we get caught like this? Benjamin put his hand on her shoulder to reassure the female lead. Calm down, Eve. I told you, no matter what happens, I will protect you and the baby. In this emergency, Benjamin's words moved Yvonne. She hugged him tightly. Don't worry too much. I will solve everything. You just need to trust me. Benjamin seemed to have achieved his wish. His face was extremely cunning. At Theodore Palace. Now it's midnight. Theodore was still sitting silently on the chair. He stared pensively at Yvonne's body. She lay there, still, without a single movement. It's ridiculous. How could I not recognize you? What should I do? I only did wrong things to you. I'm really sorry. Sorry, Yvonne. When he was at his most painful, someone entered outside the door. Armin appeared, gently saying, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I found a letter in the study. It seems that this is the letter Eve left for you. Theodore took the letter, read it and laughed at himself. It's so lovely, isn't it? You made me endure all the torture after losing my memory, and yet you only left a letter full of insults. If I forgot and bullied you, even hit you on the head, then you should have killed me and run away. You silly Yvonne, why are you lying there so cold? I'm really a murderer. I'm no different from the one who killed Eve. Look, Armin, after healing the wound, she looks like she's sleeping. Theodore painfully bent down closer to Yvonne. His hand wanted to touch the female lead's cold hand. I'm willing to do anything to revive you. When in desperation, people can do the most foolish things. Theodore too, he thought of dark magic. Can dark magic revive the dead? Theodore immediately ordered Armin, contact the kingdom of Kerbel immediately. Armin was surprised to hear this. Why so suddenly? Isn't that the place with the national treasure? Famous, tell them that I want it. Armin seemed to guess the intention of the Majesty. His face turned pale. What? Your Majesty, that's impossible. From the beginning, they won't easily hand over the national treasure. Theodore didn't care about that, as long as he could revive Eve. He could do anything. Even if it's war or destroying the world. Theodore's eyes became extremely cold. So wait a bit, my love. Armin ran quickly to Theodore. He anxiously said, Wait a moment, Your Majesty, war. Are you kidding? How can you think of such a crazy thing, if there is war because of Eve? How painful she will be. Theodore was heartbroken. He wondered, Eve is in pain. Yes, Your Majesty, Eve is a kind and gentle person. She will definitely be very sad when someone has to sacrifice. The prince turned his face, his voice lowered. Yes, Eve is such a person. Armin sighed in relief. He said, finally. Although Your Majesty cherishes Eve, how can you think that this method will work? He wondered, what exactly is the relationship between the two of you? Suddenly someone from the palace came. Armin was startled. He vaguely recognized, that person is. He said he was the guardian knight Linden. Sorry for being late, I have just completed the task ordered by Your Majesty and returned. Theodore was surprised. What order? Of mine? Armin suddenly realized, Lord Linden was given a secret task by the Majesty. I don't know the details very well but... Theodore couldn't remember what he had said to him. Linden bowed his head, whispered, So you really lost your memory? The Majesty asked again what that task was. Knight Linden hesitated. Speak quickly, don't dawdle. Linden honestly revealed this secret. His expression was sad, his heart aching. I have found the surviving Cernicia people. Armin couldn't believe that had happened. Is one of the 3 rebellious families that were destroyed 10 years ago. Theodore thought in his head, it's ridiculous, I even forgot the order for Yvonne. Knight Linden promised I would fix the mistakes I made myself. The Majesty approached him. He said the plan has changed, even if it means overthrowing the empire. We must find a way to revive Yvonne at all costs. Armin and Linden were surprised. Your Majesty, you have regained your memory. Theodore resolutely said, I will go to Ferdinand. Perhaps Ferdinand's magic can save Yvonne. Sitting in the room, Katarina covered her face and sobbed. She screamed, No, it can't be like this. She was angry, smashing the mirror. Why did I become like this? Now she doesn't dare to look at her face in the mirror anymore. Her face is no longer as beautiful as before. She said I am the one who will become the Empress of the Empire. Suddenly, Theodore slammed the door open. She was terrified. He stared at her, suggesting she follow him. Follow the one who bothered to come see me. He immediately grabbed the collar of her dress. If you dare call me by that name again, I'll cut out your tongue, or do you not need this life anymore? Yvonne died because of you. Katarina was stunned, her face cold, wanting to say, so, you remember? The dark magic really failed. She was utterly bewildered, what to do, would she die here? Then Katarina frowned, earnestly pleading for Theodore to spare her, I don't want to die yet. Only one thought occupied her mind at that moment, I don't want to die. Then Katarina suddenly remembered the image of the ancient tree, she cried out. There's an ancient tree with special powers in the kingdom of Ferdinand. Maybe it can save Yvonne. Hearing this, Theodore gradually released her. Katarina was frightened, breathing a sigh of relief. Theodore was doubtful, asking, Ferdinand has something like that? Katarina teared up, choking with sobs, Your Majesty. Please spare my life. Theodore sneered, threatening her in a low voice, Don't worry, I don't casually ruin something if it's useful. We have to exploit it to the fullest, right? Now, take me there. Scene changed to Katarina's mansion. The servants stood in shock, mouths agape. Seeing the young lady's appearance, they could only exclaim in astonishment, Lady Katarina. Theodore grabbed Katarina's hair, dragging her inside, coldly asking, Where do we need to go? Katarina trembled, pointing, Over there. Into the greenhouse, you'll see. Theodore looked over there and saw a glass door emitting an eerie purple light. Theodore grabbed Katarina's hair, dragging her away. As they approached, Theodore was stunned, astonished. He stammered, That. He guessed that. He hid this thing here? Sure enough, it was a tree containing extraordinary power. Theodore was overjoyed, with this power, I can save Yvonne. But as he reached out his hand to touch it, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out. Theodore immediately recognized it as a barrier. Katarina, enduring the pain, said, This is the forbidden ground of the Ferdinand kingdom. Without the permission of the head of the family, no one is allowed to approach. Theodore angrily cursed, Damn it. Theodore used his strength, trying to break the barrier. He wouldn't accept this, he had to try his best to break it no matter what. Katarina tried to persuade him, Stop it, doing that could kill you. But Theodore remained stubborn, with only one strong will, If I can save Yvonne, I'd rather die. Katarina bluntly said, Isn't it pathetic to not let go of a girl who's already gone? Hearing this, Theodore froze. Suddenly, Benjamin arrived. He asked Theodore, What are you doing here? Theodore angrily shouted, What are you doing here, you bastard Benjamin? Benjamin still calmly replied, That's a strange question. This is the Ferdinand estate. As the owner, what's wrong with me being here? Theodore worried, thinking, I deliberately chose a time when he was away to come here. Then Theodore stated his intention directly, Since you're here to talk in person, that's good. I need this ancient tree to revive Eve. But Benjamin sneered, mocking, Poor Eve. Even after death, she can't escape. Hearing this, Theodore went crazy with anger, shouting, Shut your mouth. Theodore exerted himself, determined to break the barrier, Down to my bones, I know what mistakes I made. Even if I lost my memory, the harm I caused Eve will never fade. The image of Eve is always present in Theodore's mind, he is very determined, so I must revive Eve, to say that I love her as many times as she cried, hold her as tightly as she has endured. And beg her to forgive me. Benjamin provocatively said, Eve came to me and said that she couldn't bear it anymore, wanting to ask for my help to leave you. Theodore didn't believe it, don't lie. Eve could never want to leave me. Benjamin continued, She wanted to save the baby in her womb. At this moment, Theodore was stunned, not believing what Benjamin said was true. Theodore asked himself, The baby? What baby? He looked at his blood-soaked hands, regretfully saying, Eve and I have a child? Theodore didn't want to hear any more. He seemed to lose his mind, a child? What does that mean? Eve is carrying my child? Benjamin stood quietly, watching him. Benjamin thought to himself, He's breaking down, isn't he? Suffer more, Theodore Albrecht. You will suffer more than the pain I suffered the day you snatched Eve from my hands. Theodore collapsed, asking himself, What have I done? Benjamin said, Your Majesty killed everything. Eve and the baby in her womb. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have had to die in such pain. Theodore covered his face, hating himself. He looked towards the ancient tree, still clinging to one belief, no, Eve is still alive. Tears began to fall and roll down Theodore's cheeks. He swore, I will bring her back to life. Benjamin mocked, You can't even protect anything. And you still don't want to give up? Then, Benjamin used a powerful flame, burning the ancient tree, and provoked Theodore, then please, go ahead. Theodore watched the ancient tree burn before his eyes, stunned, frozen. Benjamin said, take it if you don't mind being burned to ashes. Theodore rushed forward. But he was quickly stopped by the flames. Benjamin chuckled mockingly, how foolish. Surely, he was very happy to see Theodore suffer like that. The flames burned even more fiercely. Theodore lay gasping on the floor. Benjamin cursed Theodore, too weak. So irrational, huh? Katarina has already escaped. Well, she's worthless anyway. Benjamin called a small pigeon to him, telling it to spread the news to neighboring countries. Now is the right time to attack the Albrecht Empire. Emperor Theodore is finished. Benjamin walked out. Leaving Theodore lying on the floor, tears of regret rolled down his face. Scene change, Eve was still alive and in a room when there was a knock on the door. She was surprised when Benjamin arrived. She looked at his wounded appearance and confusedly asked, what happened? What's this blood? Benjamin said, Eve, now there's nothing that can stop us anymore. Eve was shocked to hear him say that. Benjamin approached Eve, his face full of joy, saying, let's go together, where should we go? To raise a child, a place with a large garden would be better. Eve still didn't understand, she pushed him away, Benjamin, wait. But Benjamin told her, don't turn away. You know why I'm clinging to you like this, don't you? Benjamin held Eve's hand tightly. Eve was confused, not daring to look Benjamin in the eye. She thought to herself, I know Benjamin, who never cared about anyone, cares especially about me. The reason is not just because we are friends. Then she told Benjamin, I need more time to think about this. Benjamin looked at Eve with a love-struck gaze, saying sincerely, I know, now you just need to lean on me. After that, he gently hugged her, whispering, your child is also my child. I can adopt it. It will surely be as lovely and cute as you. Eve was still sad, thinking, now really. There's no turning back. She recalled the time before at the clock tower. Those were such beautiful memories. 2:00 every day, we would secretly meet here. Just the two of us. She decided to make the painful decision to say goodbye to those worst memories. Scene changed to Theodore's location, guards burst in, startled and horrified to see His Majesty's condition. They panicked, luckily he only fainted. Bring supplies here quickly. Although Theodore didn't have the strength to persevere, he was still thinking about his love with Eve. That was my first love, bringing me beautiful moments. Heavy rain fell outside. Katarina ran barefoot in the rain. Katarina was scared, I have to run away. And Emperor Theodore too. I have to disappear from Benjamin's sight. Katarina suddenly stopped when she saw something. A person completely covered in a hood from head to toe slowly walked towards Katarina and said, I can sense dark magic. Katarina looked at this person and saw that he had black hair. But isn't that Emperor Theodore? The mysterious person grinned eerily, saying, did you call me? Katarina froze, trying to reason, who is it? In this empire, besides Emperor Theodore, is there any other person with black hair? The mysterious person said, I clearly sensed dark magic here. How strange. How could a commoner like you revive me? His eyes suddenly turned bright red, extremely terrifying. Katarina was scared, not knowing what to do. She didn't understand, she just felt breathless. And what did revive mean? What exactly was that monster? He asked her, what is your name? She stuttered, saying awkwardly, Katarina Ferdinand. He said, Ferdinand, it's been a long time since I've heard that name. Oh, I should introduce myself, shouldn't I? Katarina shouted in fear, don't come near me. I am the one who will become the empress. Dare to touch me. But before she could finish speaking, he was right in front of her, pointing to her forehead and saying, I am Tenebrous. You must become my vessel. Suddenly, a haunting purple flame burst forth, burning Katarina. She screamed in helplessness. Tenebrous laughed maniacally, I missed Ferdinand so much. Leo Brandt and Cernicia too. Scene changed to the next morning at the Albrecht Palace. Theodore just opened his eyes, the servants were anxiously bustling, Your Majesty, you're awake. Theodore slowly sat up. Chief Steward Armin was worried, you can't move. What happened to you? Theodore had a headache, trying to remember. Then he asked, that bastard Benjamin, how is the Ferdinand family head? Armin said confusedly, the Ferdinand family head? Who are you talking about? Who is that? Theodore was very surprised that even Armin didn't know who that was. Armin continued, I'm sorry, but why don't I have any memory of a family head belonging to the three great families of the empire? Suddenly, Theodore jumped out of bed. He hurriedly ran off. Theodore remembered Benjamin's words, you can't even recognize the woman you love. All you bring her is pain. You don't deserve Yvonne. Theodore was furious remembering that bastard's face. He rushed to Eve's room to check, but she was gone. The bed was empty, no one there. Theodore froze, not knowing what to do anymore. Then he collapsed to the floor in pain. Armin worriedly asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? Theodore covered his face and cried, she disappeared again. That bastard Benjamin must have kidnapped Yvonne. He erased all memories and traces of Eve, just like when he erased my memory. Suddenly, Lyndon rushed in to report urgently, Your Majesty, there's a disaster. Lyndon said breathlessly, a coalition of neighboring countries, from an unknown source, suddenly declared war on us. Armin didn't understand, why would they suddenly do this? Theodore heard this news. Then he suddenly laughed loudly. Tears rolled down his face. Theodore said wearily, Does she think I'll let go of her? A world without you has no meaning to me. After that, Theodore ordered Lyndon, send word to the vermin from those countries plotting schemes that, whether it's national treasures or sacred artifacts, they must offer them to me. Theodore's eyes were full of hatred, I will find every way to get them and bring Eve back. That year, the Albrecht Empire began an unprecedented war. Everyone rumored that the emperor had gone mad from losing his precious fiancée. But in reality, Emperor Theodore had been crazy for a long time. Only when he was with Yvonne Cernicia could he become a whole person. Scene change 4 years later, in the kingdom of Caligor. Laura was skipping along, carrying a market basket. Suddenly, a shopkeeper called her back, Hey, girl, the fruit is very fresh today. Come and buy some. Hearing this, Laura's eyes lit up, her face cheerful and bright, saying, Really? Suddenly, an old man came out and scolded the shopkeeper, You sure know how to pick customers to sell to, huh? The shopkeeper angrily said, Hey, why are you picking a fight? The old man pointed at Laura's face, shouting, Don't you know? That dress is from the maid of the witch Arbella who just moved in nearby. The people around gathered, chattering, it's rumored that she seduces people and then eats them. Every year on the full moon, she dances with corpses in the cemetery. She's really a lakeside witch. Laura couldn't bear to hear these words anymore. She erupted violently, yelling, It's not like that. My mistress is beautiful and kind. When I was tricked out of all my money and had nowhere to go, she saved me. And gave me a position as a maid in the mansion. It's just because my mistress's beauty is too outstanding that she's rumored to be a witch. I understand that false rumors will always appear. But my mistress is not like that at all. Do you hear me, you people? After that, Laura approached the fruit stand. She took out a lot of money from her basket and confidently said, Wrap up all the fruit from here to there for me. My mistress is very rich. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when she saw the money, her mouth smiling like a flower, saying repeatedly, I'll wrap it right away. And then Laura's carriage was filled with fruit. She was tired, trying to bring all this fruit back. On the way, she sadly thought, the mistress is so kind, sometimes it makes me worry. Laura recalled what her mistress had said, It's okay, Laura, it doesn't matter what others say. I just want a peaceful life, for myself and for this baby. As soon as Laura returned to the mansion, she heard the bustling sounds of children. Young Master Irwin and young Lady Odelia ran out to greet Laura. Laura hugged the two children and said, You two still look as cute and lovely as ever today. Then Laura asked them, Where's the mistress? Young Master Irwin and young Lady Odelia both told Laura to speak quietly. The sky was blue, and there was a gentle breeze, so the mistress was sleeping soundly. She was sitting on a chair, enjoying the breeze, and didn't know when she had fallen asleep. Scene changed back to 4 years ago, the maids of the Ferdinand Palace were still discussing Eve's affair, is that true? Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. The family head and that guest named Eve, they have an unusual relationship. Eve was very sad when she heard these words. They must be new maids here. What shocked Eve more was when they said, So Eve will become the new mistress of the whole mansion? The maids kept talking, probably. She looks like she's holding someone else's child. What? I can't believe it. If that's true, the family head's reputation will be seriously damaged. Eve clearly understood what they were saying, so during dinner with Benjamin, she proactively expressed her wish to go to the kingdom of Caligor. I want to find a small village by the lake. I've always wanted to live in a peaceful place around a lake. Benjamin was very surprised, asking, why are you suddenly talking about this? How can you go anywhere alone with that body of yours? Eve replied, I have a lot of money. Don't worry, Benjamin. When I left the palace, I secretly took some jewelry. Eve felt a little guilty when she said this, because the jewelry was all given by Theodore when they were in love, but it should be okay, because the child is worth it. Benjamin sadly asked Eve, why? Is it because you don't like this mansion? I'll find other places, so. Please don't leave. Eve was sad and frustrated, not knowing what to say. She quietly said, I'm sorry, Benjamin. My dear friend, I don't want to be a burden to you anymore. You always care for and protect me more than anyone else, but can I reciprocate your love? I have experienced moments of passionate love, as well as moments of bitter heartbreak. I realized how much love can hurt a person. And I don't think I can love anyone again. Eve smiled and said, this is my answer, I'm very sorry to you, and a week later, Eve quietly left the Ferdinand estate. Scene changed back to the present. Eve was tired and frustrated. Laura saw this and immediately asked, you were full of energy this morning. Mistress, you've worked hard. Eve smiled and said, playing with the children makes me too exhausted. Then, Eve saw the carriage, curiously asking Laura, what's all that fruit in the carriage? Laura was startled, not knowing how to answer. Then she stammered, that. I heard it's the season for fruit, so I thought the mistress would like it. Eve guessed, there must be strange rumors in the village again. Eve sadly sighed. They call me the Witch of Arbella. Eve thought to herself, the kingdom of Caligor is very small, in a remote rural area. A woman suddenly appeared in Arbella. She bought a secluded lakeside villa for a high price, and after moving in, she didn't intend to go out. Of course, everyone will pay attention. For me, that's a great rumor that helps me avoid communicating with the villagers, but it's not like that for Laura. Laura cried, saying, I'm sorry, mistress. But Eve wasn't angry at all, saying gently, it's okay, the fruit looks good. Instead, I'll deduct the money from your salary, just kidding. But next time, shop moderately. Laura cried and complained, saying they kept badmouthing her mistress. In Eve's mind, Laura was always a kind and grateful girl. Actually, finding servants is very difficult. Luckily, Eve received a lot of help when she had the twins. From the first time they met, Laura spoke candidly, saying it seemed her mistress was pregnant and that her mother was a midwife. Though a bit tiring, Eve's life was peaceful. Suddenly, someone shouted, Eve, my angel. Eve, Laura, and the two children were startled and bewildered. It turned out to be Derek, the second son of Lord Arbella, who had arrived. As soon as he came, he smiled brightly and said enthusiastically, you are as radiant as ever today. Eve looked at Derek, sighed, and felt annoyed. She wished these types of guys wouldn't show up. Eve covered her face, trying to calm down, and said, I told you not to come here anymore. Derek was shameless, saying, even when you're angry, your voice is like the whisper of a fairy. Eve wondered why she only met strange men in her life. Derek also gave gifts to Eve's children, saying, I have gifts for you kids. It's the latest limited edition of Jerica the Squirrel Hero. Eve's children were initially a bit shy, standing close to their mother. But when they saw the toy gifts, their eyes lit up. They ran to Derek to take the gifts. Eve sighed and said, Derek, I told you not to bring any useless gifts here. Derek replied, what's useless about it? The kids love it. Eve had heard for a long time that single mothers often encounter strange men. She was annoyed and told Derek frankly that it wouldn't be good if rumors spread about the Lord's son frequently visiting the house of a witch. But Derek said cheerfully, how could that be? Arbella's territory doesn't have any immoral people like that. Thanks for worrying about me, but you also need a man to protect you, don't the kids need a guardian? Eve retorted, I'm enough, why do I need another guardian? Derek said, as they grow older, they'll feel the absence of a father even more. Hearing that, Eve became saddened. She said with a lump in her throat, that, having a man to protect you would help a lot. For example, playing Jerica the Squirrel Hero with the children. Suddenly, Eve stomped on Derek's foot. Eve's children were also very understanding, yelling, Uncle Derek, don't bother my mom. You're awful. We don't need a dad, we have mom. Eve was surprised to hear her children say these words. Prince Erwin innocently asked, but what is a dad? Princess Odelia said, I don't know, but never mind. If you bother mom, Jerica the Squirrel Hero won't forgive you. Eve suddenly smiled. Derek and the two children were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Eve said, that's right, Derek. Me too, I'm happy just having the kids. You don't have a chance. Eve hugged her two children. Derek could only scratch his head in frustration and say, okay, I have nothing more to say. Then can I ask for another favor? Eve coldly said, anything, except for wanting to be a father. Derek revealed his thoughts, there's something I want to ask of you, Arbella the witch. Please save the future of the Caligore kingdom from a destructive war. Eve was very surprised to hear Derek's plea. Prince Erwin and Princess Odelia's eyes lit up. They remembered that phrase. That's a line from Jerica's adventure that Laura read to us. Laura had said, everyone said, oh, great Jerica the squirrel hero, please save the future of the kingdom. The two children suddenly thought, is our mom Jerica the squirrel hero? But Eve's answer made the two children freeze. Eve flatly replied, no, I'm not. Eve stood up and led her children away. Derek called out to her, wait, please hear me out. Eve ordered Laura, take the children inside first. Eve said to Derek, I don't know why that rumor spread, but I'm not a witch. If you need help, why don't you try to find someone else? Derek shook his head and said, the Caligore kingdom, especially the Arbella area, is in a remote and little-known place. Because it's in a hidden corner, it often suffers heavy damage from magical creatures. For years ago, before Eve came here, although the villagers were afraid and alienated her, thinking she was a witch. Eve thought anxiously, did they find out that I secretly destroyed the monsters? Derek happily continued, you must have used some kind of magic to eliminate the magical creatures. Then he knelt down and made a ridiculous request, I beg you, please curse that hateful Emperor Albrecht. Eve was furious and went inside, slamming the door shut. She found it absurd. A witch cursing? As if I'm really a witch. I absolutely can't get involved with Albrecht again. If he knew I and the children carrying his blood were still alive, what would happen? Then, Eve was startled to see her two children lying on the ground, throwing a tantrum. She rushed over, asking anxiously, how did this happen? The two children cried and demanded Jericho. Eve was at her wit's end. Then, she hugged her two children and gently said, what should we do? We can't take crying kids to the movie theater. Hearing the words movie theater, the two children stopped crying immediately, their eyes shining brightly. Eve smiled and said, it's been a while since we went to town, right? Let's go see Jerica the squirrel hero's adventure, defeating the dragon. Cut to the lively and bustling town. Prince Erwin and Princess Odelia happily sang as they walked. They held toy wooden swords and said enthusiastically, the dragon attacks. Jerica the squirrel hero appears. Seeing her two children walking so fast, Eve said helplessly, Erwin, Odelia, you have to follow mommy. Laura chuckled and said, it's been a long time since the kids went out, so they're very excited. Eve was very stressed with them because they seemed to like making their own decisions lately. So it was a bit tiring. Before going out, Eve spent a lot of time reminding the two children to wear their cloaks. In the end, the two children gave in to cloaks of the same color as Jericho. Eve sighed to Laura, just preparing in the morning takes 2 hours. Laura asked her mistress curiously, do you plan to hire another servant? When the prince and princess grow up, the housework will be even more difficult. And it will be time to start their education. If there's another nanny or teacher, it will be much easier for you. Hearing that, Eve pondered, not knowing how to answer Laura. Laura happily told Eve, let me take the prince and princess shopping. You can rest for a while. Eve felt very relieved seeing Laura and the two children being so close. She said goodbye to them. She thought to herself, I'm worried about being recognized, so I have to hide my identity with a cloak. Now, it's too dangerous to hire more strangers into the house. Eve walked and thought, but education, is it already time for that? Erwin and Odelia haven't shown their abilities yet. Because they're the children of me and Theodore. Either they will inherit Theodore's divine power, or my swordsmanship. Assuming that when the time comes to reveal their abilities, then what will I? Eve was suddenly startled by the argument between the customers and the shop owner, why is it so expensive? The shop owner kept explaining, what can I do? I heard that on the way here, the carriage was attacked by magical creatures, so there's only a little left to sell. Hearing that, Eve was worried, magical creatures appeared nearby? Their numbers have increased recently. Although I prepared in advance, I hope nothing happens. Cut to the movie ticket counter. Laura breathed a sigh of relief, finally bought them. But when she got out of the crowd, Laura asked breathlessly, Prince Erwin, Princess Odelia, have you been waiting long? Suddenly, Laura was stunned, startled, and gaped because the two children were nowhere to be found. She shouted, Prince Heir, Princess Leia, where did you go? Cut to the market stalls with interesting toy performances. There were also attractive food stalls. Prince Erwin and Princess Odelia were excited and delighted to see everything wonderful around them, making them exclaim, a world of Jericho. Odelia spotted a teddy bear shop. She stood looking at the teddy bears for a long time. Another child next to her asked her father, I want to buy this. That child's father gently said, let's see, my princess, do you want a Jericho mask? Then you have to keep it a secret from Mom, okay? The girl smiled brightly and replied, Dad is the best. When we get home, let's play the hero game with this. That father was also very happy, smiled and told his daughter, of course. Odelia stood silently watching their father-daughter life. She felt a little sad when she thought of her father. Cut to the evening in the Kerbel Kingdom. An old general kept kowtowing and begging His Majesty, please spare my life. Theodore had now become a different person, very cold-blooded. He cursed at the other, you coward. You were so enthusiastic about invading the empire before. But now you're sitting here begging for your life? The old man trembled as he looked at Emperor Theodore and wondered. With his jet-black hair and demonic aura, is he really human? Then, he cried and begged repeatedly, please spare my life. If you spare my life, I will offer the Tenebrous relic. He offered a precious crown. But Theodore coldly said, you think you can trick me? The old general was frightened and hurriedly explained, no, this is really the Tenebrous relic. Theodore didn't want to hear anything more and ordered someone to cut out the tongue of this liar and throw him into the dungeon. Theodore then asked about Lincoln. Lincoln reported, I have identified the next target. He showed Theodore the map and began to introduce, it's the Caligore Kingdom. The territory is too small, we should consider whether to annex it or not. If we conquer this kingdom, this entire area will belong to Albrecht. Theodore sighed wearily and asked, really? Then Lincoln said, should we rest here for a while, then advance? Theodore shook his head and ordered, continue to approach. The next target is the Caligore Kingdom. Set off tomorrow morning. Actually, there was a girl eavesdropping outside at this time. She was shocked to hear this information and didn't dare make a sound. The Caligore Kingdom, a place with a warm climate all year round and beautiful scenery. Although its territory is small, it has stubbornly survived among the great powers. And I, Frederick, am the crown prince of that kingdom, but the Caligore Kingdom has become Emperor Theodore's target and they will set off tomorrow morning. Frederick was panicked when he overheard that conversation. What? What did I just hear? He's going to invade the Caligore Kingdom? Why doesn't he spare even a small and ordinary kingdom like that? If only I had listened to my father before, what would I be doing here suffering like this? I want to go home immediately, but his father scolded him for his fiancée, a commoner girl, no way. It will never happen unless I die. However, Frederick still believed that if he could achieve something, his father might reconsider, so he dared to go to the battlefield. Moreover, he also had the support and encouragement from Louise, Derek, be brave. Frederick thought, isn't this a chance to achieve something? Emperor Theodore has just conquered Kerbel and is being careless. He doesn't even realize I'm hiding here. And is only focusing on that conversation. So if Frederick attacks suddenly and succeeds, he will become the conqueror of the continent, a great achievement. That way, not only my father, but the whole world will admire me. So now, there's only one thing left to do. And that is to advance and attack. Frederick shouted bravely, receive this, Emperor Theodore. On the other hand, the villagers were buzzing about the giant footprints nearby. They don't look like the footprints of normal wild animals. Have the magical creatures come down here? At that moment, Eve suddenly interrupted, excuse me, has anyone seen a child about 3 to 4 years old, wearing a Jericho cloak? She couldn't help but worry at this time, where did he go? Then, Eve and Laura quickly split up to search. Because there were so many people, it was difficult to observe. At this rate, I won't be able to find them. Recalling when Eve left before, Benjamin had asked her, you won't regret it, will you? Eve replied confidently, the decision has been made. Thank you for everything, Benjamin. He added, Emperor Theodore has started the war. It is rumored that he has gone mad and started the war after losing his fiancée. Hearing this, Eve sneered, so what? That's not important. It has nothing to do with me anymore. But Benjamin said, no, that's not it. Katarina was pregnant with the emperor's child and disappeared, so it will be difficult to cancel the engagement or welcome a new empress. He reminded Eve. If you give birth to those children, it means they will become the emperor's only heirs. If he finds out about this, he definitely won't let it go. Maybe we will be controlled by the emperor again, and you still don't regret it? At that time, Eve wondered, what did I answer? Back in the present, she was still frantically searching for Odelia. Then suddenly, she heard a voice, "Get out of the way." The girl was wrestling for a doll with a stranger. Hearing the call Leah, the girl was happy. "Mom." Eve quickly ran over and thanked the person for helping her look after her child. She couldn't help but ask anxiously if Odelia was okay. At this point, Eve felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, she was safe. But seeing the girl gloomy, Eve asked, "What's wrong, Leah? Why doesn't Leah have a dad?" "Leah wants a dad too." Hearing that, Eve was shocked. Suddenly, at that moment, Laura ran over. "Mistress, I found the young master." "Found the little mistress?" "I was worried to death." Then, someone announced, "Soon, the play Jericho's Adventure will begin. Please maintain order and move to your seats." Laura led the two children to line up together. Eve nodded, "Let's go," but when she remembered the question just now, why doesn't Leah have a dad? Leah wants a dad, Eve was still stunned. The next performance was so exciting that everyone applauded and praised it. Eve startled herself as Leah suddenly mentioned her father, and now she was focusing on the play, but they would definitely ask again someday. These two children. Eve wondered, how should I answer? That your father is a mad emperor, and because I was afraid that he would harm or threaten your lives, I ran away? No, I can't say that. Those words will hurt them. Eve kept thinking she could do everything herself. Until Laura asked, "Mistress, do you plan to hire another servant?" And someone else asked, "Don't the children need a guardian?" Even Benjamin asked, "You won't regret it, will you?" Reflecting on everything, Eve wondered, is it enough to take care of the children alone? Meanwhile, Odelia and Erwin were extremely excited about the play. Jericho is the main character. And Jericho is fighting an evil dragon over there. The play was going well when suddenly Odelia thought of something. Is everything black bad? And then suddenly, something strange happened. Making Laura worried, is this part of the play? But Eve knew, no, this is a monster. Causing the people there to panic and scatter. Eve told Laura, "Take the children and run. I'll fight it. Don't worry about me." Before leaving, Laura reminded, "Please be careful, mistress." At this time, Eve couldn't help but wonder, why are monsters appearing in this place? What are the palace guards doing? It's been a long time since I used a sword, so it's hard to control. The monster below was wreaking havoc everywhere. Eve swung her sword. Then the monster suddenly disappeared. Eve was shocked, is it a monster with the ability to become invisible? If so, it must still be nearby. Where did it go? On the other hand, that monster. It unexpectedly chased after the direction Laura was running. The two children were surprised. Suddenly, the monster roared in anger. Laura panicked and suddenly tripped, causing all three of them to roll on the ground. The two children quickly got up, anxiously asking if Laura was okay. Erwin kept calling Laura's name but she didn't respond. Finally, Erwin decided to stand up and fight the monster. He even said, "It's okay. Jericho the Squirrel Knight is invincible." With one slash from Erwin, the monster roared in anger. Erwin suddenly panicked and called, "Mom." Just then, Eve ran over, "Erwin, Leah, lie down now." The two children immediately obeyed. The monster also heard the noise and glanced over, seeing Eve. With just one decisive blow from her, the monster was utterly destroyed. On the other hand, the Theodore also collapsed, causing everyone to panic. Back to the scene, Eve breathed a sigh of relief. Then hugged her children, that was close. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "She destroyed the monster." They exclaimed, "Who is it?" "It's the silver-haired person. That's the witch Arbella." This time, Eve sensed something ominous, "This is bad, I have to run." But unlike what she imagined, everyone cheered happily, "The witch has helped us destroy the monster." They kept cheering for the witch. Meanwhile, at Caligore Castle, His Majesty angrily shouted, "What does that mean?" "Frederick, my son, has become a prisoner of Albrecht," the servant replied. "Yes, he was captured while trying to attack the emperor." His Majesty then asked what Albrecht's demands were, and the servant hurriedly said, "They demand that we leave the palace as a vassal state." This was too absurd, causing His Majesty to become furious. Is there no one brave enough to assassinate the emperor and rescue Prince Caligore? As soon as he finished speaking, a hand was raised. Has anyone heard of the witch Arbella? Who knows? She might be able to stand against the emperor. Meanwhile, Theodore asked Lyndon about the prince, and he said, he's locked in a room. Your Majesty, may I ask why you are holding Prince Caligor as a prisoner, sparing an assassin like that? Your Majesty has never done this before. Theodore thought and then hesitated. But before he could finish speaking, there was a sudden noise. Theodore glared over and saw someone lying on the ground. What's this piece of trash? Are you crazy enough to want to die? He then begged for his life. I am the prince of the kingdom of Caligor. Hearing that, Theodore coldly said, then behead him and hang his head on the palace walls, causing the prince to tremble in fear. He tried to plead with his majesty, grant me one wish before I die, please convey my last words to my fiancée. Louise, I'm sorry for leaving you first, I want to see you one last time, my love. Theodore shook his head, thinking, what a loser. The sight of him crying and calling out his lover's name, perhaps I see myself in him in some ways. Then suddenly, Theodore spoke, I feel a little tired. Hearing that, Lyndon wasn't surprised. After that, he suggested negotiating with Caligor for a while. More details will be presented in tomorrow's meeting. Now, I'll take my leave, Your Majesty, please go and rest. Returning to bed, Theodore couldn't stop thinking, for years, it's only been 4 years since Eve left. Every time I close my eyes, I can still clearly see your image, Eve. Tears kept streaming down his face. I miss you so much, Eve. And it seemed like Leah heard it, causing her to be shocked. Eve then asked Leah what was wrong. The little girl suddenly said that it seemed like someone was calling Mom, causing her to be surprised. In the meantime, Erwin kept shaking his head randomly, making her angry. Okay, now it's Leah's turn to take a bath, come here. Eve looked at her and forced a smile. After the bath, we'll dye your hair the same color as Mom's. Hearing that, Leah sadly asked, Mom, is black a bad color? Eve felt confused at this moment. Leah continued, Jericho said black is a bad color. Leah has to dye her hair every day, and every time Mom sees my hair, she gets sad. Is it because Leah is a bad child that this is happening? Hearing that, Eve's eyes widened in shock. She remembered the boy from the past. Be careful, Yvonne, you look so beautiful today. After that, Eve patted Leah's head. How could you be a bad child? You have the heart of an angel. She also didn't expect that she would say exactly what she said to him. Mom thinks your hair that sparkles like the night sky is beautiful. So beautiful and precious that Mom is worried someone will steal you away. So can Mom hide our Leah's beautiful hair? The little girl happily agreed. Just then, Laura suddenly burst into the door. Madam, something big has happened. Now the villagers out there are causing all 3 of them to be surprised. When the monster reappeared, all the villagers came to ask for help again. After pulling the curtain shut, Laura spoke, it seems the story from this morning has spread throughout the village. At this time Eve suddenly remembered Gunther's words, remember this, Yvonne, we must protect the innocent people of Cernicia. I understand, Grandpa Gunther, however, she still hesitated. Meanwhile, Erwin asked Leah, you saw it earlier too, right? It's strange, it seems like Jericho used magic just now, a light came out of the sword. Eve understood this better than anyone. If an ordinary person develops sword aura, they will be sold into slavery or raised to become mercenaries for nobles, living a life without human rights protection. I knew the boy had talent, but I didn't expect it to develop so quickly. But now there's no lineage left that can protect me and the children. What should I do? Meanwhile, at the Albrecht Palace conference room, the meeting finally came to an end today. Suddenly, someone spoke up, wait, why is the issue of restoring Cernicia brought up every time? And he suggested thinking about the people who are summoned to meetings every day just for this absurd issue. And Armin replied on behalf of the Emperor, if you are not satisfied, please directly petition His Majesty the Emperor, who raised the issue. What I mean is, should we let an issue that cannot be carried out continue like this? The remaining survivor of Cernicia that Mr. Lyndon found is Brian Cernicia, right? He doesn't even know how to use sword aura, he's not even worthy of being the head of the family. Why does His Majesty value him so much? Not only that, during the war, didn't he deceive and run away with his fiancée? During the discussion, Benjamin was also present in this meeting. Due to disagreements, Armin and he argued fiercely. Just then, someone came in and shouted, Mr. Representative, something big has happened. I just received news from His Majesty, who is not stopping the campaign but continuing to advance towards the kingdom of Caligor. Benjamin felt confused at this moment. Why Caligor? Can Eve really not choose me? Benjamin couldn't help but clench his fist in anger. I've always been waiting for you, Eve. Meanwhile, while Leah was sleeping soundly, She suddenly woke up when she heard the noise outside. When she opened her eyes, Leah didn't know where this was. Where did everyone go? What is this door? Scene change, at Caligore Palace. Theodore said sarcastically, it's indeed a small kingdom, so the palace is small. Compared to fleeing in such a hurry, this place seems a bit messy, black. Could it be that it was attacked by dark monsters? Unbelievable. How could there be a sacred object of Tenebris in this place? It's the time mirror, it looks like something used in a curse ritual. After Eve died, Theodore had put all his mind into searching for the sacred objects of Tenebris. The Dark Executor Tenebris is the greatest supreme mage of the Empire, possessing power enough to reverse even the laws of nature. He is also the one who turned black into an ugly point in the world. After his death, his soul was torn into pieces and could not be liberated. And they have become sacred objects passed down through the kingdoms, the day the sacred objects gather in one place. Along with the legend that ancient darkness will revive and the world will perish, but even if it collapses, Theodore wouldn't care. His world ended the day Eve left. Even if it's dark magic. If I can meet you again. Suddenly, streaks of light shone. Meanwhile, Eve went into the room to wake up the children. It's time to eat. She called both Erwin and Leah. Scene change, Leah slowly walked over. And asked, who are you? Why do you keep calling my mom? Seeing the little girl, Theodore was shocked. He mistook her for Yvonne. Meanwhile, in a dark place, Tenebris sat there contemplating. Along with evil intentions. He indulged in sin. Then smiled contentedly, found it. About 3 years ago at Albrecht Palace. Ernest couldn't understand, why is Theodore collecting these dark magic items? While the people are unstable due to war, revealing that he is involved in strange rituals will have immeasurable consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, from behind, the figure of Tenebris appeared. He said, I didn't expect the cup to break with just such a small force. In that war. But fortunately, right in front of me, there is a perfect cup. Ernest shouted, who are you? If you don't leave immediately, I will call the guards. Then he was suddenly attacked. Back to the present, Tenebris felt, that's lucky. Fortunately, the most suitable cup has appeared, someone has helped me collect items that carry my soul. Thanks to that, I can accumulate strength and my complete revival is not far away. Finally, after a long time, I can fulfill my promise. Tenebris, promise me. When you wake up after a long dream, you will definitely recognize me. Don't worry, Cernicia, I will come to you soon. Meanwhile, Theodore was shocked and mistook the little girl for Yvonne. He couldn't help but be happy, you've finally come to see me. I still believed you were alive, but why have you become a child? Could it be that I went back in time? Or have you been reborn? Never mind, as long as I can meet you again. Suddenly, Theodore woke up, so you're not Yvonne. After that, Leah slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Theodore fall, the little girl couldn't help but worry. Are you okay? Then suddenly Theodore chased her away, you're afraid of me too. Because I have black hair that brings bad luck, I'm a monster that even my lover has to be unhappy. No, you're not a monster. That's what my mom said, your hair is as beautiful as the night sky. It reminded Theodore of his memories with Eve. I like it, because it's as beautiful as the night sky. Theodore was surprised, could it be that you? Just then, Leah's body suddenly shone, causing Theodore to be shocked. The little girl hurriedly said, Uncle, this is my favorite Jericho doll, I'm lending it to you, so don't cry anymore. Wait, your mother, oh no, what's your name? My name is, Odelia. After that, Leah also woke up. And she was found in the closet by Eve. Leah kept talking nonsense about a very handsome uncle, causing Eve to be speechless. Okay, let's wash your face and have breakfast. Meanwhile, Theodore had also woken up. Lyndon ran over, worried, you suddenly disappeared, I've been looking for you. Too noisy Lyndon, could it be a dream? But Theodore recognized the teddy bear in his hand. He immediately asked Lyndon, have you ever seen this strange doll and requested him, go investigate immediately. See what area it is popular in, and related to a girl about 3 or 4 years old named Leah. Theodore still had a belief that his and Eve's child was still alive. Back to the present, the villagers couldn't help but cheer. Really defeated the monster in an instant. Thank you so much, witch, and it's been a week since the chaos caused by the monster. Eve often goes down to the village to help eliminate monsters. She was worried that her existence would reach Theodore's ears, but as a member of the Cernicia family, she couldn't turn a blind eye. And since discovering the rare aura in Erwin, Eve thought it would be a good lesson to show her child directly how to use a sword. Meanwhile, the two children were playing happily together. However, Eve still had a worry: it would be difficult to stay in this village for long. The problem is money. When I'm done dealing with the monsters, I have to find another place to move to. To protect her children, Eve needs more money to obtain at least a title. Must find a high-paying job. While the children were playing, she suddenly saw a carriage coming. Everyone, pay respects. Laura was also shocked. Why is the royal carriage in this suburb? They then announced, the king of the kingdom of Caligor is looking for a hero to entrust with the fate of the country. Which Arbella, please come out and pay respects. The new mission assigned to Eve is to destroy the emperor and rescue the prince who is being held hostage. Moreover, this is the opportunity for Eve to become a hero of the world and win the reward. But Eve curled her lips in anger. I'll pretend I didn't hear those words. He hurriedly said, hey, wait, anything you want, I'll give it to you. Currently the knights of Caligor are being attacked by monsters and are about to be completely destroyed. You are our only hope. Please understand the mood of a father about to lose his son. Eve couldn't help but think with a headache, he wants me to find Theodore myself and harm him. Afterwards, Eve affirmed to him that no matter how much he paid, she couldn't do that job. Just as she finished speaking, the crown prince's fiancée, Louise, unexpectedly came to Eve begging, can you save him? For the sake of the baby in my womb, please save its father. I only have him left. Without him, I would. This made Eve hesitate. She had heard that Crown Prince Frederick had a secret commoner mistress. Seeing a woman in a similar situation as herself, as someone who had endured it alone, Eve felt a bit of sympathy. A few days later, with a letter in hand. Finally, they arrived at the place. The head of the Benjamin family stepped out of the carriage. He couldn't help but reminisce. It's been about 4 years, huh? I miss you, Eve. Anyway, suddenly sending for me so urgently like this, did something happen? Just then, Eve appeared. Long time no see, Benjamin. Before he could happily call her name, he unexpectedly noticed the clothes Eve was wearing. She even apologized, saying she had something to ask of Benjamin right after arriving. After hearing everything, Benjamin panicked. What? What did you say? You're planning to go to the emperor to save the crown prince? Eve said in confusion, I can't refuse. Fear rose at the thought of her raising a child alone. And she couldn't bear to turn her back on a child who would grow up without a father. At least for that woman, that person was indispensable. Benjamin then asked, then why did you call me here? Eve answered without hesitation, I want you to look after the children while I'm gone. After that, she called Erwin and Odelia inside. They are my treasures. I can't think of anyone besides you to trust. Seeing them, Benjamin couldn't help but be amazed. They look exactly like Eve when she was little. Eve also said, no matter what happens, I will definitely come back. Can I ask you to keep an eye on the children? Hearing that, Benjamin thought. Finally, he reluctantly agreed, okay, but you have to promise you will return safely. Thank you, Benjamin. Now children, remember to listen to Uncle Benjamin. After saying that, Eve happily left, leaving Benjamin standing there in confusion. He tried to call for her, but it was too late. Eve smiled to herself, sorry Benjamin, I'll be back soon. Please try to wait until then. After some time, Eve finally arrived at Caligor Castle. The directions to here are over, please save the life of our crown prince. But Eve hesitated slightly, Theodore is there. Remembering the past, he had pleaded with her, don't go. About 4 years ago, that day was the last day. And Theodore thought that he was dead, absolutely must not reveal that he is still alive, for the sake of his children. On the other hand, Theodore was surprised. When he found out that the stuffed animal was Jericho the brave squirrel, that was the character's name and it had been very popular with children since this spring. Theodore thought about it after hearing that, since this spring, then surely he had not gone back to the past. How cute, just like Eve when she was little. No, maybe the eyes are more like mine, the voice is as clear as jade. If only I could hear that voice call out Daddy. If that child really is my daughter. That means Eve is still alive. After that, he asked Lyndon about a girl named Leah. But with just the name Leah, it's hard to find her, because Leah could be a nickname. Theodore also felt that it could indeed be like that. Although I don't know if I'm allowed to imagine this. But if there is another chance, I want to use my whole life to love you and our family. He clenched his fist tightly. And told Lyndon, no matter how much time it takes, no matter how much manpower it costs, use every possible means to find the child. If there is a woman next to her who looks like her mother, report it immediately. Lyndon immediately obeyed the order. Meanwhile, Eve had successfully broken inside, but strangely, she didn't see a single guard. It's not a trap, is it? After searching for a while, Eve unexpectedly saw light from the window frame. She quietly walked over. Crown Prince Frederick also heard the sound. Seeing someone come to rescue him, Frederick couldn't help but be happy. Eve then said, "I'm here to help at the request of your fiancé." Hearing that, Frederick realized it was Louise. Soon after, Eve found a way to free the Crown Prince. "It's okay to jump from here." But Frederick refused firmly. "No, I could die." In the end, Eve had to find another way. "You really need a lot of help." Throughout the journey, Frederick kept asking all sorts of questions, making Eve admit that he really talked a lot. "It's a wonder you haven't been discovered." Then Eve slowly replied, "Yes, she's fine, both Louise and the baby in her womb." Hearing that, Frederick couldn't help but be moved. "You mean Louise is pregnant with my child? I am now the happiest man in the world." Seeing that, Eve was stunned. "You're so happy to hear you have a child?" Frederick said excitedly, "Of course, what man wouldn't be happy when the woman he loves is pregnant with his child?" Eve also wondered, "If I told the truth, could we be different now?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Who's there?" making them both panic. Eve suddenly recognized this voice. Unfortunately, they were discovered by Theodore. "Rats have gotten in." Yvonne recognized the person who appeared as Theodore. She hurriedly pulled down her hood. "I can't let my face be revealed." Theodore coldly looked at the two thieves in front of him and said, "There is one rat. He used his divine power to create dangerous blades in his hands. Ah, no, there are two rats lurking around here." Yvonne grabbed the sword in her hand and stood in front. She ordered Frederick, "Quickly hide behind me." The dark blades were fired out by the Emperor. Yvonne used her sword to slash away most of the dark weapons. She didn't think her reunion with her lover would be in such a situation, to this extent. Theodore was also surprised to see the thief in front of him. He wondered, "This person can repel my divine power?" An idea flashed in his head. This swordsmanship, could it be? Yvonne loudly scolded the man hiding behind her. "Wake up, do you want to die before meeting your fiancé and child?" Suddenly she heard the Emperor call out Eve. Theodore wasn't sure but reached out and called out to the person in front of him. "No, it's Vivon?" The Emperor looked disbelieving but still tried to ask, "You're still alive?" Just as Yvonne was about to answer Theodore, Frederick from behind grabbed her shoulder and pulled her away. "What are you doing? Now is the time to escape." Ignoring Yvonne's loud cries of "Wait," Frederick forcefully pulled her away and ran. He carried Yvonne and broke through the window and jumped down. Emperor Theodore shouted in fear, "Eve!" His heart pounded nonstop and his face gradually turned red. "It's definitely Eve. Yvonne is still alive." The loud noise attracted the guards outside to enter the room and ask, "Your Majesty, what's happening?" Theodore didn't explain but just ordered, "Quickly find the people who just jumped down there. They must be brought up safely, absolutely no injuries allowed." The soldiers immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Yvonne and Frederick tumbled on the ground after falling. With the Emperor's expression just now, Yvonne secretly hoped, could it be that he has regained his memory? After getting up, Frederick immediately asked Yvonne, "You saw it clearly just now, right?" He ignored his swollen head and bragged, "I bravely jumped down and escaped. Louise must see this brave image of me. So later when you meet Louise, you must tell her about it." When he turned back to look at Yvonne, he saw her hesitation. "Huh? What's wrong?" Yvonne hesitated. "It seems like I need to go back to the castle for a trip." Frederick completely disagreed with her actions. "No way. We just escaped from there. Why are you asking to go back now?" He anxiously asked, "Did you forget to bring something? If we go back then, this time, we will definitely be caught by the Emperor." Frederick emphasized to Yvonne. In fact, Yvonne also understood this. If Theodore still has amnesia, then something like that would happen. But the expression just now, that was the face of the man she once loved. That's why Yvonne wanted to change the plan in her heart. "I want to go back immediately to confirm whether he has regained his memory." Just then, Yvonne suddenly remembered the cries of the two children at home. "Mom." Before leaving, the children had said to her, "Mom, come back quickly, for us." Yvonne reconsidered, "But if something happens to me, what about the children?" After weighing the pros and cons, Yvonne chose to stick to the old plan. "Sorry, it seems like escaping is still the better option." Frederick breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "The witch is thinking very carefully." He led the way in front. "Come on, hurry up." Yvonne followed, her heart full of regret. Now I should only think about returning safely to the children. Suddenly there was a sound coming from the side. Frederick immediately hid behind Yvonne and complained, "Could it be that the pursuers have already caught up?" Yvonne signaled for him to be quiet. Frederick shut his mouth. trembling with fear hiding behind, while Yvonne gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist. A figure appeared from behind the bush. Yvonne quickly attacked with her sword. Although a little slow, Yvonne realized that the person could block her sword. Taking a closer look, Yvonne saw that this person had silver hair under the moonlight. She was extremely surprised. Could it be? Yvonne guessed correctly, the person who appeared was Brian. Brian was also surprised to recognize that the person who attacked him was Yvonne. He couldn't contain his joy and rushed over. It really is Yvonne. You're still alive? Brian asked emotionally. This isn't a dream, is it? Yvonne asked emotionally, how were you able to find me? Brian lovingly looked at his younger sister and said, I really miss you. My sister, he said and gave her a warm hug. Yvonne couldn't hold back her tears. She burst into loud sobs. Frederick stared blankly at the emotional reunion of Yvonne's family. The witch is crying. Everyone didn't notice a little girl appearing next to them. It wasn't until this person got closer that Frederick was shocked to realize the presence of this person and asked, who are you? After hearing Brian recount everything, Yvonne asked in surprise, you said you were by Theodore's side all this time? Brian scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Theodore asked me to restore Cernicia, but for some reason he locked me in the castle for 4 years. I was so angry that I ran out. Yvonne's heart fluttered in her chest when she heard the story from her brother. So Theodore asked Brian to restore Cernicia? Theodore always kept his promise. That year, Theodore said to Yvonne, I'm preparing to restore Cernicia. Brian said again, but I don't have any talent in swordsmanship, so I'm not worthy to be the head of the family. Anyway, thanks to Celine I was able to survive until now. He introduced the little girl who appeared with him. Celine gave Yvonne a friendly smile and greeted, hello, I am Celine Leo Brandt. Yvonne felt that this name sounded familiar. Without her asking, Brian proudly said, that's right, she is Emperor Theodore's cousin, and also my future fiancée. Brian looked at his younger sister and asked, what about Yvonne? Oh, no, your name is Eve now, right? Where have you been living recently and how are you? Frederick on the side wondered if he was allowed to hear this. Yvonne difficultly told her brother everything, actually. After hearing everything clearly, Brian blurted out, what? He looked at his sister and asked again to confirm, that means I have 2 grandchildren? Celine on the side had to cover her mouth and exclaim, oh my. And their father is Emperor Theodore? Yvonne nodded without denying, yes. Now Frederick's mouth also dropped open in disbelief. Brian asked her curiously, I thought you and Prince Ernest liked each other? You two were even engaged. Yvonne sighed and replied, that was a matter decided by the adults, brother. Suddenly Celine spoke up and interrupted the 2 siblings, but that's strange. An accident from falling off a horse can cause memory to be jumbled, but it can't cause you to only forget the memories of one specific person. Her words made everyone startled and looked over. Celine narrowed her eyes and added, because I know there are powers that can control people's memories and emotions. She directly asked Yvonne, have you heard of black magic? Or is there anyone around you who is good at magic? The question made Yvonne freeze for a few seconds. She asked herself in confusion, what do I do? At home, Laura is unconscious on the floor. She remembered her 2 children who were probably sleeping at home now. Why is Benjamin's face appearing in my head right now? After hearing Yvonne's story, Celine asked, have you heard of black magic? Or is there anyone around you who is good at magic? This was a question that suddenly made Yvonne feel insecure. What do I do now? Yvonne remembered Benjamin's declaration, I said it before, if anything happens to you and the children, I will protect everyone. This friend of hers also once complained to Yvonne, I really don't understand why I'm so attached to you. Yvonne's heart was in a confused chill. Why is Benjamin's face appearing in my head right now? A thought flashed through her head, could it be that all of this was arranged by Benjamin? Yvonne immediately denied, no way. Brian looked at his sister's strong reaction in surprise, what is it? Yvonne muttered to herself, it's impossible for it to be like that. He's the only friend I can trust. Yvonne smiled and chose to trust her friend, that's right, just like he respects my choices, I also want to trust Benjamin. Brian unconditionally agreed with his sister, alright, if you've said so then he must be a good person, we should thank him later. Then he reminded Yvonne worriedly. No matter what, you should be careful with people who are related to black magic, because their minds are not clear. Frederick thought silently in his heart, in fact, Emperor Theodore has also collected relics related to black magic, right? Beside him, Yvonne quickly replied to her brother, yes, I know. Now Brian belatedly pointed at Frederick and asked, "But who is that person over there?" Frederick flinched and stammered, "Are you talking about me?" Yvonne simply explained, "He is my source of money. I received a commission to rescue him, so I plan to bring him to King Caligor." Not even his name was mentioned. Frederick painfully screamed the witch's name. Unexpectedly Brian volunteered to do the job for his sister. "I'm very good at that." In the end, Frederick was tied up on the ground in confusion. "Hey, wait." Brian gestured to his sister, "Then I'll sell him at a bargain price. Oh, I mean return him to the king, so you go to the mansion first." Celine stood next to him and teased Frederick. "You're tied up tightly with rope?" He cried and whimpered, "I can't move at all." Yvonne hesitated a little and asked her brother, "Will it be all right?" But Brian reassured her, "Of course it'll be all right. Aren't you very worried about the children? I'll handle this right away and then follow you to visit." Knowing that Brian was doing it for her, Yvonne sincerely said to him, "Brother, thank you." Then Brian took his future wife and his spoils. "Come on, let's go get a lot of money, shall we?" Celine excitedly agreed immediately, "Good idea." Only Yvonne was looking back behind. The shadow of the Emperor's castle faded behind the trees. Yvonne had to bite her lip and choose between going back home with her children or going back to see Theodore. Although she was a little reluctant, she knew that now was not the time. Yvonne turned around and took steps and said to herself, "Let's go home, to where the children are." At this time, Benjamin with a grim face was standing in front of the children's bed. The whole mansion was in darkness. Benjamin extended a hand towards Yvonne's two children. Unexpectedly, that hand only grabbed the blanket and pulled it up to cover them again. He almost collapsed just now. The children's energy was really abundant. Benjamin had to play horseback riding, and also had to play the villain and play sword fighting. Then the children also climbed all over him. Looking at the two little ones who turned the house upside down finally sleeping peacefully, Benjamin sighed, "Unexpectedly, I had to use magic to lull the children to sleep." He continued to use magic to tidy up the room neatly, while working and thinking, among the favors Eve has asked, this time is the most difficult. A thin blanket was placed on Laura sleeping on the floor. "If possible, I wouldn't want to use magic, but there's no other way." Benjamin muttered, "It's all your fault, Eve." He narrowed his eyes and thought, "Honing my abilities and being by your side, always like that. Only because I believe you will rely on me. Even if it's a hell I created myself." Suddenly Benjamin's mind started to become chaotic again. "But why did you leave me?" Images of the past poured back. "Because you were the one who left me first. Because you didn't pay attention to me." His expression gradually became fierce. While his emotions were fluctuating abnormally, he continued to look at Yvonne's two children and muttered blamingly, "It's because you made me like this. Eve, I have been thinking about you for the entire 4 years you were away from the mansion." His gnarled hand gently touched the forehead of little Erwin. Benjamin whispered, "I would rather worry about everything than not be able to have your feelings." He ruthlessly declared, "Even if this mind is manipulated, I still want to have you." Now Benjamin's eyes had become truly strange and cruel. He stared intently at Yvonne's sleeping baby son Erwin and muttered, "It just so happens there's a sacrifice right here." In the forest, there was the sound of relentless horse hooves and the cries of the soldiers, "Your Majesty." Two soldiers urged their horses to accelerate to the maximum, but still couldn't catch up with Theodore. "Your Majesty, please wait." At this moment, their emperor was galloping madly on horseback, carrying a small teddy bear and thinking only of his wife, Eve. The emperor was very anxious because this is not a dream. "I know Eve is here." Just then, the servant reported the results of the investigation. "There is a family that fits the conditions Your Majesty mentioned, a woman raising 2 children on her own in Arberla." Theodore asked in surprise, "Two?" The servant replied firmly, "Yes, a boy named Erwin and a girl named Odelia. They are twins, and the woman's name is." Finally, after a high-speed horse race, the emperor stopped and dismounted. He carefully held the teddy bear gift in his hand. Theodore took steps towards the door of the small mansion. His hand trembled as he touched the doorknob. "This place is the mansion where Eve and the children are." Theo didn't hesitate and opened the door to look inside. Inside the mansion, it was completely dark. Theodore called out, "Eve?" He went up the stairs, calling Odelia, Erwin one after another. But no one answered. Theodore looked around the house and asked, "Where is everyone?" Suddenly, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Theodore anxiously shouted, "Eve." Benjamin's hand, which was drawing the magic circle, stopped. He looked up and out. "That voice is Emperor Theodore's." "Why is the emperor here?" Theodore strained his voice, calling out everyone's name as he ran to each room and checked. Delia was awakened by the emperor's loud noises and opened her eyes. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and murmured, "That's the voice of the handsome uncle." Benjamin roughly covered her mouth with his hand. As the emperor passed by a room, he stopped. He noticed a girl lying face down asleep on the ground, so he turned her over to check. Theodore realized that it wasn't the person he was looking for. This isn't Eve. Judging by the way she's dressed, is this the mansion's maid? The emperor frowned, thinking, then the children might be nearby. After searching for a while, Theodore discovered the little girl tied up on the ground. Theodore, thinking something, rushed over to untie the girl and scolded, "Damn it, who dared to do this to you? Wait a moment, I'll untie you right away." When the gag was removed, Delia cried and tried to gesture to him, "Uncle, be careful behind you." Unfortunately, it was too late. Theodore fell into a trap and was knocked down, bleeding. Delia witnessed everything. She cried and screamed, "Uncle, wake up." Benjamin slowly approached the young emperor who had collapsed on the floor. How does he know Delia's name? Benjamin's mind gradually became distorted. He murmured, "Could it be that she's been meeting the emperor all along? She said she wouldn't meet the emperor anymore, was it all a lie?" In the loud cries of a child, there were sounds of hurried footsteps. Eve rushed after the sound of mommy. She quickly arrived where they were. Yvonne, panting, asked the only adult standing in the room, "What exactly is going on?" Benjamin glanced at her with tears in his eyes. He said disappointedly, "Eve, I trusted you so much." A few minutes before, Yvonne said to Frederick, "Anyway, I think I have to go back to the capital again. I'll go back then and want to confirm something, to confirm whether Theo has regained his memory or not, or why he's acting like that, saying hurtful things and wanting to curse me. Or am I going to cry and question him if he really loves me, but could it be?" Her legs suddenly swayed. Yvonne told herself, "Or he still doesn't love me. Is that what I want to ask?" Yvonne shook her head, dispelling the random thoughts in her head, "Don't think anymore. Even if that's the case, the difference this time is." When she arrived in front of the mansion, she noticed something strange. Yvonne looked at the uninvited guest in confusion. "What's the horse doing in front of my house? It's the first time I've seen it." After getting closer, Yvonne noticed, "Isn't this pattern from the royal family? Could it be that Theo has already chased after me?" Just then, a cry shattered the night. Yvonne immediately recognized it as Leah's. So Yvonne hurried into the house. During that time, she kept telling herself, "No, if anything happens to the children, I definitely won't be able to live." When she entered the room, the first thing Yvonne saw was Leah tied up and crying, calling for her mother. On the ground was Emperor Theodore with a bloodied head, unconscious. Yvonne told herself, "I won't let it go, no matter who it is." Then she looked at the only person holding a weapon in the room, who she least dared to think about. Yvonne tried to remain calm and asked, "What exactly is going on?" "Benjamin, what is this?" Benjamin's voice was like that of a madman. "Eve, I trusted you so much." He asked her back, "Why are we drifting further and further apart?" Yvonne was stunned by his question. She tried to find her voice and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? Why is Leah tied up? Did you really attack Theo?" Ignoring his strange, tearful expression, Yvonne asked, "Where's Erwin? Where is he?" Yvonne looked at the friend she trusted, unable to understand, and asked, "Why did you do this?" Benjamin slowly moved and replied, "Why? Isn't he the man who treated you cruelly?" He looked at Yvonne with a mocking expression and asked, "Since when did you two freely confide in each other? How the hell did you go and protect the man who abandoned you right after he lost his memory? So, taking away all the memories wasn't enough, huh?" Yvonne almost didn't hear his last sentence. She asked back in shock, "What did you say?" Benjamin admitted it directly, "That's right, I did it." He confessed in a low voice, "I erased Emperor Theo's memory and poisoned your aunt and my father to death." He raised his bloodied hand, because they were despicable people who deserved to die. He had personally heard his aunt call, "What about Rudolph, the sacrifice needed for the resurrection ritual?" His father had replied, "Don't worry, Margaret, that's why I brought Yvonne Cernisha here." Benjamin had seen it with his own eyes, so there was no way to deny it. "My father and my aunt wanted to harm you and turn you into a sacrifice. After that, Yvonne herself had rejected him. I'm sorry, Benjamin. But I want to follow His Majesty. Even the Emperor seduced and stole you away." Benjamin was completely powerless and couldn't do anything. "So I want to snatch you from his hands." Benjamin looked at Yvonne and said, "How dare he? The negative emotions in Benjamin lost control and overflowed. Now he only knew to think about the uncast spell and erase all of Yvonne's memories to cover up the conspiracy, without any remorse. Yvonne's sword pointed directly at him. Yvonne warned in a cold voice, "Don't come near me." Tears fell as she tried to stay calm and said, "I'm really disappointed, Benjamin. I thought you were my best friend." Eve. Benjamin intended to continue using words to manipulate Yvonne. Just then, a hand grabbed his ankle. Theo struggled to support himself on the ground and warned him, "You immediately get away from Eve for me." Even though he was injured in the head and not fully conscious, the Emperor still knew he had to protect his wife. "You bastard Benjamin Ferdinand." Yvonne was surprised to hear the Emperor protecting her. She blurted out his name, Theo. This only made Benjamin even more uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and hissed the Emperor's name, Theodore Leone Albrecht. Then he violently kicked Theo's chin. At the same time, he used magic to tie Yvonne up. The sword in Yvonne's hand fell to the ground in a moment of carelessness. She struggled in vain. "What are you doing? Let me go." Benjamin ignored Yvonne and said coldly to the person he had just assaulted, "I should have killed you back then." Theo struggled to look up when he heard him say that. Benjamin snapped his fingers and conjured a large flame that engulfed the room. The fire quickly approached Leah, who was tied up and could only cry out, "It's too hot." The cry startled Theodore and he turned around. First, the Emperor used his divine power to untie the little girl. Then he gently hugged Leah in his arms and comforted her, "Come here to me." At this moment, Yvonne called out both of their names, causing Theo to turn around. Inside the fire, Benjamin controlled Yvonne and prepared to flee. Above all, the Emperor discovered the thing in Benjamin's hand. It was the black magic book. Benjamin looked at them and said, "Eve is mine. You guys obediently die." Suddenly, Yvonne heard a noise downstairs. Emperor Theo also realized, this sound, could it be? A few minutes earlier, Brian urged Frederick, hurry up. "What are you doing?" Frederick replied helplessly, "I'm going, what else?" Brian grumbled, "At this rate, we'll be old before we get the money." Frederick was indescribably miserable and could only curse in his heart, damn it. Suddenly, Celine pulled Brian back. "What's wrong, Celine?" She pointed in the opposite direction, "Brother, over there." Brian turned his head to look, "What is it?" Celine looked worriedly at the spots of fire in the night, "It's burning." "Isn't that the direction of Eve's house?" But what Brian discovered was even more terrifying. Celine also pointed to the dark shadows flying in the sky, "What the hell is that?" The next morning, a resident woke up due to the noise outside. He rubbed his eyes and opened the door to check, "Who is it?" "It's only early morning." He was struck by the scene of the entire town being attacked by magical beasts. People ran in panic everywhere, "Run! Magical beasts have appeared." Dozens of magical beasts of various types had invaded the town. People dragged each other away and fled. "The magical beasts are here." Huge monsters suddenly appeared and attacked everywhere in the town. A large goblin leaned its head through the window. It was watching two people surrounded by flames inside. Yvonne angrily asked Benjamin, "You're the one controlling the magical beasts and endangering everyone, right?" Yvonne shouted, "Answer me, Benjamin." Benjamin looked at her with cold eyes and replied, "That's right, I did it." "Is there a problem?" Yvonne was indescribably angry. She snapped at him, "You really don't know, so you're asking?" A sea of people will be injured and suffer because of the magical beasts. Every day they will have to live in fear. Benjamin also angrily shouted back at her, "I did it to stop Emperor Theo from meeting you." He listed a series of reasons. "When the war broke out, you gradually became close to me as if it was destiny, because I felt uneasy, I couldn't take it anymore." Benjamin couldn't take it anymore and scolded, "I thought I needed more time to convince you and then take you away, but what about you?" Under his agitation, the flames flared up even more and separated Theodore. The Emperor held Leah in his arms to protect her. His vision was completely obscured by the flames, and he could only hopelessly call out Eve's name. Benjamin sighed and said to Yvonne, "I'm so tired, Eve." Then he lifted his hand and cast a sleeping spell on her. After she no longer resisted, Benjamin hugged her and dragged her away. The Emperor was blocked by the large fire on the other side of the room. Benjamin hugged Yvonne tightly in his arms and whispered, "If I don't immediately turn you into mine, I'll go crazy." He gently leaned her into his arms. "From now on, we'll be together forever, Eve." Seeing Benjamin take his wife away, the Emperor could only curse, "Damn it, you stop there." Theo tried to call out, "Let Eve go, Benjamin." Leah also looked worriedly at Yvonne and called, "Mommy." Just then, the two of them heard a coughing sound. It was the maid Laura, choking from the smoke. Leah cried and called for Laura. In front of his daughter, Theo couldn't abandon a life without saving it. He angrily cursed in his heart, "Damn it, Eve, wait for me." Even though I want to immediately run to rescue Eve when she is taken away. But Leah in my arms is crying loudly and calling Laura. The little girl also grabbed the Emperor's collar and called, "Uncle." Theo had to save Laura first. He grabbed her hand and pulled her up. "Wake up." Laura coughed and asked him who he was. Theo put Laura on his shoulder and said to his daughter, "Don't worry, Leah." The Emperor gently reassured her, "I will definitely save your mother. Even if it's a little late, I will protect you. No one can harm you anymore." Leah was stunned by the handsome uncle's words. Her eyes lit up and she thought, "Uncle is so cool, like the hero Jericho." Leah automatically added a layer of filter and a crown to the handsome uncle in her heart, like a magnificent king. At this moment, Theodore was only worried about the monsters outside so he could escape safely. Leah trusted him completely and grabbed the hem of the Emperor's clothes. She leaned her head against Theodore's chest and thought, "That's great. I wish he would become Leah's father." At this moment, Yvonne's body seemed to sink into darkness. The only thought in her head was, how were her two children doing? Yvonne was sinking deeper and deeper into vagueness. Until she opened her eyes again, she was in a different identity. Someone suddenly patted her shoulder. "Cernisha, sober up. What are you doing standing there blankly?" She looked blankly at the unfamiliar scene in front of her. "Where is this?" The person who woke her up continued to tease, "Are you tired because you're facing magical beasts? Who are these two people?" Unexpectedly, Cernisha's body automatically replied to him, "It's not that, Albrecht." In Yvonne's heart, she was panicked. Why are the words coming out of my mouth on there? "Own?" A gentle hand stroked her cheek. The long-haired man next to her asked worriedly, "If you're tired, you have to say it, okay?" Similarly, Yvonne's body automatically replied, "Yeah, thank you, Ferdinand." In Yvonne's heart, she thought, this person looks so much like Benjamin. The other person covered his mouth and laughed evilly, "It's so hot early in the morning. I know you're lovers, but you have to restrain yourselves a little in public." Ferdinand blushed and scolded, "Don't joke, Albrecht." Their conversation shocked Yvonne. "What, lovers? Me and this Ferdinand?" She looked at the man next to her, who was both unfamiliar and familiar. Suddenly, this person reached out his hand to her and said, "The king is waiting for us. Let's go." Yvonne stared blankly at the hand in front of her. Her lover called out again, "Cernisha?" At this moment, she was startled and replied, "Yes." In her heart, she didn't feel very comfortable. What is this strange feeling? On the way to the palace, Cernisha wondered, "It's like I've forgotten something very important." In the corner of her eye, Cernisha accidentally saw something. Huh? The person over there has black hair? Mixed in with the crowd entering the city was a figure that she couldn't take her eyes off of. Who was this black-haired person? That person seemed to be trying to say something to Cernisha. Based on his lip movements, Cernisha realized he was saying to her, "Wake up." Yvonne suddenly opened her eyes. When she looked up, she saw Erwin tied up by Benjamin and crying loudly, "Mommy." Yvonne pleaded with him, "Benjamin, let air go." In response to her words, Benjamin said, "It's me." He released the kid on the chair. Then he walked towards her and questioned, "Every time it's difficult, the person who's been by your side helping you is me, but why? Why won't you forgive me, Eve?" Benjamin's eyes widened as he asked Yvonne, "What if I had met you earlier than him, or if I had killed him?" Benjamin gently knelt down in front of her. He asked Yvonne, "Could you and I have been different?" Benjamin recklessly confessed his feelings. "I love you. I love you so much, Eve." Unexpectedly, Yvonne told him to stop, "Benjamin." Yvonne decisively said the answer, "Even if you did that, we still couldn't be together." Even though Benjamin's hand was shaking on her thigh and his cheeks were covered in tears, Yvonne was still determined to make it clear. "Even if I lose my memory or turn back time, I'd probably still be the same. The person I love has always been Theo." The answer made Benjamin break into a crazy smile. "So it's really like that." He reached out his hand towards Yvonne. "But if you're tainted by black magic, will you still be able to say that?" Benjamin began to activate the formation that he had painstakingly set up. "Erwin is the sacrifice. I have to check it out." A terrifying power immediately burst forth. Before being attacked by black magic, Yvonne had affirmed that the person she loved was only Theo. She really thought so in her heart. Although there are moments of pain and fatigue, more than the beautiful memories. But my choice will still not change. Yvonne used mouth gestures to reassure her son on the opposite side. It's okay, son. So it's really like that. Benjamin angrily squeezed her knee. He frantically activated the formation and said, but if you're tainted by black magic, will you still be able to say that? Benjamin ruthlessly attacked her. I have to check it right away. Evil energies began to surge and engulf Yvonne. Back in the town, the Emperor's sword was stained red with blood. A large snake-shaped monster had been cut in half by the Emperor. Is everything taken care of? Theodore wiped the blood on his face and blamed himself. Damn it, I spent too much time dealing with the magical beasts. Where did he take Eve? I have to find her quickly. At this moment, Theo looked towards his daughter, who was next to the maid nearby. The little girl was very worried because Laura was still unconscious. Theo approached and checked. It seems she inhaled smoke. He immediately used his divine power to heal her. Laura transitioned from an unconscious state to sleeping soundly. Theo nodded to inform her, she's okay now. Leah looked at him with admiration. Uncle is like a magician. Leah also wants to learn magic. In his heart, he thought, this isn't magic, it's holy power. But out loud, he still followed his daughter's words and said, if you want, I'll teach you everything. Now the Emperor finally had time to check on his daughter. Leah, are you injured anywhere? Leah honestly replied, I'm not. Theodore stroked her head and praised, you're very good. Were you very scared? As soon as he mentioned it, the little girl burst into tears again. What about Mommy and Erwin? Leah sobbed and said, maybe they're very worried about Leah. At this moment, the Emperor began to consider, taking Leah along isn't safe. She could be taken hostage again, or what if she gets seriously injured this time? But this place is filled with dark magic energy that makes me suffocate, it's difficult even if Leah goes alone. Suddenly the Emperor discovered something. Wait, come to think of it, how can Leah be so calm? She had stopped crying and was no longer panicking. As expected, Leah grabbed the Emperor's clothes and pointed in one direction and said, Uncle, save Mom and Air, they're screaming. The Emperor couldn't believe it. What could it be? Leah tried to plead with him, Uncle, please save them. She looked at Theodore with puppy eyes and begged, please save Mom and Air. Theo immediately asked, do you know where Air is? Leah boldly nodded. The Emperor began to rethink his plan. If Leah is put in danger again, Eve will be angry with me, but now is not the time to consider. He picked her up and said, thank you, Leah, please lead me to where Eve and Air are. In the city, Brian was desperately swinging his sword. A monster was violently torn apart by him. Brian scolded loudly, damn it, no matter how much I chop, they never end, where did these magical beasts come from anyway? After saying that, he angrily called out to Frederick not to hide anymore. Come out and fight. While talking, he lost his guard. The female mage next to him shouted in panic, Brian, be careful. A large mouth full of sharp teeth viciously snapped at Brian. Just then, a sword slashed at the monster's head. When Brian opened his eyes, he realized he was still intact. Theodore stepped on the monster, appearing before their eyes. You're alive, Sir Brian, Theodore thought to himself, seeing the silver hair from afar. I thought it was Eve. Brian surprisingly called out Emperor Theodore. The soldiers behind them rushed to the scene. Your Majesty, wait for us, Theodore grumbled. You're called the Royal Knights but you're so slow. These guys, before he could say anything more, Leah peeked out from behind him. She blinked curiously, looking at Theodore. Under his daughter's gaze, the Emperor stiffened and placed his hand on the soldier's shoulder. The man was so scared he paled. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I deserve to die. Unexpectedly, the Emperor smiled politely at him and said, Sir Lyndon, you've worked hard, but saving people is the top priority right now, so please try a little harder. Lyndon hesitated and replied, yes, wondering in his heart, what's going on, is this déjà vu? Before the man could run away, Theodore managed to say something to stop him. Hey, Sir Brian. Theodore changed his tone. Oh, I mean, Brother Brian, Brian snapped. What are you saying, Your Majesty? I've heard everything from Eve, I absolutely don't acknowledge someone like you. The Emperor interrupted him, it's been a long time, aren't you going to look at your niece? Brian asked in confusion, niece? The little girl in Theodore's arms shyly raised her hand, I'm Leah. Brian's heart melted, so cute, so you're Eve's daughter. Mentioning this, Brian remembered the main thing. He said to the Emperor, "It seems Eve's mansion is on fire, so I was very worried. Where is Eve then? What about Erwin?" Little Liao pointed forward and said, "We have to go a little further to get there." Brian looked at the little girl and asked, "Weren't you with Eve?" The Emperor briefly explained to him that Benjamin had taken her away. And Erwin too. It seems he kidnapped them to use as sacrifices for the dark magic beast. The news shocked the entire night squad. "Oh my god, is that Benjamin? Is that the Ferdinand family head?" Brian mumbled to himself, "Eve and Erwin have been kidnapped?" He frowned angrily and said, "I won't let this go, how dare he?" Emperor Theodore also declared to everyone, "The crime of using dark magic is considered an imperial crime, but I don't have enough authority to arrest the head of one of the three great families. So I want to ask for your help, Brian Cernisha." Brian agreed immediately without needing to know anything. "Just say it, Your Majesty, for Eve, I will do anything." Theodore nodded in satisfaction. The first step of the plan was complete. Inside the dark room, Benjamin called out her name himself, "Eve." Erwin had long been unconscious in the chair. Yvonne's whole body was completely lifeless. She sat there blankly like a doll. Benjamin whispered, "Finally." He gently raised her face with his hand. Benjamin hugged Yvonne. "Finally, you belong to me." He stroked her hair and asked, "How do you feel, Eve? Say something to me." The girl in his arms suddenly moved. Unexpectedly, she violently pushed Benjamin away. His face looked in disbelief at his Eve. It can be seen that Eve extremely resisted intimate contact with him. Even though her eyes were blurred, she still called out the name of the person she loved, Theodore. Someone's hands reached out and pushed someone else down. Brian was pushed to the ground by someone. He was bewildered, confused. A stranger stood before Brian's eyes. He recognized her, and gasped, "Eve." And that person was none other than Eve, looking cold, cool, and powerful. Eve said calmly and seriously, "Theo." He was still shocked, scared. How could it be that name? With that, Brian bowed down at Eve's feet. He shouted loudly, "The person standing in front of you is me, Eve." In a certain garden, the voice of a little girl rang out, "Uncle, Mom is nearby." A man carried the little girl on his back. He ran hard, thinking in his head, "If she's nearby." He shouted, "Is it that place?" A small wooden hut in the middle of a large, vast field. The two quickly broke down the door and rushed in. They sped up more than ever. The little girl had a very loud voice, "Mom, Leah has come to save you too." The boy was covered in sweat, and felt tired. Leah's voice faded. It seemed like she was witnessing something terrible. Brian was stunned, collapsed before Eve. Was tied to the corner of the wall. The rope tightly bound his body, making it impossible for him to control, move and resist. Leah ran quickly with a panicked, worried face. She asked, "Are you okay?" The boy still couldn't believe his eyes. He stood still, frozen, petrified, and muttered, "Eve." Eve seemed to have taken her last breath, saying goodbye to the world to return to a peaceful place to rest. She had no life left. The boy came closer, pleading, "Eve, can you hear me?" His voice trembled with pain. He looked at the unconscious girl's face and shouted, "I've come to save you, Eve." Eve was still twitching, but her strength was exhausted. She couldn't breathe or say anything more. The last words she said were tired and desperate, "It's useless." Brian stood up and explained to everyone that I had erased her memory and consciousness. "Eve doesn't love you right now." The boy angrily grabbed Brian. He cursed at the other party, "Don't mess with me." That decisive and strong action showed his utter resentment. He continued to attack violently. "What the hell did you do to Eve?" Over here, Leah was untying however, we still haven't seen wake up. The two faced each other closely. One was crazy inside, the other was nonchalant, ignoring everything. "Quickly bring her back to normal," Brian replied. "Do it some other way." The boy was so annoyed that veins popped out on his face. "There's no way. The dark magic can be broken. How did Emperor Theodore break the dark magic before?" Leah sadly went to the two men. She gently asked, "Mom, can't she come back?" They stopped arguing and looked at the little girl. Leah teared up. Maybe those were tears of pity, pain, and longing when her mother couldn't return. Her voice was small, but her love for her mother was great. "Mom, that call made us feel sympathetic and touched." Then Leah burst into tears. Tears flowed like a waterfall. Maybe only those who have lost their mother understand this feeling. No words can describe it. Each tear fell to the floor. Suddenly, the circle on the floor lit up. A source of power was gradually regenerating, appearing, looking mysterious and powerful. Brian and the boy carrying the little girl were also confused, bewildered. They guessed, "This, could it be Eve slowly stood up, the source of power radiated from her. She slowly closed her eyes, and that power submerged Eve. In a forest, someone was crying, while criticizing that bad name. Eve was tearful, the worst personality in the world. Did you have to be next to Katarina right in front of me? The boy standing outside watched Eve. The boy moved to the magnificent castle. He was confused. Why is he at the palace? Was it Benjamin who used tricks? Unfortunately, I didn't do it. With that, Benjamin came up behind him. Benjamin said, this is Eve's past. It seems to be a space that expresses her inner self. I don't know how to get in here, but... He continued, it's good too. Look carefully what kind of man you are to Eve. Theo used holy power to erase the scar, but it reappeared. Eve was sad, lonely, and said that she was too tired. Her body was full of wounds and scratches. But Theo had also been searching for her for 10 years. With just this much, I have to endure it. The boy pleaded with the person he loved, but it seemed that Eve couldn't feel anything. No, Eve, you should have killed me and run away. I brought you to the palace not hoping that you would suffer like this. Tears streamed down the young man's cheeks. Benjamin came and said, you're already crying, what's wrong? He continued, while you were preparing to get engaged to Katarina, Eve was pregnant with the children. Benjamin was angry. How much pain did she have to feel to pretend to be dead to leave you? I was really looking forward to seeing how much Eve would resent you. Meanwhile, Eve was in pain, writhing in the hospital bed. She shouted loudly in vain. The boy and Benjamin were two invisible people who entered as if no one could see them. The girl was still crying. The servant was encouraging and comforting her. Try a little harder, madam. The boy now didn't know what to do other than apologize. He shed tears, regretted, felt sorry. I should have been by your side. Eve's eyes were tired, exhausted, and she had no strength left. It seemed that she felt Theodore was by her side. She murmured, Theo. The boy panicked when he saw this. Eve, can you see me? Theodore reached out and supported Eve's trembling hand. Perhaps, the two had felt each other's warmth and faith. A loud sound rang out in the room. Madam, wake up, madam. Theodore blamed himself. I'm really a bastard. Benjamin added fuel to the fire. Even so, in the moment of struggling between life and death, the person she was looking for was, the trash like you. That sentence awakened the ignorant soul, awakened Theodore's conscience. Benjamin continued, if I am a necessary existence for Eve. I thought that one day, Eve would look at me. What Eve always wanted. Theodore. Is not the person she needs, but the person she loves. Theodore hugged Eve tightly, comforted her, said loving words, don't worry. Even if you lose your memory, or lose your consciousness, I will never give up on you. I will definitely make you fall in love with me again. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. I'm sorry for letting you be lonely. I always love you, Eve. Suddenly, Eve woke up and called, Theo. She hesitated, her cheeks were rosy, her eyes were bright. This is the real Theo. The boy was always saying, I'm sorry for not recognizing you. I'm sorry for letting you be lonely, a sentence that seemed would not be heard again. I always love you, Eve. Hearing that, tears flowed down her face with emotion. That sentence told me that this endless nightmare had ended. The two hugged each other tightly. The dark magic had been resolved. We didn't have time to stabilize our emotions, because the nightly order following Theo quickly handled the matter. Benjamin obediently submitted to being tied up like someone giving up everything. Everyone said that even when he returned to the Albrecht Empire, his punishment would be decided through trial. Eve looked at Benjamin for a long time. It seemed that she was thinking about something very important. In a moment, she turned her face away. She felt, thankfully the children were safe and unharmed. Meanwhile, Leah and Er were crying, running, and calling Mom. That moment moved me. Eve thought to herself, I was worried that this series of events would leave terrible memories for the children, but they hugged her. Mom, where is this? Mom. Are you okay now? From here, I can see the love and filial piety of the two children for her. Eve replied, Mom is okay, don't worry, you were scared, right? Leah replied, yes, a little. Er was happy, I'm not scared at all. Leah also competed, I'm not scared either. Eve was more at ease. Thankfully, the little ones are fine now. I don't know who they take after to be so strong. Leah teased, Er is timid. The innocent girl replied, Er is not timid. Eve stroked her two daughters' heads. There are still many problems I have to solve, but... Eve said to her children, first, put this on. Suddenly, Theodore stepped forward. Leah was startled. Uncle. The truth that the Emperor has an illegitimate child being exposed here will not be good. Moreover, this incident will probably make everyone have a negative view of dark magic. How will I protect Leah in the future? Theodore touched Eve's head. She was surprised, bewildered. Theo gently said, he cares about her, don't worry too much, how to do it in the future, I will arrange a place for us to talk about this. For now, you can just relax with the children, Eve replied. Asked in confusion, who is that? Theo continued, after handling the scene, we will go to Caligor City. The kids were happy. Uncle Brian, oh, so you're Erwin. Eve was calm, thinking for a long time, not paying attention to everything around her. Her eyes were sad, probably she wasn't in a good mood right now. It was dark, and the castle had also turned off all the lights to rest after a long day. Everyone was getting ready to go to bed. Laura happily said, I think Emperor Theodore is a very emotional person. Eve was bewildered, not understanding what she was saying. Many days had passed since the kidnapping incident, but the emperor still stayed in Caligor City. He was very concerned about the meals as well as the treatment for the young lady. Laura and Eve were playing. It seems, he is not as scary as rumored, right? Unexpectedly, I heard someone say that Theo is a good person. I really didn't know anything in the past. Everyone was hesitant with embarrassed faces. After knowing Theo's true appearance, I had a similar reaction to others. His personality is really bad. Only when dating the madam, I'm sure he is a flirtatious person. I didn't expect you two to have such a relationship. Eve was stiff, embarrassed. Laura had finished doing Eve's hair. The servant praised her beauty. Eve looked like a real princess, with her blue eyes and long hair. Eve felt very happy. Thank you, Laura, for helping me, believing in me, a person with an unknown identity, and protecting the children. Laura replied, I'm just doing what I should be doing. Eve encouraged, you've worked hard. Hey, you've been so dedicated to making me up. What will I do if you cry? Laura was happy. Even so, I heard Madam's thoughts. I feel very happy. It's been a long time since you had time to be happy with your husband. Tonight, please be honest with your heart. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. The sound rang out, Sir Eve Rowland. Emperor Theodore is waiting for you. Hearing that, she felt more anxious, nervous, and a little worried. Be honest, is it really okay to do that? Your Majesty, Theodore, handsome, luxurious, elegant, and masculine, was waiting for his princess. Hasn't it been a long time since you met again, and the children too? Theodore lowered his head, okay, with a serious expression. He continued, I will not change my choice. What are you thinking, anyway? You sent your soldiers to search the continent when you heard the news of Eve's death. Could it be that you've changed your mind? Tap, tap, the sound came from Eve's room. The man was waiting. Sir Eve Rowland has arrived. Perhaps Theodore was surprised and mesmerized by her beauty. Eve was surprised. Sir Lyndon. Lyndon politely greeted, long time no see, Sir Eve. No, now I have to call you Miss Eve. You can call me whatever you want. Lyndon was happy. This person is getting more and more beautiful. Suddenly, they turned to find Theodore. Lyndon was dissatisfied with Theo's indifferent actions. Theo came to the table and said, you sit here, Eve. Lyndon ran out, sorry, goodbye, I wish you two a good time. Eve thought, what is it? If it was in the past, he would. You dare to covet Eve, do you want to die, Lyndon? Or, Eve, I thought you were an angel descended from heaven, was that reaction? Theodore poured tea into the cup. The warmth of the tea covered the luxurious party. The two were silent with each other. Theo took a sip of warm tea. He sighed and said, all this time. Eve was confused. He was embarrassed. No, it's nothing. Are you comfortable living in the city? Are the children still doing well? Eve replied, Uncle Brian is taking care of the children. I don't know if they get along too well. But the nephews and uncles play so happily that they just roll over and fall asleep at night. The image of Brian and the children looked like a father and good children. Theo exclaimed, so that's it, looking a little regretful. How did you hide Odelia's hair? Over the past time, you used dye to cover the baby's hair. Since the incident happened, for some reason, the dye no longer works. Theo explained, because of dark magic. Dark magic? When you were caught in Benjamin's dark magic. I saw Odelia activate the dark magic circle again. The baby kept crying. Perhaps Odelia was born a child with dark magic power. Eve trembled unexpectedly. Odelia. So, Eve. I intend to return to the Albrecht Empire. How are you staying here? In Caligor City. Laura happily thought, I bet the mistress and the emperor are having a good time together right now. What will happen if young master and young lady have another sibling? Suddenly, Laura was startled. She looked at the person who just arrived with a bewildered expression. Only to see Yvonne wearing a dark and gloomy face. Laura wondered why she was back so early, but Yvonne just brushed past her, annoyed. While Laura was still talking, "You're supposed to be having a warm time with the Emperor," Yvonne retorted. "I don't know, that guy. He insisted on going to Albrecht alone, I can't believe it." Laura didn't know what to do with her mistress acting like that. She just wanted to know what on earth had happened. A few days later at the Albrecht Imperial Palace, a loud voice shouted, "No, why would you say something like that? You're really leaving Sir Eve and your children in Caligor?" Theodore replied, "Armin, you're being too loud." Armin protested, "When Sir Eve went missing, you searched the entire continent. But now what? You finally found Sir Eve, but you're acting like this, why? Why am I so miserable?" Linden, seeing Armin's outburst, tried to calm him down. But Armin continued to criticize Theodore. "At least you should have poured out your heart before leaving." Theodore had actually intended to, but he said that he would return to the Albrecht Empire first. Then he hesitated and asked Yvonne, "Can you stay here? Because I think this is the best way. Even though I'm ruling as an emperor, in Ernest City, there are still opposing forces. If the children are known as Theodore's illegitimate children and come to the city, I don't know what will happen." Theodore believed that he couldn't call it a city until these forces were completely eliminated. And he thought that because Leah had to become a perfect holy monarch, Theodore needed time for the prejudice against black hair to disappear. But when he said he was going alone, Yvonne suddenly asked, "Is that all?" Theodore grew bewildered. Then Yvonne said disappointedly, "So, to you, we're only worth this much?" Theodore hurriedly wanted to hold Yvonne's hand. But she shook his hand off. And scolded, "Don't touch me." It was his shortcomings that made Yvonne angry. However, Theodore found her angry appearance adorable, like a fierce cat. Linden then spoke up, "If your majesty explains the truth, Sir Eve will definitely understand." "I know, because Eve is a strong and intelligent woman. Clearly, having her by my side will give me strength," Theodore said. "But I want to handle this myself. Although I can't be by her side when she's tired, from now on, I will become a reliable husband, and I want to become someone she can be proud of." Linden was very touched by these words. Just then, someone came to find Theodore. Both Armin and Linden were very surprised when they saw that blonde hair. And Theodore began to look cold. The person who appeared was Ernest. "Brother, I heard that you've returned safely, so I came to visit you. But I don't see Eve." Theodore asked, "What do you want with Eve?" "Eve won't come here. She will stay in Caligor and live a peaceful life," Theodore said silently in his heart, "until I drive 4 bastards like you out of the city." Ernest suddenly froze. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. And even laughed loudly. This attitude made Theodore confused. Only then did Ernest say, "How rude of me. But Yvonne will definitely come in the near future. Because it's an order." On Yvonne's side. "How long are you going to sulk?" Hearing that, Yvonne retorted, "Sulk? I'm not." Brian, who was holding Erwin, replied, "Oh, you're not. You're sulking because you couldn't go to the Empire together, right? If you're so angry, why don't you hit that guy on the back of the head?" Yvonne suddenly asked, "Am I the only one who's been looking forward to this? The misunderstandings of the past have been resolved, and it's the first time the whole family has been together, so I thought there would only be happiness from now on. But that guy didn't even ask if the children are doing well, how much I've suffered during this time. So, it turns out that me and the children aren't that important." This made Yvonne extremely disappointed. But Brian spoke up, "That's not true." Yvonne immediately wondered, "What do you mean?" Then he explained, "Actually, before leaving, that kid came to find me. He asked me to take care of Eve and the children." Theodore entrusted Brian with this. "I will definitely come back to pick her and our 2 children. Until then, I ask for your help. I will create a safe environment for the children, and so that everyone can live happily." Hearing that was enough to make Yvonne's ears turn bright red. She couldn't believe it and asked again, "Really?" Brian replied nonchalantly, "I don't know how long it will take. Benjamin was arrested, and the position of high-ranking nobleman is vacant. Even if he is the emperor, it will take a long time to calm the chaos alone." "How can that be?" Yvonne didn't want to believe it. Brian just smiled lightly and said, "This brother has a good idea here, do you want to hear it?" On the side of the imperial palace, the servants were gossiping when they saw Prince Ernest. They were very surprised to see him here. That arrogant demeanor in the imperial palace, it's like going back to the old days. The maid agreed, "That's right." After Sir Theo became emperor, the prince lived in the shadows, quietly. But now it's like he's become a different person. Someone questioned, could it be that His Highness is possessed by a demon? Now that you mention it, it's true. Before the emperor returned, someone saw His Highness muttering to himself in the imperial palace's warehouse. At that time, Ernest said, "Someone get out." "Damn it, you still retain consciousness." This speculation frightened the three maids, so they reassured themselves, it must be just our imagination. They decided not to talk nonsense anymore and went back to work. Little did they know that someone was standing behind the wall. It was Armin who had heard everything. At night, Armin reported the rumors that were being spread to Theodore. He pondered, a demon, huh? That's worrisome. Can a person's temperament change so quickly? Does he really have bad intentions? And also, now that I think about it, the Imperial Palace's warehouse stores the holy relics of Tenebris. Theodore thought, could it be? He immediately told Linden to investigate Ernest's actions during his absence from the Imperial Palace, who he met, where he went, find out everything in detail. Linden quickly obeyed, and Armin was to investigate the list of holy relics in the Imperial Palace's warehouse. If anything disappears, report it immediately. He hoped it was just his imagination. At this time, the two children were playing happily in the carriage. They excitedly told Yvonne about the scenery outside. Making her nostalgic, "It's been 4 years, huh? To be able to return to my hometown like this." Brian was now busy watching over the two children. Yvonne suddenly asked, "Brother Brian, are you really okay? Why are you being so timid? You even dared to hit the Emperor's nape, right?" Yvonne was speechless. Brian spoke up, "What's important is your feelings. As long as you're okay." But Yvonne started to worry again, "Can I really do it?" The suggestion that Brian made that day was. She remembered a few days ago. When she asked Brian, "What's the good idea?" He had said, "You should become the head of the Cernisha family." Yvonne had never thought of this idea. Yvonne asked Brian in confusion, "How could I?" But he said nonchalantly, "Cernica has been restored already. No, it should be said that it's about to be completed. Actually, when you were captured by Benjamin, Emperor Theo asked me." Theodore had once told Brian, "Although the crime of black magic is a national crime, I don't have a good reason to arrest the head of one of the 3 great families. So I have something to ask of you." At that time, Brian said confidently to Theodore, "Please tell me, whatever it is, I will do everything for Eve." Unexpectedly, Theodore told Brian, "You must become the head of the Cernisha family." Even Yvonne didn't think Theodore would have said that. Brian explained, "To be exact, he asked me to become an assistant to the family head, until Erwin is old enough to become the family head." Brian wondered, Erwin has awakened his sword aura, right? His abilities are very different. Even if I don't take on the assistant family head position. But with your outstanding sword aura ability, aren't you the most qualified person to become the family head? That made Yvonne hesitate. Back in the present, Erwin wondered, where are we going? Do we have to sleep in an inn today? Brian chuckled and said, "My adorable nephew, you're back in your hometown. Why would I let you sleep on the streets? We're going home." Yvonne was also curious about what Brian was referring to. Then he said, "We're going to our real home." The two children got out of the carriage. Yvonne was very surprised when she saw the house in front of her. It was clearly burned down. Suddenly, Yvonne remembered when she was little, she used to call out, "Grandpa, I can control my sword aura now." Everyone was happy for Yvonne at that time. All of this made her heartbroken as she asked Brian, "How did it become like this?" Brian replied, "Even if it's burned down by fire, the old mansion of the Cernisha family can't be destroyed. Someone spent a large sum of money to repair and restore it. I was worried about when I would be able to buy back this mansion. Just in time, I had a very handy bag of money. I even cleaned out the King of Caligor's underwear." Yvonne immediately said, "Even so, isn't that going too far?" Brian quickly retorted, "Saving people is saving people. Do you know how much I struggled to protect the people of Caligor from the monsters? And above all, this is a place full of our memories. It took a little time, but I wanted to return to this mansion someday." Of course, Emperor Theo paid a huge amount of money to restore the mansion, and the manager recognized Brian as a Cernisha and gave it to him at a bargain price. He decided to keep the remaining money as a reserve fund. However, Brian didn't tell Yvonne these things. She was now staring blankly at the mansion. Just then, Brian called out, "Eve. Let's go in. Into our house." Yvonne smiled happily and replied, "I'm home." Then she happily led the two children inside. Night fell. Brian and Celine also returned to their own rooms. And Yvonne was sleeping with the children. She fell into a dream. In the darkness, there was a voice, "You've returned after thousands of years." Yvonne looked around anxiously. When she turned her face, someone said, "I've finally found you. My Cernisha." In the dream, Tenebris hugged Yvonne tightly. "I've finally found you, my Cernisha." Yvonne heard these words. From that man, Tenebris. He kept calling her Cernisha, making Yvonne curious and turning back. Only to see Albert and Ferdinand. Albert looked in that direction and said, "What is it?" "It's just darkness." What a mood killer. The person wearing the cloak also hurriedly turned away. Ferdinand then asked Yvonne caringly, "Where does it hurt?" She immediately said, "It's nothing." Albert said, "That's good then. He still can't control his power. Someone like him can cause chaos at any time. And he's called one of the four apostles? Annoying. Albert meant to imply one of the four apostles blessed by the god Brihim. But Yvonne didn't know what to say. She quietly lowered her eyes. Because she remembered Tenebris. At this time, Yvonne woke up with a start when Leah hit her head. "Who did you get this bad sleeping habit from?" Yvonne stared blankly out the window. "The man with hair as black as ink, like Theo." This time too, Yvonne keeps having that dream. If you look at the clothes or the background, it seems to be someone from a different era. The name Tenebris really worries her. "Who on earth are you?" On the other side, Armin's mood was extremely bad. "When will I get a good night's sleep?" Armin couldn't remember anymore. He blamed it all on His Majesty the Emperor. "I'm already busy to death, and he's giving me more work to do. Working on administrative matters during the day and surveying relics at night. Seriously, should I go back to my hometown after this is done?" Thinking this, Armin opened the door to report, "Your Majesty, I brought the documents you asked for." But what caught Armin's eye was the room piled high with papers. He asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Theodore said, "Is this all?" "It's not difficult for me," Armin said to himself, putting on a brave face. "You look even more tired than me." Even so, Armin spoke up and said, "I'll bring some stress-relieving tea." "Your Majesty, please relax a bit. Since it's come to this, I can't tell His Majesty to rest. If only we could get help from other families, it would be so much easier." Theodore thought Armin was saying useless things. Armin said again, "To change everyone's perception in a short time, what other choice do we have? I heard that you want to legalize black magic, something that has been ostracized for a long time." Theodore asked back, "Then what do you want me to do? Currently, the Liabranti and Ferdinand families don't have heads, so we can't ask for help from them. Don't we still have the Cernisha family?" Armin suggested, but Theodore disagreed because Brian was probably busy helping Eve take care of the children in Caligor. Armin immediately said, "I heard he's in Albrecht, with Sir Eve and the children. Moreover, Sir Lyndon said that recently someone bought back the Cernisha family's mansion. If you ask who bought it, it's Brian. It seems that Sir Eve and the children have already moved in. But that's the Cernisha family's business. We have to deal with the pending matters, right? I'll help your Majesty handle them quickly." Before he could finish speaking, Theodore ran past him and slammed the door shut, leaving Armin alone with the pile of documents. Armin lamented, "What I said was really useless." At this time Yvonne was reading a book in the mansion. Then someone asked her, "What are you doing?" It was Brian who had just arrived. He wondered why she was suddenly sitting and studying. Yvonne said, "There's something I'm curious about." Yvonne wondered, "You've studied a lot about the history of the family, right?" Brian replied, "I studied it while being beaten by Gunther. Now that I think about it, they're all memories." Saying this, Brian suddenly remembered, "Because the family disappeared before you received education, you don't know." "What are you curious about?" "Ask me anything." Yvonne then spoke up, "No matter how much I flip through the books, I only see the four apostles receiving blessings from the god Brihim, but why are there only 3 noble families left?" Brian quickly said, "That's because the remaining family has been erased from history. He possessed the strongest abilities among the 4 apostles, but his black magic went against the laws of this world. It is said that his soul was torn apart and scattered, defiling the reputation of the apostles. After that, there were occasionally people who craved that power. There were even people who tried to revive him, but they all failed. Because to revive him, we need the chalice that gathers souls." Yvonne hesitated and asked, "Could it be that the name of that apostle is Teen?" Then Brian shouted, "Don't casually say that name. We don't know where or when the darkness will be listening." Eve, don't think about that monster anymore. Although difficult, Yvonne still complied. She pursed her lips and thought. This feeling, I seem to have felt it in the past, when everyone was saying, be careful of the prince with black hair, that misfortune. That's right, it's true. Yvonne's feelings were just like when she saw Theodore, a child ostracized for his black hair. But why does Theodore look like that apostle? Just then, the two kids happily came in looking for Yvonne. They looked at each other happily and said, Uncle is here. Meanwhile, outside, Theodore was tidying himself up. He even had people bring countless gifts to Yvonne. The moment he saw her, he smiled happily. Yvonne was confused, wondering what all this was about. Theodore explained, I had some business and happened to be passing by, and I heard you were here, so. Bringing that much stuff, it doesn't look like a coincidence at all. Leah had already started opening the gifts. The little girl was super excited when she saw the Jericho stuffed animal. Theodore glanced over and remembered that it was the one Leah had lent him before, and said, I'm better now, so I brought it back to you. Leah then asked, so you don't cry anymore? The two Cernicia siblings were surprised to hear that Theodore had cried. At this moment, he was gently saying to Leah, thank you for lending me this precious stuffed animal. Being patted on the head made Leah feel very warm. She suddenly grabbed the corner of Theodore's shirt and asked, can you be Leah's dad? Theodore was immediately surprised. He hesitated and asked Leah, say that again. Brian hesitated slightly and looked towards Yvonne. At this moment, she suddenly called out, Theo. Let's talk privately for a moment. At the royal palace. Amidst the messy books and documents. Armin muttered, it's not here either. The holy relic of Tenebris. It's nowhere to be found. Because he had reviewed the documents that His Majesty had collected, Armin understood. The incidents that have occurred in the Empire recently are all related to black magic. No matter how bad the situation is. Armin suspected, could the recent attack by magical beasts, the traces as if black magic had been used. If everything is foreshadowing the resurrection of Tenebris, Armin feared and speculated. Not only the Albrecht Empire but the entire continent would be plunged into darkness. Armin was determined not to let this happen. He had to quickly let His Majesty know the truth. Suddenly, Armin remembered what Theodore had told him and Lyndon before. The request that Theodore had made to him and Lyndon. Could it be that His Majesty already knew everything? How could that be? Armin wondered. Unexpectedly, a wisp of black gas appeared and sealed Armin's mouth. It was done by Ernest when he discovered Armin. He told Armin not to interfere. Until Cernicia falls into my hands, no one is allowed to interfere. At this time, Theodore and Yvonne were alone together. She was flustered and said, what are you doing all of a sudden? I told you we were going to talk. But Theodore seemed to be in pain. Yvonne worriedly asked, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? She reached out to touch Theodore. But he dodged and said, it's nothing. It's been a while since I've seen you. I've been having trouble sleeping, that's all. You know what kind of person I am. Suddenly, Yvonne reached out and grabbed both sides of Theodore's face. She disagreed, what do you mean nothing? Your face doesn't say that at all. The dark circles under your eyes are quite bad, and you seem to have lost a little weight. Aren't you overworking again? Yvonne reproached. But Theodore only felt extremely warm. He thought to himself, right now, I want to be in Eve's arms. Like before, I want to be embraced in her warm arms and act spoiled with her. I want to whisper words of love and tease her ears. However, Theodore clenched his hands, feeling inferior. Do I have the right to do that? To Eve, who I hurt and who has gone through so many hardships. Just then, Yvonne spoke up and said, it's a bit late, but thank you for saving me from Benjamin. The gifts for the children, thank you. They were really happy. But Theo, what's the reason you came here? Do you want to start over with me? Yvonne gently took Theodore's hand. When Leah called you dad, what were your feelings? She teared up and expressed, I imagine a future where the four of us can live happily. But at the same time, I also think about how it could fall apart at any moment, like a short dream. These words completely shocked Theodore. He stammered, no, Eve, I absolutely. Suddenly, Theodore noticed that Yvonne was crying. She even asked him, how can I be sure? Yvonne was afraid. The anxiety in her heart was so great that she couldn't get close to Theodore. She thought in fear, what if Theo forgets me again? What will I and the children do then? Can I handle that again? Answer me, Theo, Yvonne said. Suddenly, Theodore said, I love you. He emphasized again, I love you, Eve. Is that all? she asked, confused. I'm being serious. Don't use that sentence to gloss over this, whether it's an excuse or an apology. Theodore suddenly asked, is that so important? Then, without saying a word, he knelt down in front of Yvonne. She asked in surprise, what are you doing? Theodore said, for you, I can do anything, Eve. But what good are all these things? The days I made you suffer don't disappear. What's the point of just empty apologies? I don't think just a few words can erase all my sins. Mistakes made must be paid for. If you tell me to die, I will. But is that really what you want? Yvonne didn't expect Theodore to say such words. She gritted her teeth and yelled, you stubborn fool. Get out of my house immediately. Brian outside could also hear the scolding. He clicked his tongue, husband and wife fighting is really intense. I knew there would be a time like this. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking. Brian hurriedly ran to the children. Only to find a very confusing situation. Both children had teary eyes. Brian was quite surprised because the two never argued before. Why now? Erwin accused Leah of suddenly pushing him down. Is that true, Leah? Brian asked in surprise. The little girl replied, but Air said the Jericho stuffed animal was weird before. It's a precious stuffed animal I received from Uncle. Brian was wondering what was weird about it when suddenly someone rushed to find His Majesty. Theodore came out and saw someone running up and saying that something big had happened. Yvonne had just seen the two little ones crying. Erwin saw his mother and ran to her crying. Theodore was listening to the person reporting about Armin. He was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Then Yvonne asked, what's wrong? Did something big happen? Facing those two pitiful faces, Theodore didn't know what to do. He had to turn his head in another direction. Then said, I'll be back later. He told the guard, we're going back to the royal palace. Leaving only the three of them watching him leave. Leah confusedly called out, Theodore. She tightly clutched the teddy bear in her hand. Night had fallen. Theodore worriedly asked, how is Armin's condition? Fortunately, his life is not in danger, but it seems he was attacked by someone, Lyndon reported. He asked, what should we do, Your Majesty? Even Your Majesty could be in danger. Should we cancel all the scheduled events? Before he could finish, Theodore interrupted and said, proceed according to the schedule. For the sake of the children, he had to eliminate this seed of unease as soon as possible. Even if the royal palace had to be stained again. Theodore decided not to lay down his sword. According to Armin's report, Theodore pondered. The relic left behind by Tenebris, could it be the time mirror that I brought from Caligor? Perhaps this artifact is the only weapon that can fight him. Suddenly, Leah curiously asked from behind, what's that? Theodore warned, it's very dangerous. Touching it carelessly will cause big trouble. After saying that, Theodore noticed something strange, so both of them looked at each other with question marks. Theodore was extremely surprised to see Leah here. He asked in confusion, why are you here? But the little girl started to cry. Theodore was stunned and didn't understand anything. Then Leah cried like rain. While crying, she called out, Erwin. Theodore was even more puzzled. A moment later, the butler, pushing a tea cart, wondered, it's so late, and His Majesty still told me to bring food. That's rare. He stood in front of the door and said, Your Majesty, I brought the dessert you asked for. Theodore reached out to take it and asked curiously, is this all the dessert there is? The butler honestly said, there's more in the kitchen. Theodore immediately said, wake up the chef and bring more desserts. Seeing the person leave, Theodore finally sighed in relief. He asked Leah, how does it taste? The royal chef specially made it. Leah happily said, it's very delicious. Theodore was secretly glad that her mood had improved. Returning to the issue, he asked, how did you get here? The little girl said, Leah secretly crawled into the carriage that Uncle used to go to Leah's house. Theodore sweated and asked, you told your mom before you left, right? Leah quickly said, I didn't. Mom said Leah has cavities, so she can't eat cake at night, but Uncle said I can eat as much as I want, so I like it. Theodore worried that Eve would hate him even more. Then Leah suddenly put down her fork. He noticed and asked, what's wrong? Leah suddenly mentioned that Air also likes to eat cake. Leah feels lonely eating alone. Actually, Air said the Jericho stuffed animal Uncle gave me was strange, so I told Air not to speak badly about it and pushed Air down, so Air cried. I want to apologize to Air, Leah said. Theodore asked, suppose even if you apologize, the other person doesn't accept it, what should you do? Leah cleverly asked back, did Uncle also quarrel with someone? He had to say, Uncle did something wrong to a very important person. And hurt that person a lot. Even so, with just an apology, will that person forgive everything I've done? The little girl thought very seriously. The kid pondered for a while and said. Leah doesn't know what's difficult. But if Leah says sorry, will definitely hug Leah tightly. Because saying sorry and hugging and saying forgiveness is an act of loving each other. If Uncle says sorry from the bottom of his heart, that person will also hug Uncle tightly and say I love you. Unexpectedly, Leah could help Theodore realize. He suddenly covered his face. Leah asked in surprise, is Uncle crying? Theodore also realized that just with that sentence, he couldn't completely heal Eve's heartache, but he still decided to send a letter. Yvonne received the letter. Brian saw it and asked, is that a letter from the royal palace? How about Leah, have you found her? Yvonne said, it seems she's with Theo. So she'll sleep at the royal palace today. Brian sighed in relief because the little girl suddenly disappeared and scared everyone. Celine also felt lucky that Leah had been found. Yvonne is now focused on reading the heartfelt letter. When she saw Theodore's sincere apology, she shed tears. You're too late, you idiot, Yvonne said softly. That night, Theodore coaxed Odelia and promised to take her home tomorrow morning. Odelia on the bed asked him, aren't you sleeping? I have work to do, I'll sleep later. Don't worry and sleep well, okay? Then tomorrow you can make up with Erwin, right? The little girl started rambling into sleep, but still asked Theodore, do you have siblings? He lowered his eyes with obvious sadness, maybe. I'm not sure. After Odelia fell asleep, Theodore quietly left her room, but as soon as he got out of the door, he encountered Ernest in the hallway. What are you doing at this hour, Ernest? I just can't sleep, he replied. At the same time, Ernest told Theodore that he had heard that Theodore's subordinate was quite seriously injured, thinking he would be worried, so he came to see. But it seems there's already a guest here. Theodore noticed an unusual expression in Ernest's words. His intuition told him that something was wrong with him, so Theodore tried to avoid him. You don't need to worry about that. Know your place and go back to your room. If you linger around this area, you'll have to say goodbye to your neck. Ernest knew he couldn't do anything, so he excused himself in front of Theodore. Even so, his eyes were still directed towards Odelia's room. He could feel a thick flow of dark energy from that room. If he grasped that thing in his hands, Ernest would plunge this empire into darkness, and could meet the Cernicia he longed for. With his ambition, Ernest was looking forward to that moment. The next morning was a beautiful day. Odelia was taken back by Theodore as promised. Her parents burst into tears as soon as they saw her. Eve scolded her, without saying a word, if you go out by yourself, what will I do? Do you know how worried everyone was? Odelia didn't seem to care much. She noticed a corner not far away. It was Erwin. He was also watching Odelia return. Erwin immediately teared up, sorry Leah, because I said the Jericho stuffed animal was strange, so Leah was very sad, right? Odelia also started to cry when she saw her friend sobbing. She hugged Erwin, Leah is sorry for pushing air down. This made everyone cry with emotion. So the two girls made up. Leah brought back a lot of delicious desserts. Really? Uncle said to share the cake and cookies with Air. Eve looked around but still couldn't find Theodore. The reason she wanted to send a thank you to him for taking care of Leah during that time. The knight accompanying Odelia saw Eve's awkwardness and realized. He said that Theodore couldn't come along. Because in 2 days, an important event will be held. It was the victory celebration, so Theodore was very busy. Eve was a little disappointed. But then Brian gently patted Eve's hand. What's wrong? Do you want to run to the royal palace to see too? Eve immediately denied it, but Brian kept asking her why she didn't just join the party. Eve said that she didn't have an invitation or an outfit. However, Laura appeared like a goddess. If you say that, young lady, I'll be sad. So that the young lady can make her debut in high society at any time, I've prepared everything. As Cernicia's close maid, that's only natural. So the outfit problem was solved. Next, the knight spoke to Eve, if you want to attend the party, I will help within my authority. This time, Brian had the opportunity to urge Eve. Honestly, Eve really wanted to talk to Theodore properly one more time, because in the letter before, he had begged her to give him a chance to meet. Therefore, she mustered up the courage to ask the knight for help. 2 days later, the still night was awakened by thousands of fireworks. In contrast to the excitement outside, somewhere on the bed, a strange voice rang out, "Awaken, servant of darkness, fulfill my wish. If you command, I will do everything. Bring the little darkness back to me." "I understand, darkness." The teddy bear then jumped up with a long breath. "Finally, the time has come. I've been so annoyed being in this thing before Lord Darkness gave the order. It's time to fulfill his wish." However, the sound from outside caught the teddy bear's attention. Eve and Brian told the two kids to go to sleep early, but Erwin and Odelia were staring at the teddy bear's actions, causing it to freeze. It had to hold its breath so as not to be discovered, wondering where it was. "I clearly got into the stuffed animal at the royal palace." Odelia carefully observed and noticed Jericho moving. And Erwin also felt it was very strange. The two girls gradually moved towards Jericho, making it more and more frightened. Its whole body was about to tremble because it couldn't bear it anymore. "Save me, Lord Tenebris." Scene change, even the vehicle had started to go to the royal palace. She was very nervous because she would meet Theodore on this trip. "It reminds me of the first time I went to the royal palace. At that time Eve was still very young. She had heard the title of the black-haired tyrant in rumors. The person who couldn't control his anger when someone approached because of his bad nature. In fact, because of many events and misunderstandings, Theodore had been hurt a lot. He easily felt lonely. Clearly, his inner personality was completely different from his appearance. He was someone who expressed love more deeply than anyone else, especially Theodore's radiant smile, Eve now understood. Finally, Eve arrived at the royal palace. In the lively atmosphere of the party, she actively entered. "The head of the Cernisha family, Lady Eve Rowland, has arrived. Even though he is a bit clumsy. But if we understand each other, could we have a better love?" Eve's appearance surprised Theodore. But just a second later, Theodore frowned because he noticed Ernest's appearance. He immediately shouted at her, "Stay away from that guy, Eve." "Found you, Eve." She unconsciously turned towards the voice. What caught her eye was Ernest being engulfed in darkness, "My Cernisha." Suddenly, the entire lighting system in the royal palace was damaged, plunging the entire hall into darkness. Many people screamed in panic. Including Eve. After seeing Ernest change, she couldn't believe her eyes. "Who exactly are you? Indeed, you've lost your memory. But it's okay, because we can cover them up with new memories. Right, my Cernisha?" After finishing speaking, Ernest reached out to Eve. Fortunately, Theodore appeared in time and stopped his intention. Next, he took out his light sword. A stern voice came from him, finally revealing your true nature. "Executor of darkness, Tenebris." He glared at Theodore for daring to interfere in his affairs. "Dirty blood of Leah Branty." "Dirty? Because of you, because of this black hair, I have been alienated by everyone for the rest of my life. Is it dirtier than my mood?" Tenebris was a little confused. Black hair? How could it be? At this moment, a strange light emitted from where they were. The time mirror suddenly awakened again. Eve was afraid that it would affect Theodore, so she was very worried. Only Tenebris was concerned about Eve. "I've missed you so much." Theodore was taken back in time. He was in a black cloak. "Where is this? Where's Eve? Could it be that I crossed space through the time mirror? But what's with this cloak?" Thousands of questions arose in Theodore. However, someone's voice caught his attention. "Look over there. It's the parade of the three apostles." Theodore looked in the direction of the sound. In front of him were the citizens cheering with the three apostles. "May God Brigham bless you, Lord Leah Branty, Lord Ferdinand. Lady Cernisha, this girl looks exactly like Eve." Theodore was immediately shaken. Because he was so busy admiring her beauty, the boy accidentally bumped into Theodore. Theodore immediately asked, "Are you okay? It's crowded here, be careful." Instead of saying thank you, the boy noticed Theodore's stark black hair and shouted, "Darkness, darkness has appeared." The focus of attention quickly shifted to Theodore, with everyone's eyes flashing with prejudice. This made Theodore very embarrassed, and he quickly covered his hair with his cloak. Before things got worse, he quickly left this place. Theodore was deeply aware of the presence of black hair on his body, but he also didn't want to have to go through these terrible things himself. "Darkness, that's right, I am called Darkness. Even though I have reached the realm of God and inherited the title of apostle." Theodore realized that this was Tenebris's memory. Continuing the story, Tenebris recounted, "I am easily affected by emotions, like a ticking time bomb that doesn't know when it will explode. My power of darkness is what scares everyone. Only one person. Tenebris, Cernisha's sweet voice sounded. Are you okay? Cernisha, only she sees me as a complete person. Cernisha saw the wound on his face and was concerned. I wish I had the ability to heal. He was moved by Certisha. Cernisha, aren't you afraid of me? Of course not, actually you are someone with a more sensitive and warm heart than anyone else. I know that. No, I'm just wearing a good person's mask just to make myself look better in your eyes. I know very well that suppressing my feelings for you is something I can't control. I feel pain when the person next to you is someone else, not me. Cernisha had been absent for quite a while, so she and Tenebris said goodbye, causing him to sob. I can't have you. One day, I will be angry and unable to bear it anymore. And that event happened. Flames enveloped Tenebris. The cracks on his face became more and more obvious. Above all, the culprits for this were the other two apostles. Even though I warned you, you still wouldn't stay away from Cernisha. I even have to listen to Cernisha's request to stop your frenzy. I can't stand to watch anymore. I have to let you continue to be frenzied and act like that. If you become the embodiment of darkness, become a monster that harms people, Cernisha will no longer care about you. Fur's evil energy was poured into Tenebris, causing him to writhe in pain. Perhaps it's because I'm too greedy. I thought that my relationship with you would come to an end. It should have been like that. Cernisha came to Tenebris's prison cell. She wanted to ask him if he had really used magical creatures to attack humans. A weak breath did not allow Tenebris to reveal the details of the event. She also understood that he was not the culprit. Because of this, Cernisha shed tears and felt sorry for Tenebris. His soul was torn into pieces. He would have to receive punishment and drift in the world without being able to die. I don't want that. I will separate his true soul. He knew that this was the biggest risk for Cernisha. However, it was impossible to stop her. Cernisha accepted her decision. She also comforted Tenebris. Don't worry, because when your piece of soul is awakened from a long sleep, you will definitely recognize me. Returning to the present, Brian, while passing through the hallway, saw a strange event. Brian, what's wrong? He discovered that the royal palace was so lively, but it was unusually quiet. Scene change, Jericho was still in the same pose as before because he was afraid of being discovered by the two girls. Jericho, what's wrong? Don't you like the ribbon? Jericho said that he had to go to the royal palace because Lord Tenebris was calling him. Odelia also wanted to go with him. Even though she was scared, she wanted to go to the place where her mother and Theodore were. Hearing that, Erwin also wanted to join. She also promised to protect her friend. Jericho was secretly happy to see that, because he could take Odelia according to the order. Okay, let's go together. After finishing speaking, it became huge in front of the two children. Until Brian came to the room to check. He realized there was a problem. The window in the two girls' room was wide open. Where did the children go? At the royal palace, a scary skeleton appeared. Everyone around except Eve had fainted. She wondered if the memories she had just seen came from somewhere. More than anyone else, she still had a question. Am I Cernisha in ancient times? Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding startled Eve. On the side, Theodore was fighting with Tenebris. So that's why gathering all the divine objects can completely revive him. Because without you, the real soul. As long as I absorb you. Theodore didn't allow him to do this. He kicked him off his body with one foot. Eve immediately ran over. Theodore, are you okay? Tenebris was displeased by this action. He called Cernisha's name in a vulgar way, making her terrified. I have endured for you for tens of thousands of years. But why isn't the person you chose me? After finishing speaking, the darkness in Tenebris rose. At the same time, the entire hall was covered by a barbaric sound. The people attending the party were awakened by the vibrations outside the royal palace. Ernest was no exception. He woke up in confusion. What's going on? Until he looked outside. The entire royal palace had been targeted by magical beasts. Eve immediately grabbed her sword firmly. She wanted to protect everyone here with Theodore. He understood Eve's wish. He hurriedly summoned the royal knight order to lead and fight the magical beasts. Those without weapons quickly moved to a safe place. Tenebris looked at Theodore as if he were seeing an enemy, that hateful Leo Brandt descendant. He rushed towards him in the midst of the chaos, only because Theodore was not worthy of having his soul reside in him. I will kill you, and return everything to the beginning. Outside, Jericho and the two girls had seen the royal palace. It warned the two to hold on tight. Then it jumped straight into the window. I'm here, Lord Tenebris. Tenebris didn't seem very happy. Theodore was incredibly surprised. However, the battle was still continuing. He immediately drew his sword. Then he aimed at Tenebris and attacked. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch him, Odelia suddenly appeared and spoke. Hearing the familiar voice, Theodore paused for a few seconds. He remembered the girl's previous question, "Do you have any siblings?" "Let's see, I'm not sure anymore." Absolutely, someone's hand grabbed Theodore's hand. Then pushed his hand, causing the tip of the sword to stab straight into Tenebris's stomach. Eve stared blankly at everything happening in a chaotic way. "Ernest?" Tenebris was shocked because he had clearly taken over this body. Ernest looked at Theodore affectionately. "Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't know that because of my mother and the Ferdinand family, you had to go through such a painful time." "Ernest?" Theodore was a little unbelievable. "I don't know if I can atone for my sins, but I will be the one to send Tenebris's spirit to the darkest depths. So, please purify this man with your power." Theodore then carried out Ernest's wish. Flames blazed covering Tenebris. He looked at Eve hopelessly. She unconsciously looked at him too. There was something that resonated. "Thank you for keeping your promise, Tenebris. I won't forget you anymore." At the same time, the magical beasts outside had completely disappeared. Odelia and Erwin ran to Eve. She immediately hugged both of the mischievous girls. "Because of you and these children, I will create a world where darkness will no longer be discriminated against. So, now you can rest in peace." Perhaps Tenebris was satisfied. He closed his eyes tightly to accept his fate. 2 years later, Erwin and Odelia were prepared with very careful royal attire. Both girls were very satisfied with this. Odelia asked Laura that if she wore this, could she also get married? Laura shyly replied, "Later, the princess will meet her beloved, remember to invite me then, of course." At this time Ernest came to them. He came here to ask for the whereabouts of Theodore and Eve, but before he could ask, the two girls jumped up and hugged him. "Uncle, does the wound hurt?" "I'm sorry. No, I'm fine. The wound from the battle with Tenebris has now fully recovered." Odelia asked again, "Are you looking for Mom and Dad?" "That's right, the ceremony is about to start, but the two main characters aren't here. Do you know where Mom and Dad are?" "As expected, it can only be that place, right Erwin?" "It must be that place. The clock has struck." Eve and Theodore strolled in a secret place, constantly confiding. "Theodore, do you remember, in this place, we used to meet every day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon?" "Of course I remember, Eve. Thank you for keeping your promise. Forever after, I will only have you. Because I was born to love you." They kissed together under the canopy of the childhood tree from that year.